Tonight we embark on the monumental journey of the ancient pyramids of Egypt, structures that have stood the test of time and continue to capture the imagination of people worldwide. Their story is one of engineering marvel, religious significance, and a deep connection to the power of the pharaohs. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Over 5,000 years ago, along the fertile banks of the Nile River, one of the earliest and most remarkable civilizations in human history began to take shape. This land, later known as Egypt, was uniquely suited for the growth of complex society thanks to its predictable agricultural cycle, natural geographic defenses, and access to vital trade routes. The Nile's annual flooding deposited rich silt onto the land, making it possible for early communities to flourish in an otherwise arid landscape. As small villages began to develop into powerful city-states, the need for centralized authority and coordinated effort gave rise to the first kings and eventually the pharaohs. By around 3100 BCE, a momentous event took place that would define the identity of Egypt for millennia. The unification of Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north marked the beginning of the early dynastic period and the formation of a single kingdom ruled by a central figure known as the pharaoh. According to tradition, this unification was achieved by a king named Nama, often identified with Menes, who is depicted in the famous Nama palette, wearing the crowns of both regions, symbolizing his dominion over all Egypt. This symbolic act was not just political, it had profound religious and cultural implications. The king was not merely a ruler, but a divine intermediary between the gods and the people, a living embodiment of the sky god Horus, and later associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This divine kingship formed the foundation of the pharaoh's power and helped justify the immense resources allocated to royal building projects, including the pyramids. The pharaoh was seen as essential to maintaining Menat, the ancient Egyptian concept of cosmic balance, justice, and order. Without Menat, the world would descend into chaos. It was the pharaoh's sacred duty to uphold this balance through rituals, temple construction, military campaigns, and administrative governance, because death was not considered an end, but a transition to another realm. The preservation of the pharaoh's body and the assurance of his journey to the afterlife became national priorities. The tomb of the pharaoh was thus not merely a place to bury a body, but a sacred structure designed to assist in the king's resurrection and eternal rule among the gods. The consolidation of power under the early dynastic kings also laid the groundwork for monumental architecture. Innovations in administration, writing, and labor organization allowed for the planning and execution of large-scale projects. Hieroglyphic writing first emerged during this period, primarily for religious and bureaucratic purposes, enabling the state to record offerings, taxes, laws, and decrees. With a growing centralized state, supported by a religious ideology that emphasized eternal life and divine rule, it became both politically feasible and spiritually necessary to build elaborate tombs and temples. As the pharaohs solidified their authority, they commissioned increasingly sophisticated funerary structures. The early tombs, known as mastabas, were flat-roofed rectangular buildings made of mud brick. These would evolve into stepped structures like the step pyramid of Djoser and eventually into the true pyramids of Giza. But the motivation for such constructions was rooted deeply in the culture of divine kingship established during the early days of Egyptian civilization. The king was more than a man, he was a god in human form, and the land he ruled was not merely a kingdom, but a sacred reflection of the cosmos. The unification of Egypt also led to standardized religious practices, monumental art styles, and a shared cultural identity that extended from the Mediterranean coast to the Nubian border. Local deities were incorporated into a national pantheon, often centered around the sun god Ra and Osiris, the ruler of the afterlife. Temples and rituals reinforced the divine status of the pharaoh, while also serving as economic and political centers. This fusion of religion and state power was unparalleled and gave Egypt a level of stability that would endure for centuries. Trade flourished under this centralized rule, allowing Egypt to acquire materials such as cedar from Lebanon, gold from Nubia, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. These exotic goods were not only signs of wealth, but were vital components in temple and tomb construction and in the elaborate funerary rituals that accompanied royal burials. The rise of the pharaohs was not an isolated political phenomenon, but part of a broader system in which belief, economy, and social hierarchy were all intertwined to support the divine mission of the king. By the dawn of the Old Kingdom, the stage was set for the era of pyramid building. The unification of Egypt and the emergence of the god-king pharaoh provided the necessary ideological and administrative framework for the vast undertakings that would follow. The pyramids were not simply grand tombs, they were expressions of a world-view in which the afterlife was real, the pharaoh was divine, and eternity could be built in stone. With the foundation of Egyptian civilization firmly established, the world was about to witness the construction of some of the most extraordinary monuments ever built by human hands. In the early stages of Egyptian civilization, the concept of burial and the construction of tombs evolved gradually. The first tombs were relatively simple structures designed to protect the deceased and their possessions in the afterlife. These early tombs, known as mastabas, were rectangular, flat-roofed buildings made primarily of mud brick or stone. The mastaba was an essential feature of early Egyptian burial practices, and it served as a precursor to the monumental pyramid structures that would later define the landscape of Egypt. The word mastaba itself comes from the Arabic term for bench, describing the flat-topped shape of the tombs. Mastabas were typically constructed for the elites, particularly high-ranking officials and nobles, who were considered worthy of such a significant burial. They were often filled with various offerings for the deceased, such as food, furniture, and statues, to ensure comfort in the afterlife. The tombs would also include a false door, which allowed the soul of the deceased to enter and exit the tomb, while also providing a means for family members to offer prayers and tributes. The development of mastabas was initially restricted to the early dynastic period, but the desire to honor the deceased with ever more impressive and lasting structures grew stronger. It was during the Third Dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under Pharaoh Djoser, that a breakthrough in tomb architecture occurred. The first truly revolutionary step in this evolution came with the design of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt. Imhotep, the vizier and architect of Pharaoh Djoser, is credited with the design and construction of this groundbreaking structure. Imhotep's innovation was the step pyramid design, a radical departure from the flat-roofed mastaba. Instead of a single uniform rectangular structure, Imhotep constructed a series of stacked mastabas, each smaller than the one beneath it, to create a stepped effect. This new form not only represented a more complex and ambitious approach to burial architecture, but also symbolized the divine connection between the pharaoh and the gods. The step pyramid, built around 2670 BCE, was initially conceived as a tomb for Pharaoh Djoser. It stood at the heart of an expansive funerary complex, complete with temples, courtyards, and a surrounding wall. The pyramid itself was composed of 6 stepped layers, each of which was smaller than the one beneath it, creating a towering effect. The final structure reached a height of about 204 feet 62 meters, making it an impressive achievement for its time. The step pyramid represented not only a monumental leap in architectural design, but also reflected the changing religious and cultural beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramid's design mirrored the cosmic order and symbolized the pharaoh's ascent to the afterlife. The stacked mastebas were seen as steps that allowed the pharaoh to ascend to the heavens, joining the gods in eternity. This celestial symbolism would remain a central theme in Egyptian pyramid design for centuries to come. The pyramid complex at Saqqara also marked a significant shift in the purpose of tombs. Previously, tombs were relatively simple structures meant only to house the deceased. With the construction of the step pyramid, tombs became grand, multifunctional sites that combined both the burial of the pharaoh and the performance of religious rituals. The complex was designed as a vast ceremonial center with temples, altars, and even sacred spaces where offerings could be made to honor the gods and ensure the pharaoh's successful journey to the afterlife. The construction of the step pyramid also required a high degree of innovation in engineering and logistics. Thousands of workers were employed to quarry and transport the stone blocks, which were cut from the local limestone at Tura. The immense scale of the project required careful planning and organization, with skilled artisans, laborers and architects working in concert. The sheer scale of the pyramid, combined with the ingenuity required for its construction, cemented Imhotep's reputation as one of the greatest architects in history. Following the completion of the step pyramid, the idea of stacked mastebas continued to inspire future pharaohs, although it was not long before the design evolved further. While the step pyramid itself was a monumental achievement, it was not the final word in pyramid construction. Over time, subsequent pharaohs, including those from the 4th dynasty, began to refine the concept and experiment with more advanced designs. The step pyramid served as the foundation for the future development of the true pyramid shape. This evolution would culminate with the construction of the smooth-sided pyramids at Giza, most notably the Great Pyramid of Khufu, which would become one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. However, the step pyramid's significance cannot be overstated. It was the first of its kind and marked the beginning of the monumental age of pyramid construction that would define the Old Kingdom and the history of ancient Egypt. In conclusion, the transition from simple mastabas to the innovative step pyramid at Saqqara represented a critical moment in the evolution of Egyptian tomb architecture. Imhotep's design not only marked a revolutionary leap forward in architectural complexity, but also laid the groundwork for the great pyramids that would follow. The step pyramid was more than just a tomb. It was a testament to the ambition, religious devotion, and engineering ingenuity of ancient Egypt. It symbolized the ascent of the pharaoh to the divine realm and set the stage for the creation of some of the most iconic monuments in the history of mankind. The 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, which flourished from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, marks a period of unparalleled architectural achievement, particularly in the realm of pyramid construction. During this time, Egypt saw the construction of some of the most iconic and monumental structures in the world, including the Great Pyramid at Giza. These advancements were made possible due to the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu, whose innovations in pyramid design laid the foundation for the awe-inspiring pyramids that followed, culminating in the pyramid of his son Pharaoh Khufu. Sneferu, the founder of the 4th dynasty, was a visionary leader who realized the importance of monumental construction as a means to solidify his power and ensure his legacy. His contributions to pyramid architecture are crucial, as they represent the transition from the earlier stepped pyramids to the smooth-sided true pyramids that would come to define Egypt's architectural identity. Sneferu is credited with designing and overseeing the construction of two major pyramids, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, both of which stand as testaments to his architectural genius. The Bent Pyramid, located at the site of Dashur, is one of Egypt's most unusual pyramids. Built during the early part of Sneferu's reign, the Bent Pyramid was designed with a steep angle of about 54 degrees, which would have created a structure with a sharp, pointed appearance. However, midway through construction, the builders noticed that the steep angle might make the pyramid unstable. The engineers, concerned that the pyramid might collapse under its own weight, decided to change the angle of the upper portion of the pyramid to a gentler slope of about 43 degrees. This resulted in the distinctive bent shape that gives the pyramid its name. Despite its unconventional shape, the Bent Pyramid represents an important step in the evolution of pyramid design. It was the first attempt at building a smooth-sided pyramid, and the engineering lessons learned from its construction would go on to inform later, more successful pyramid projects. While the Bent Pyramid was not the flawless structure that Sneferu and his engineers had hoped for, it paved the way for the next great pyramid project, the Red Pyramid. The Red Pyramid, also located at Dashur, was another major achievement in pyramid design. Unlike the Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid was built with a consistent stable angle of 43 degrees, which made it the first true smooth-sided pyramid in history. It is often referred to as the North Pyramid because it stands to the north of the Bent Pyramid, and it was completed towards the end of Sneferu's reign. The Red Pyramid is considered one of the best preserved pyramids in Egypt, and its design represents a significant advancement in pyramid architecture. The Red Pyramid stands at a height of about 104 meters, 341 feet, and is made up of millions of limestone blocks, many of which were quarried from nearby sources. The pyramid's smooth, uniform sides were achieved through careful planning and precise engineering, making it one of the most stable and impressive pyramids of its time. The successful construction of the Red Pyramid marked the culmination of Sneferu's architectural vision and represented a key milestone in the development of pyramid construction. With the completion of the Red Pyramid, Sneferu's innovations in pyramid design had set the stage for the most famous pyramid of all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid, built by his son Pharaoh Khufu, would become the largest and most ambitious pyramid ever constructed. It remains one of the seven wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the engineering prowess and architectural skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed around 2580 BCE, was the crowning achievement of Egypt's pyramid building era. Standing at an original height of 146.6 meters, 481 feet, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The pyramid covers an area of 5.3 hectares and is composed of over 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. The construction of the Great Pyramid required a vast workforce and an unprecedented level of organization, planning and engineering expertise. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid were staggering. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction process, including skilled craftsmen, laborers and engineers. The stones used in the construction of the pyramid were quarried from nearby sites, with the finer limestone used for the outer casing coming from the Tura quarries located across the Nile. The transportation of these massive blocks was an extraordinary feat in itself, requiring the development of ramps, sledges and other lifting mechanisms to move the stones into place as construction progressed. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is the precision with which it was constructed. The pyramid is aligned with incredible accuracy to the four cardinal directions, with the north-south axis aligning almost perfectly with true north. The sides of the pyramid are also aligned with astonishing precision, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. This level of accuracy demonstrates the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid's construction was a monumental task that took several decades to complete. The project required careful coordination of workers, materials, and tools, and it is believed that the workers were organized into specialized teams, each responsible for different aspects of the construction. These teams would have worked in shifts, using ramps, levers, and other tools to transport and position the massive stone blocks. In addition to the pyramid itself, Khufu's tomb complex also included a mortuary temple, causeway, and subsidiary pyramids for his queens. The entire complex was designed to ensure that Khufu's body and possessions were protected for eternity, and that he would be able to ascend to the afterlife and join the gods. The Great Pyramid stands as a symbol of Khufu's divine power and authority. It was built not only as a tomb for the pharaoh but also as a monument to his eternal rule. The pyramid's sheer scale and complexity reflect the grandeur of the Old Kingdom and the absolute power of the pharaohs during this golden age of Egyptian civilization. In conclusion, the Fourth Dynasty represents the apex of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt. The innovations of Sneferu, including the bent pyramid and the red pyramid, laid the foundation for the later achievements of Khufu and the construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza. These monumental structures not only reflect the engineering brilliance of the ancient Egyptians, but also serve as lasting symbols of the power, religious beliefs, and cultural legacy of the pharaohs. The pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty continue to inspire awe and admiration to this day, standing as some of the most enduring and iconic monuments in the history of human civilization. The construction of the pyramids remains one of the most extraordinary achievements in the history of architecture and engineering. The sheer scale of these monumental structures, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and engineers for centuries. Despite the absence of modern technology, the ancient Egyptians successfully built these massive stone structures using a combination of skilled labor, sophisticated tools, and ingenious techniques. In this chapter, we will explore who built the pyramids, the tools and materials they used, and how they accomplished such feats of construction without the technological advances we take for granted today. Contrary to the popular myth that slaves were responsible for building the pyramids, evidence shows that the workers who constructed these monuments were skilled laborers who worked in large teams. These laborers were not slaves, but rather a combination of seasonal workers, craftsmen, and professional builders who were employed by the state. The Egyptians had a well-organized labor force, and pyramid construction was seen as a state-sponsored project, often undertaken by workers who were compensated for their efforts. The laborers who worked on the pyramids were primarily recruited from the surrounding agricultural communities. During the annual flooding of the Nile, when agricultural work was halted, these workers would be put to work on the pyramid construction sites. The workers were housed in temporary workers' villages near the pyramids, such as the village discovered near the Great Pyramid at Giza. These villages provided accommodations, food, and medical care to the laborers, who would work in shifts to build the pyramids. The labor force was highly organized, and workers were divided into specialized teams based on their skills. Skilled laborers such as stonemasons, carpenters, and metal workers were essential to the construction of the pyramids. Other workers were responsible for tasks such as transporting the massive stone blocks, preparing the quarry sites, and managing the logistics of the project. The construction of the pyramids was a massive logistical undertaking, requiring the coordination of thousands of workers, the transportation of millions of tons of stone, and the careful planning of every step in the construction process. The tools and materials used by the ancient Egyptians in pyramid construction were relatively simple, but extremely effective when used with the right techniques. The primary building material for the pyramids was limestone, which was quarried from nearby sites. The core of the Great Pyramid, for example, was made of roughly cut limestone blocks, while the outer casing was made of finer, more polished limestone. In addition to limestone, the Egyptians also used granite for certain structural elements, such as the internal chambers and the king's burial chamber in the Great Pyramid. To cut and shape the stones, the Egyptians used a variety of tools made from copper and stone. Copper chisels, saws and drills were used to cut and shape the limestone blocks. These tools were sharpened regularly to ensure that they remained effective, and workers often used abrasive materials such as sand to help in the cutting process. Stone hammers and copper tools were also used to break the larger blocks of stone into manageable pieces. One of the most ingenious techniques employed by the Egyptians was the use of ramps to move the massive stone blocks into place. There are several theories about how the ramps were constructed and used, but the most widely accepted theory is that a straight or zigzagging ramp was built on the side of the pyramid to transport the stones upward as construction progressed. Workers would drag the stone blocks up the ramp using sledges and ropes, and the stones would be placed in position using levers and other lifting devices. In addition to ramps, it is believed that the ancient Egyptians used counterweight systems to help move the massive blocks. These counterweights would have been used to assist in lifting the stones, making it easier to raise them to higher levels of the pyramid. Levers, rollers and sledges were also essential tools in the movement of the stones, and workers used these tools in combination to lift and position the blocks with remarkable precision. The process of moving and placing the stones was a slow and labor-intensive one. Each stone block had to be carefully positioned to ensure that it fit perfectly with the surrounding blocks. The precision with which the stones were cut and placed is one of the most impressive aspects of pyramid construction, as the blocks fit together so perfectly that even today, many of the joints are virtually seamless. The construction of the pyramids required not only skilled labor and sophisticated tools but also careful planning and organization. The workers were organized into teams, each with a specific task, and the construction process was divided into different phases. The first phase involved preparing the quarry sites and cutting the stones. The second phase was focused on transporting the stones to the pyramid site, while the final phase involved the actual construction of the pyramid itself. The pyramid building project would have been overseen by a team of architects, engineers and supervisors who ensured that everything was done according to plan. These supervisors would have coordinated the various teams of workers and ensured that the construction process was carried out efficiently and without delays. The ability to organize such a massive workforce and oversee such a complex construction project speaks to the advanced administrative skills of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to the logistical challenges, the construction of the pyramids also required advanced knowledge of engineering and mathematics. The Egyptians used a system of geometry to ensure that the pyramids were constructed with precise measurements and angles. They also employed astronomical knowledge to align the pyramids with the cardinal points and to orient the structures in relation to the stars. Despite the lack of modern technology, the Egyptians were able to build the pyramids with remarkable precision and efficiency. The techniques and methods they used to accomplish this incredible feat remain a subject of study and fascination. Through a combination of skilled labor, clever tools and advanced planning, the ancient Egyptians were able to construct the pyramids, monuments to their pharaohs and symbols of their enduring legacy. In conclusion, the The construction of the pyramids was a monumental achievement that required the efforts of thousands of skilled laborers, craftsmen, and engineers. The workers who built the pyramids were not slaves, as commonly believed, but skilled individuals who were employed in a highly organized and efficient manner. The tools and techniques used by the Egyptians were simple but effective, and the logistics of the pyramid building process were carefully planned to ensure the success of the project. The ability to construct such massive and precise structures without modern technology remains one of the most impressive achievements of ancient Egyptian civilization. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, also known as the Pyramid of Cheops, stands as the crowning achievement of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. Built around 2580 BCE, it is the largest of the three pyramids at Giza and one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Its sheer scale, precision, and the mysteries surrounding its construction continue to captivate researchers, historians, and engineers alike. This chapter will delve into the architecture of the Great Pyramid, exploring the precision of its design, its internal chambers, the alignment with celestial bodies, and the theories regarding its symbolic and religious significance. The Great Pyramid was built during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, under the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, whose ambitious vision sought to leave a lasting legacy. Originally standing at 146.6 meters, 481 feet, the pyramid is made up of approximately 2.3 million limestone blocks, with each block weighing several tons. It covers an area of 5.3 hectares and was, for over 3,800 years, the tallest man-made structure in the world. The precision and scale of the Great Pyramid demonstrate the advanced engineering and architectural skills of the ancient Egyptians. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Pyramid is its geometric precision. The pyramid's base is nearly perfectly square, with each side measuring approximately 230.4 meters, 755.9 feet. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with incredible accuracy to the cardinal directions, with only a slight variation of a few centimeters over the entire structure. The pyramid is oriented to within 0.05 degrees of true north, a level of precision that would have been difficult to achieve even with modern technology. This precise alignment is a testament to the advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering possessed by the ancient Egyptians. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid is just as impressive as its external design. The pyramid contains several chambers, passageways, and shafts, each with a specific purpose. The most significant of these is the King's Chamber, which is located near the center of the pyramid. The King's Chamber is constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, which were transported from quarries in Aswan, located more than 800 kilometers 500 miles to the south. The chamber is also aligned with incredible precision, with the walls and ceiling being perfectly level and parallel. The burial sarcophagus of Khufu, made of red granite, lies within the chamber, though the king's body is believed to have been removed long ago. One of the most puzzling features of the Great Pyramid is the system of narrow shafts that run through the pyramid structure. These shafts are angled at precise inclinations and extend from the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber out to the exterior of the pyramid. The purpose of these shafts has long been a subject of speculation. Some scholars believe that they were intended to align with certain stars or constellations, possibly related to the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Others suggest that the shafts may have had a symbolic or ritualistic function, serving to facilitate communication between the king and the gods. In addition to the internal chambers and shafts, the Great Pyramid's alignment with celestial bodies is another fascinating aspect of its design. The pyramid is oriented in a way that aligns with the stars, specifically with the constellation of Orion, which was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The alignment with Orion reflects the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, who believed that the pharaohs were divine beings and that their pyramids served as a means of connecting with the gods and the afterlife. The alignment of the Great Pyramid with the cardinal directions is also thought to have astronomical significance. The Egyptians were skilled astronomers and had an advanced understanding of the movements of the stars and planets. The pyramid's precise alignment with true north suggests that the builders had a deep knowledge of the Earth's axial tilt and the stars' positions in the sky. It is believed that the Egyptians used a system of sighting rods and the stars to achieve such precise alignments, possibly using the circumpolar stars which never set to determine true north. The construction of the Great Pyramid was a monumental task that required a vast workforce and unprecedented organization. It is estimated that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were involved in the construction, including skilled craftsmen, laborers, and engineers. The materials used in the pyramid's construction were sourced from nearby quarries, and the massive limestone blocks were transported to the pyramid site using a combination of ramps, sledges, and rolling logs. The finer limestone used for the outer casing came from the Tura quarries, located across the Nile. The granite blocks used in the king's chamber were transported from Aswan, which required sophisticated methods of transportation over long distances. The logistics of building the Great Pyramid are still not fully understood, but it is believed that ramps were used to move the massive blocks into place as the pyramid rose. There are several theories about the design of these ramps, including straight ramps, zigzagging ramps, and spiral ramps that may have been built around the pyramid's exterior. Regardless of the exact method, the construction of the Great Pyramid was a highly coordinated and labor-intensive process that required careful planning, engineering expertise, and precise execution. Beyond its architectural and astronomical precision, the Great Pyramid of Khufu is imbued with religious and symbolic significance. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a gateway to the afterlife. The pyramid's shape, with its smooth, sloping sides, symbolized the rays of the sun, and it was believed that the pyramid's apex served as a point of connection between the pharaoh and the gods, allowing the soul of the king to ascend to the heavens. The pyramid was also designed to protect the king's body and possessions, ensuring that he could continue to rule in the afterlife. The Great Pyramid is also part of a larger complex that includes several other pyramids, temples, and causeways, all of which were designed to honor Khufu and his journey to the afterlife. The complex was carefully planned to reflect the pharaoh's divine status and to ensure that he would be protected for eternity. In conclusion, the Great Pyramid of Khufu stands as one of the most remarkable architectural and engineering achievements in human history. Its precision, scale, and alignment with celestial bodies are a testament to the advanced knowledge and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramid's symbolic and religious significance as a gateway to the afterlife and a means of connecting with the gods underscores the importance of the pharaohs in Egyptian society. The Great Pyramid continues to inspire awe and admiration, serving as a lasting symbol of the grandeur and mystery of ancient Egypt. The Giza Plateau, home to the most famous pyramids in the world, is not just the location of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, it is also the site of the monumental pyramid complexes of two other pharaohs, Khafre and Menkaure. These two pyramids, while smaller than Khufu's Great Pyramid, are no less impressive and play a significant role in the overall religious and architectural significance of the Giza complex. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaure, their temples, the Great Sphinx, and the religious meanings embedded in the layout of the entire complex. Khafre, the son of Khufu, built his pyramid slightly smaller than his father's, but it is still a massive and awe-inspiring structure. The Pyramid of Khafre stands at a height of 143.5 meters, 471 feet, just slightly shorter than the Great Pyramid, but its position on the Giza Plateau gives it the illusion of being larger due to its elevated location. This pyramid is also notable for its smooth outer casing, which is still visible at the top, giving us a glimpse of what the pyramids may have originally looked like when they were first constructed. The pyramid complex of Khafre is distinct in several ways. It is surrounded by a large mortuary temple, which was designed to honor the pharaoh and to facilitate his transition to the afterlife. The mortuary temple was connected to a long causeway that led to a valley temple located at the foot of the pyramid. The valley temple was an important part of the pyramid complex, as it served as the place where the pharaoh's body would have been prepared and embalmed before being placed in the tomb. The causeway, which was often paved with large stones, would have been used to transport the pharaoh's body from the valley temple to the mortuary temple and ultimately to the burial chamber inside the pyramid. One of the most iconic features of Khafre's pyramid complex is the Great Sphinx, a colossal statue with the body of a lion and the head of a man, believed to represent Khafre himself. The Sphinx is carved from a single piece of limestone and measures about 73 meters 240 feet long and 20 meters 66 feet high. It is the largest monolithic statue in the world and one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx is believed to have been constructed as a guardian for Khafre's pyramid, protecting the pharaoh's tomb and ensuring his safe passage into the afterlife. The Great Sphinx is also thought to have a deeper symbolic and astronomical significance. Some scholars suggest that the Sphinx was aligned with the rising sun during the spring equinox, marking the start of a new season and symbolizing the renewal of life. The Sphinx's position, facing the east, may also be intended to link Khafre with the sun god Ra, reinforcing his divine status and his role as a god-king. The precise alignment of the Sphinx and its relationship with the celestial bodies highlight the advanced astronomical knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, who used the positions of the stars and the sun to guide their religious practices and construction projects. To the south of Khafre's pyramid lies the Pyramid of Menkaure, the third and smallest of the three pyramids at Giza. Standing at a height of 65 meters, 213 feet, Menkaure's pyramid is significantly smaller than those of his father and grandfather. However, it is still a remarkable structure, and its construction and layout reflect the same precision and attention to detail as the larger pyramids. The Pyramid of Menkaure is also distinguished by its use of granite, a more durable and finer material, for the casing stones of the pyramid. This use of granite was a significant advancement in pyramid construction, demonstrating the increasing sophistication of the architectural techniques used by the ancient Egyptians. Menkaure's pyramid complex, like that of his father, is surrounded by a mortuary temple, a causeway, and a valley temple. The mortuary temple was dedicated to the pharaoh's cult and served as the site for rituals that honored Menkaure after his death. The valley temple, located at the base of the pyramid, was where the pharaoh's body was prepared and embalmed, as with the other pyramids. A causeway connected the two temples, facilitating the transport of the king's body to the tomb. One of the most notable features of the Pyramid of Menkaure is the series of statues that were discovered within the mortuary temple. These statues, including the famous statue of Menkaure and his queen, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian art and provide valuable insights into the aesthetics and religious practices of the time. The statues depict Menkaure in a traditional pose, standing tall with one hand forward, representing his eternal rule and his divine power. The queen's statue, which shows her in a similar pose, reinforces the idea of the pharaoh's divine connection to the gods and the afterlife. The layout of the entire Giza pyramid complex was carefully planned to reflect the religious and cosmic beliefs of ancient Egypt. The pyramids, temples, and the Sphinx were all aligned with celestial bodies, and their arrangement was designed to represent the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The pyramids themselves were believed to be the pharaoh's earthly homes, where they would be reborn into the afterlife and take their place among the gods. The orientation of the pyramids and the precise alignment with the stars were symbolic of the pharaoh's divine status and their connection to the gods. In addition to their religious significance, the Giza pyramids also served as a reflection of the power and wealth of the pharaohs. The construction of these monumental structures required vast resources, skilled labor, and advanced engineering techniques. The pyramid complexes were not just tombs, they were grand statements of the pharaoh's absolute power, their ability to control vast resources, and their divine right to rule. In conclusion, the pyramid complexes of Khafre and Menkaure, like the Great Pyramid of Khufu, are masterpieces of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. The precision of their construction, the use of advanced materials, and the careful alignment with celestial bodies reflect the religious and cultural significance of the pharaohs and their connection to the divine. The Great Sphinx, standing watch over Khafre's pyramid, remains one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt, embodying the strength, power, and mystery of the civilization that built these awe-inspiring monuments. The Giza Plateau continues to be a testament to the ingenuity, vision, and enduring legacy of the ancient Egyptians. The history of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt spans a period of several centuries, during which time these monumental structures evolved from simple, stepped pyramids to the grandiose stone tombs of the Fourth Dynasty. However, by the end of the Old Kingdom, pyramid construction began to decline, and the focus of royal tomb construction shifted away from the monumental pyramids of Giza. This transition marks the end of an era in Egyptian history, with the decline of pyramid building driven by a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. In this chapter, we will explore why large pyramids fell out of favor and the subsequent shift to rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings during the New Kingdom. The end of the Old Kingdom, c. 2181 BCE, saw a period of political instability, economic decline, and social upheaval in Egypt. This period, known as the First Intermediate Period, was characterized by weak central authority and regional fragmentation. The Old Kingdom had been a time of great wealth and power, but by the end of the era, Egypt's political and economic systems were struggling. Several factors contributed to this decline, and they played a significant role in the cessation of pyramid construction. One of the most significant reasons for the decline in pyramid construction was the growing cost of building these massive tombs. The construction of the large pyramids required vast resources, including labor, materials, and money. The pyramid complexes, with their grand mortuary temples, causeways, and burial chambers, were an enormous financial burden. The increasing demands for labor and the costs associated with quarrying, transporting, and carving the massive stone blocks used in pyramid construction put a strain on the Egyptian economy. As the economy faltered and resources became scarcer, the ruling pharaohs of Egypt found it increasingly difficult to justify the vast expenditures required for pyramid building. The lavish construction of these tombs, with their associated religious ceremonies, became unsustainable. The loss of centralized control and the rise of regionalism further compounded the financial difficulties, making it difficult for the pharaohs to continue the tradition of pyramid building on such a grand scale. In addition to the economic challenges, there were also political factors that contributed to the decline of pyramid construction. The collapse of the Old Kingdom led to a weakening of the central authority of the pharaohs. As Egypt fragmented into smaller, competing regions, local rulers, or nomarchs, gained more power. The centralized control that had been necessary for the construction of large pyramids was no longer in place, and regional rulers began to focus their efforts on their own tombs and burial sites, often opting for simpler, less expensive forms of tomb construction. Moreover, the religious and ideological significance of the pyramid as a royal tomb began to change. During the Old Kingdom, the pyramid had been seen as a symbol of the pharaoh's divine power and his eternal life in the afterlife. However, as political and social changes took place, the symbolic value of the pyramid was gradually eclipsed by new beliefs and practices. The idea of the afterlife remained central to Egyptian religion, but the elaborate pyramid complexes of the Old Kingdom were no longer seen as the only means by which the pharaohs could ensure their immortality. By the time of the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055, 1650 BCE, the construction of pyramids had become less popular, and a new form of tomb architecture began to emerge: the rock-cut tomb. These tombs were carved directly into the cliffs of the desert, often in remote valleys far from the pyramid fields. The rock-cut tombs were more cost-effective and easier to construct than the massive stone pyramids of the Old Kingdom. They also allowed for greater privacy and security for the deceased, as they were hidden from view and less likely to attract tomb robbers. The shift from pyramid construction to rock-cut tombs can be seen in the development of the Valley of the Kings, which became the burial site for pharaohs during the New Kingdom, c. 1070 BCE. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile near Thebes, is home to some of the most famous royal tombs in Egyptian history, including the tomb of Tutankhamun. Unlike the pyramids, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were hidden deep within the cliffs, protecting the pharaoh's final resting place from potential invaders. The Valley of the Kings represented a new approach to royal burial, one that emphasized privacy, security, and practicality over grandeur and ostentation. While the tombs of the New Kingdom pharaohs were still elaborate and filled with treasures, they were no longer constructed as monumental pyramids. Instead, the tombs were cut into the rock, with long corridors and chambers designed to hold the pharaoh's mummified body and the goods needed for the afterlife. In addition to their practicality, rock-cut tombs also reflected changes in Egyptian religious beliefs. The emphasis on the sun god Rhea and the solar symbolism of the pyramid began to give way to a more complex and diverse understanding of the afterlife. The tombs in the Valley of the Kings were designed to reflect these new religious beliefs, with detailed paintings and inscriptions that depicted the journey of the soul through the afterlife. The rock-cut tombs also allowed for the burial of smaller, more intimate tomb complexes, where the pharaohs could be buried alongside their family members and retainers. Despite the decline in pyramid construction, the legacy of the Old Kingdom pyramids remained an important part of Egyptian culture. The pyramids continued to be revered as symbols of the divine power of the pharaohs, and their construction techniques and architectural innovations influenced the design of tombs and monuments throughout Egypt's history. The shift to rock-cut tombs did not diminish the importance of the afterlife in Egyptian religion, but it reflected a change in the way the Egyptians approached burial and the protection of the pharaoh's soul. In conclusion, the decline of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt was a result of a combination of economic, political, and religious factors. As the Old Kingdom came to an end, the resources required to build large pyramids became unsustainable, and the political fragmentation of Egypt further weakened the central authority needed for such grand projects. The shift to rock-cut tombs, particularly in the Valley of the Kings, marked a new phase in Egyptian burial practices. While the pyramid remained an enduring symbol of royal power, The rock-cut tombs of the New Kingdom reflected the changing needs and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, ushering in a new era of tomb construction. The ancient Egyptians believed that life did not end with death. Instead, they saw death as a transition to another existence in the afterlife. The pyramids, as monumental tombs, were central to this belief system, serving as both the final resting places of the pharaohs and as gateways to the afterlife. The burial rituals associated with these grand structures, including mummification, tomb goods, and the religious texts used in the afterlife journey, were integral to ensuring the deceased would live on in eternity. In this chapter, we will explore the funerary practices linked to the pyramids, the Book of the Dead, burial rituals, the use of canopic jars, and how the pyramids served as a means to facilitate the deceased's passage into the afterlife. Mummification was perhaps the most important and intricate of all Egyptian funerary practices. It was believed that for the deceased to live forever, their body had to be preserved. The process of mummification, which took up to 70 days, was carried out by skilled embalmers and priests. The first step involved removing the internal organs, which were believed to be the seat of life and essential to the preservation of the body. The heart, however, was often left in place, as it was considered the center of intelligence and emotion, and it was thought to be needed for the journey to the afterlife. After the removal of the organs, the body was dehydrated using natron, a naturally occurring salt that helped to preserve the flesh and prevent decomposition. Once the body had dried, the embalmers would wrap it in linen bandages, often coating the body with resin to seal and protect it. Amulets and protective charms were placed between the layers of bandages to guard against evil forces during the journey to the afterlife. The final step of the mummification process involved placing the body in a sarcophagus, a stone or wooden coffin, which would then be placed in the tomb. The burial chamber inside the pyramid would contain not just the mummified body of the deceased, but also a range of items meant to accompany the individual into the afterlife. These items were believed to provide comfort, sustenance, and protection in the next world. Among the most important of these were the tomb goods, objects such as jewelry, furniture, clothing, food, and even personal items like games and cosmetics. These items were thought to be necessary for the deceased to enjoy a comfortable life in the afterlife, ensuring they would have all they needed in their eternal existence. One of the most significant sets of tomb goods was the collection of offerings placed in the tomb to sustain the deceased on their journey. These offerings were often food and drink, as well as other material items such as incense and perfumes, which were believed to please the gods and provide the deceased with comfort in the afterlife. It was common for these offerings to be left in small chambers near the burial chamber, sometimes arranged in elaborate displays to ensure that the deceased would be well cared for in the afterlife. Along with the physical items placed in the tomb, the ancient Egyptians also believed that the deceased needed to have knowledge of the afterlife to ensure their safe passage through the various challenges they would face. This is where the Book of the Dead came into play. The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells and prayers written on papyrus scrolls or inscribed on the walls of tombs, designed to guide the deceased through the perilous journey in the afterlife. These texts provided instructions on how to navigate the underworld and face the gods and supernatural beings that would judge the deceased's soul. The Book of the Dead contained spells for protection, guidance, and resurrection. Among its most important sections were those focused on the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be light and pure, the deceased would be granted eternal life. If it was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by Amit, a fearsome creature that represented a fate worse than death. Canopic jars were another essential part of the burial ritual. These jars were used to store the internal organs of the deceased that had been removed during the mummification process. There were 4 jars in total, each representing one of the 4 sons of Horus, who were believed to protect the organs. The lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines were placed in these jars, which were then sealed and placed within the tomb to accompany the deceased on their journey. The jars were often intricately decorated with faces and symbols, and their presence in the tomb reflected the Egyptians' belief in the importance of preserving every part of the body for the afterlife. As well as the physical preparations for the afterlife, the pyramids themselves played a significant role in ensuring the pharaoh's successful transition to eternity. The pyramid was not just a tomb but a spiritual gateway. It was believed that the pyramid, with its precise alignments and monumental size, would help the pharaoh's soul ascend to the heavens and unite with the gods. The orientation of the pyramid was carefully chosen to align with celestial bodies such as the North Star and the Sun, which were central to the Egyptian religious belief system. The pyramid's shape, a massive stone structure tapering toward the sky, symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's connection to the divine. The tombs of the pharaohs were also often equipped with elaborate texts and reliefs depicting scenes of the afterlife, including offerings to the gods and depictions of the deceased enjoying an eternal life of luxury. These inscriptions served to guide the soul and provide it with the necessary tools for a successful journey. The pyramid was designed to help facilitate the soul's transition from the physical world to the divine realm. In conclusion, the burial rituals of ancient Egypt were deeply tied to the religious beliefs of the time. Mummification, the inclusion of tomb goods, and the use of the Book of the Dead were all essential components of the funerary process, ensuring the deceased would be properly prepared for the afterlife. The canopic jars served to preserve the internal organs, while the pyramid itself acted as a spiritual gateway to the heavens. These rituals not only reflected the Egyptians' beliefs in the afterlife, but also their commitment to ensuring that the deceased would continue to exist in a comfortable and meaningful way for eternity. The ancient pyramids are not only renowned for their architectural grandeur, but also for the rich array of inscriptions that adorn their walls. These inscriptions, often referred to as the pyramid texts, are the earliest known religious texts in ancient Egypt. Carved into the stone walls of the pyramids, these spells, hymns, and incantations were meant to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, ensuring his safe passage through the underworld and his ultimate resurrection. In this chapter, we will explore the pyramid texts and the lost knowledge they contain, shedding light on ancient Egyptian cosmology, religious beliefs, and the spiritual significance of the pyramids. The pyramid texts are found in the pyramids of the Old Kingdom pharaohs, particularly those at Saqqara, the burial site of the pharaohs of the 5th and 6th dynasties. The earliest pyramid texts were discovered in the Pyramid of Unas, the last ruler of the 5th dynasty, who reigned around 2300 BCE. The texts were later copied and expanded upon in the pyramids of subsequent kings, such as those of Teti, Pepi I, and Pepi II. These texts are not merely decorative inscriptions, but serve as a vital component of the pharaoh's burial ritual. The pyramid texts were intended to guide the pharaoh's soul through the trials and challenges of the afterlife, ensuring that he could overcome the dangers of the underworld and ascend to the heavens to join the gods. The texts contain a wide range of prayers, spells, and incantations designed to protect the deceased from harmful forces, offer guidance on navigating the afterlife, and even invoke the gods' blessings. One of the key themes in the pyramid texts is the protection of the king's body and soul. Many of the spells were designed to prevent the decay of the king's body, which was seen as crucial for his continued existence in the afterlife. For example, one of the most famous spells in the pyramid texts is a series of incantations that are meant to prevent the pharaoh's body from being consumed by worms and other creatures. These spells invoke the help of various deities, including Osiris, the god of the dead, who is believed to have the power to preserve and protect the deceased. In addition to protecting the king's physical body, the pyramid texts also focus on the protection and sustenance of his soul. The afterlife, according to Egyptian beliefs, was a perilous journey, filled with challenges, demons and hostile gods. The texts provide the pharaoh with the knowledge and tools he needs to face these dangers. One of the most well-known spells in the pyramid texts is the opening of the mouth ritual, which was meant to restore the pharaoh's senses and allow him to interact with the gods in the afterlife. This ritual, which involved the ceremonial opening of the pharaoh's mouth by priests, was a symbolic act that enabled the deceased to speak, eat, and drink once again, thus ensuring his continued existence. The pyramid texts also reveal a great deal about the ancient Egyptian understanding of the cosmos and the afterlife. Central to Egyptian cosmology was the idea of Mara, the principle of cosmic order, balance, and justice. Mara was personified as a goddess who was responsible for maintaining harmony in the universe. In the pyramid texts, the pharaoh is frequently described as a representative of Mara on earth, and his role in the afterlife is to restore order and balance to the world. The texts also speak of the pharaoh's union with the sun god Ra, a powerful symbol of rebirth and regeneration. The pharaoh's journey through the afterlife is often depicted as a journey toward the sun, where he would be reborn and take his place among the gods. The pyramid texts also provide insight into the Egyptian understanding of death and the afterlife. Death was not viewed as the end of existence, but rather as a transition from one state of being to another. The texts describe the pharaoh's soul's journey through the underworld, where it must pass through various obstacles and face a series of trials. One of the most important trials the soul must face is the weighing of the heart, a judgment in which the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of Mara. If the heart is found to be pure, the soul is allowed to continue its journey toward the afterlife. If it is found to be heavy with sin, the soul is devoured by Amit, a fearsome creature that represents death and destruction. The religious texts carved into the pyramids also offer valuable insights into the worship of the gods in ancient Egypt. The pyramid texts mention numerous deities, including Osiris, Ra, Hathor, and Anubis, each of whom played a crucial role in the afterlife. Osiris, in particular, is frequently invoked as the god of the dead, and his resurrection is seen as the model for the pharaoh's own rebirth. Ra, the sun god, is also an important figure in the texts, as the pharaoh's journey to the sun symbolizes his spiritual ascent to the divine realm. In addition to the religious themes present in the pyramid texts, there are also references to the king's role as a divine ruler on earth. The pharaoh was not simply a political leader, but a god-king, believed to be the living embodiment of Horus, the god of kingship. The texts emphasize the pharaoh's divine power, describing him as a ruler who brings order to the world and ensures the prosperity of the land. The texts also highlight the king's role in ensuring the welfare of the people, as the stability and success of Egypt were believed to depend on the pharaoh's actions. The pyramid texts are not only important for what they tell us about ancient Egyptian religious beliefs and cosmology, but also for what they reveal about the culture and society of ancient Egypt. These texts reflect a highly sophisticated understanding of the afterlife and the cosmos, and they offer a window into the mindset of the ancient Egyptians. The intricate rituals, prayers, and spells that were performed in the pyramids highlight the importance of the king's spiritual well-being and his connection to the gods. The texts also underscore the belief that the pharaoh's actions on earth had a direct impact on the fate of the cosmos and the people of Egypt. In conclusion, the pyramid texts provide us with a remarkable insight into the religious, spiritual, and cultural life of ancient Egypt. These ancient inscriptions were designed to protect the pharaoh in the afterlife, guiding him through the dangers of the underworld and ensuring his resurrection. They reveal a complex and highly developed understanding of the cosmos, the gods, and the nature of life and death. The pyramid texts are not just a record of ancient Egyptian beliefs, but also a testament to the enduring legacy of a civilization that placed great importance on the afterlife and the divine nature of the pharaoh. As we look at these texts today, we are reminded of the incredible depth of thought and the sophistication of the ancient Egyptians, who viewed the pyramid as a sacred structure that could bridge the gap between life and the divine realm. The ancient pyramids of Egypt have long fascinated both scholars and the general public, not only for their architectural grandeur and historical significance, but also for the mysteries that continue to surround them. Despite centuries of study and exploration, many secrets of these monumental structures remain hidden, while others have only recently come to light through modern archaeological techniques. In this chapter, we will delve into the most recent discoveries, examine some of the enduring mysteries, and separate fact from fiction when it comes to the pyramids. In recent years, advanced technologies like 3D scanning, cosmic ray imaging, and robotic exploration have allowed scientists to make new discoveries in the pyramids that were previously unimaginable. One of the most significant breakthroughs occurred in 2017 when a team of scientists used a technique called muon tomography to detect a large, previously unknown void inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. This void, which is located above the Grand Gallery, is thought to be at least 30 meters 98 feet long, and its purpose remains unknown. Some speculate that it may have been a hidden chamber or a structural feature designed to distribute weight more evenly within the pyramid, but the lack of direct access to this space has left its true function a mystery. This discovery added to a growing list of intriguing features that have been uncovered in the pyramids over the years. For example, in the early 20th century, archaeologists discovered hidden shafts and chambers within the Pyramid of Khufu, and more recently, the Pyramid of Khufu was found to have an intricate system of tunnels and chambers that had been sealed off for millennia. These hidden spaces have led to much speculation about the true purpose of the pyramids. Were they simply tombs for pharaohs, or were they part of a much larger, more complex religious and astronomical system? Beyond the scientific discoveries, the pyramids have become the subject of numerous myths and speculative theories. One of the most famous and persistent theories is that the pyramids were built by extraterrestrials or advanced ancient civilizations, such as the fabled lost continent of Atlantis. Proponents of these theories point to the precision of the pyramid's construction and the apparent alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies as evidence of otherworldly influence. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims, and mainstream archaeology continues to assert that the pyramids were built by the ancient Egyptians using advanced techniques for their time. These theories, while popular in some circles, are widely regarded by scholars as pseudoscience. Another enduring mystery is the question of how the ancient Egyptians were able to move the massive stones used in pyramid construction. Some estimates suggest that the Great Pyramid of Khufu contains around 2.3 million blocks, each weighing several tons, and the methods by which these stones were transported from the quarries to the construction site have long been a subject of debate. Recent studies have proposed several possible methods, including the use of ramps, cranes, and levers, but the exact process remains elusive. The lack of definitive evidence has fueled a variety of theories, including some that suggest the use of advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. The alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies also continues to fascinate researchers. The Great Pyramid, for example, is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, with its sides facing north, south, east, and west. The precision of this alignment, which would have required advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, has led some to propose that the ancient Egyptians had access to astronomical knowledge far beyond what was previously believed. Some theories even suggest that the pyramids may have been designed to serve as a form of calendar, or that they were built to mark the position of specific stars or constellations in the sky. While these ideas remain speculative, they highlight the extraordinary level of understanding the ancient Egyptians had of the cosmos. One of the most intriguing aspects of the pyramids is the role they played in ancient Egyptian cosmology and religion. The pyramids were not merely tombs, they were believed to be part of a cosmic system designed to ensure the pharaoh's safe passage to the afterlife and his eventual resurrection as a divine being. The alignment of the pyramids with the stars, the use of pyramid texts, and the emphasis on the pharaoh's connection to the gods all point to a deeply spiritual purpose behind the construction of these monumental structures. The pyramids were meant to be more than just tombs. They were designed to facilitate the pharaoh's ascent to the heavens and his transformation into a god. Despite the many discoveries made in recent years, there is still much that remains unknown about the pyramids. Some questions may never be fully answered, and new mysteries may continue to surface as technology advances. However, the enduring fascination with these ancient structures is a testament to their significance and the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians who built them. Whether it is through the latest archaeological discoveries or through the myths and legends that have been passed down through generations, the pyramids will continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world for centuries to come. In conclusion, the modern discoveries and enduring mysteries of the pyramids reflect the ongoing quest to understand the ancient world. While much has been learned about how the pyramids were built and the purpose they served, many questions remain unanswered. Theories about extraterrestrial involvement and lost technologies continue to capture the popular imagination, but the scientific evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that the pyramids were constructed by the ancient Egyptians using the knowledge and techniques available to them at the time. As new technologies and methods of exploration emerge, it is likely that more secrets of the pyramids will be uncovered, further enriching our understanding of one of the most extraordinary civilizations in history. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Populace cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the first triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The first triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative aligned with the optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched-earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders, and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te desti," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again, his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings towards Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute?" And "you, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. By declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position, Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power, demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power at the expense of traditional republican structures serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The so-called Dark Ages were anything but dark. While there were certainly challenges, the medieval period was also a time of remarkable progress, artistic achievement, and groundbreaking innovation. The idea that civilization stood still for a millennium is one of the greatest historical misconceptions. Many of the foundations for modern science, art, and governance were laid during this time. Cities flourished, trade expanded, and knowledge was not only preserved but actively developed. The reality is that medieval Europe was a dynamic, ever-evolving society, shaped by invention, cultural exchange, and intellectual curiosity. One of the biggest myths is that medieval people were wholly ignorant of science and reason. In reality, medieval scholars made astonishing advancements in various fields. Universities began to emerge across Europe, creating intellectual hubs where subjects like medicine, mathematics, and astronomy were studied. The medieval period saw the rise of thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, who sought to reconcile reason with faith, and Roger Bacon, who emphasized empirical observation centuries before the scientific revolution. The Islamic Golden Age played a significant role in preserving and enhancing classical knowledge, which was later reintroduced to Europe, inspiring further progress in philosophy, medicine, and engineering. Art and architecture also flourished in ways that still inspire awe today. The construction of towering cathedrals, such as Notre Dame and Chartres, required an advanced understanding of engineering and design. These structures, with their intricate stained glass windows and gravity-defying spires, were not merely places of worship, but symbols of human ingenuity and artistic ambition. The Gothic style, which emerged in the High Middle Ages, showcased incredible craftsmanship, blending spiritual symbolism with mathematical precision to create structures that continue to impress architects and historians today. Innovation extended beyond architecture. The medieval period saw the invention of the mechanical clock, the development of eyeglasses, and improvements in agricultural techniques that increased food production. The three-field system of crop rotation significantly boosted yields, allowing for population growth and economic expansion. The use of windmills and watermills revolutionized industry, allowing for more efficient grain grinding and textile production. These were not the actions of a stagnant society, but of one constantly seeking better ways to live and work. The advancements in shipbuilding and navigation techniques eventually laid the groundwork for the age of exploration, expanding Europe's reach across the globe. Even the concept of knights and warfare is often misrepresented. While battles did occur, much of medieval life was not consumed by war. Chivalry was more than just a romanticized notion. It was a code that emphasized honor, justice, and the protection of the weak. Knights were not just warriors, they were also patrons of the arts and scholars in their own right. Tournaments and jousting competitions, while dangerous, were more about prestige and spectacle than actual military conflict. Furthermore, medieval warfare was not constant. Extended periods of peace allowed for trade, education, and cultural growth to flourish. Trade networks expanded during this period, connecting Europe to the Middle East, North Africa, and even Asia. The Silk Road facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, bringing innovations such as paper, printing, and advanced medical knowledge to Europe. Cities such as Venice and Constantinople became centers of commerce where goods, ideas, and cultures intermingled. The establishment of guilds provided economic stability and training for craftsmen, helping to create a skilled workforce that fueled further economic growth. The rise of banking institutions in cities like Florence and Bruges laid the foundation for modern finance, demonstrating that medieval economies were far more complex than often assumed. The Middle Ages also witnessed significant social mobility, something often overlooked. While the feudal system did exist, it was not as rigid as commonly believed. Serfs could buy their freedom, skilled tradesmen could rise in status, and many women played vital roles in business, medicine, and even politics. Noble women often managed large estates, and some, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, wielded tremendous influence over European affairs. Religious institutions also provided avenues for upward mobility, as monasteries and convents became centers of learning and literacy. Many rulers, recognizing the value of education, sponsored schools and scholars to ensure their courts remained centers of culture and knowledge. The perception of the medieval period as a time of darkness and suffering is largely a product of later historical bias. Renaissance scholars sought to distance themselves from the past, branding the era before them as backward to elevate their own achievements. The term Dark Ages itself is misleading, as it ignores the vibrancy and dynamism that defined medieval society. The printing press, developed at the tail end of the Middle Ages, played a crucial role in the rapid spread of knowledge, helping to usher in the Renaissance rather than simply marking the end of an ignorant age. By looking beyond the myths, we can see that the Middle Ages were a time of extraordinary resilience and progress. The people of this era were not merely surviving, they were innovating, creating, and laying the groundwork for the world we live in today. The next time you hear the phrase the Dark Ages, remember that history is far more nuanced than the stories we have been told. The Middle Ages were not a time of unrelenting darkness, but an era of transformation, discovery, and human ingenuity that still influences us to this day. When people think of the Middle Ages, they often imagine a world of filth and squalor, where unwashed peasants lived in streets filled with refuse and disease. Hollywood and popular media have perpetuated this image, making it seem as though medieval people had no concept of hygiene. But the truth is far from this grim portrayal. In reality, people in the Middle Ages were far more concerned with cleanliness than we give them credit for. Bathing, washing, and even sewage management played important roles in medieval society, proving that life in the Middle Ages was not nearly as dirty as many believe. Personal hygiene was an essential part of daily life, particularly for those who could afford regular access to clean water. Public bathhouses were a common feature in many medieval towns and cities, where people would gather to bathe and socialize. In fact, medieval Europeans inherited a love for bathing from the Romans, whose bathhouse traditions continued well into the Middle Ages. Cities like Paris, London, and Prague had numerous bathhouses where people of all classes could wash themselves, and in some cases even enjoy heated water. In the 13th and 14th centuries, public bathhouses became so popular in many European cities that they were seen as centers of relaxation and even luxury. Bathing was not just reserved for the wealthy or those living in cities. In the countryside, peasants and farmers often bathed in rivers, lakes, or even wooden tubs inside their homes. Soap, made from animal fats and ashes, was commonly used for washing both the body and clothing. Medieval recipes for soap making show that people were well aware of the importance of cleanliness, and many varieties of soap were perfumed with herbs such as lavender and rosemary. Monasteries, which served as centers of knowledge and daily life, encouraged hygiene among their monks and often had dedicated washing areas. Some even required their members to bathe at least once a week, which compared to some later historical periods was quite frequent. Beyond personal hygiene, medieval societies also made efforts to maintain the cleanliness of their cities and towns. Many medieval cities had rudimentary sewage systems, with waste being channeled away through drainage ditches or underground pipes. In some places, regulations were even put in place to ensure waste was properly disposed of, and streets were kept clean. London, for example, passed laws in the 14th century to remove waste from the streets and prevent contamination of drinking water sources. While these measures may not have been as advanced as modern sanitation systems, they demonstrate a clear awareness of the importance of cleanliness and public health. Tooth care was another aspect of hygiene that medieval people took seriously. While they didn't have modern toothpaste, they used a variety of herbal remedies to clean their teeth and freshen their breath. Some of these included rubbing salt or ashes on their teeth, or using herbal mouth rinses made from mint or sage. Wealthier individuals sometimes used primitive toothbrushes made from animal hair or frayed twigs to scrub their teeth. There are even records of medieval people using chew sticks, a practice that continues in some cultures to this day. The idea that medieval people simply accepted filth as a part of life is a modern misconception. While they certainly didn't have access to the same level of sanitation and medical knowledge as we do today, they made significant efforts to stay clean. Bathing, washing clothes, and maintaining public hygiene were all considered important aspects of daily life. The belief that medieval society was inherently dirty comes largely from later time periods, particularly the early modern era, when bathing became less common due to misguided fears that water spread disease. In contrast, medieval people often embraced bathing and cleanliness as a way of life. The next time you see a medieval movie depicting peasants covered in dirt and filth, remember that history tells a different story. People in the Middle Ages valued cleanliness, enjoyed regular baths, and made efforts to maintain the hygiene of their communities. Far from being a time of squalor, the medieval period was one where hygiene was an important part of life, even if it looked different from the standards we have today. Medieval medicine is often dismissed as primitive, filled with superstition and ineffective treatments. While it is true that medieval medical practices were not as advanced as modern medicine, they were far more sophisticated than many people realize. Physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries relied on centuries of accumulated knowledge, drawing from ancient Greek, Roman, and Islamic sources. Universities taught medical students through structured curricula, and hospitals provided care for the sick in ways that laid the foundation for modern medical institutions. One of the most surprising aspects of medieval medicine is surgery. While it is often assumed that surgical procedures were nothing more than crude amputations performed without anesthesia, the reality is more complex. Medieval surgeons were skilled practitioners who performed procedures such as trepanation, setting broken bones, and even removing bladder stones. Texts like the Practica Chirurgiae by Roger Frugadi and Chirurgia Magna by Guy de Chauliac provided detailed surgical techniques and emphasized the importance of cleanliness. While anesthesia, as we know it, did not exist, medieval doctors used herbal sedatives such as opium, mandrake, and hemlock to dull pain. Cauterization and ligatures were used to control bleeding, demonstrating an understanding of wound management. Some surgical procedures, such as cataract removal, were carried out with surprising precision using fine tools and careful techniques. Surgeons also understood the importance of post-operative care, using wound dressings soaked in wine or honey to prevent infection. Herbal medicine played a crucial role in medieval healthcare. Monasteries served as centers of medical knowledge, where monks cultivated medicinal plants and recorded their uses in detailed manuscripts. Texts such as the Herbarium of Apuleius and the Physica by Hildegard of Bingen catalogued the properties of various herbs. Remedies included garlic for infections, willow bark for pain relief, and honey for wound healing. While some treatments were ineffective or based on superstition, many herbal remedies had real medicinal value and are still used in some forms today. Physicians also recognized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. Medieval medical texts emphasized the benefits of balanced nutrition, fresh air, and moderate exercise in preventing illness. Many doctors prescribed specific foods and herbal teas to treat ailments, showing an early understanding of nutrition's role in health. The establishment of hospitals in the medieval period marked a significant step toward organized health care. Contrary to the belief that the sick were simply abandoned, hospitals were built across Europe to care for the ill and needy. Institutions like the Hôtel Dieu in Paris and St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London provided medical treatment, shelter, and food. These hospitals were often run by religious orders that emphasized compassionate care. While medieval hospitals did not function like modern medical centers, they represented an early attempt at structured health care that went beyond simple hospice care. Some hospitals specialized in treating certain diseases, such as leprosy or the plague, and many provided long-term care for chronic illnesses. Medical practitioners in hospitals kept records of patients' symptoms and treatments, contributing to a growing body of medical knowledge that informed future generations. Public health measures were also more advanced than commonly believed. Medieval cities implemented quarantine measures during outbreaks of disease, particularly during the Black Death. The concept of contagion was understood, even if the precise mechanisms were unknown. In some cases, infected individuals were isolated to prevent the spread of illness. Urban centers developed sanitation systems that included waste removal and clean water sources. While these measures were not always effective by modern standards, they reflect a recognition of the need for public health efforts. In some cities, officials enforced street cleaning, regulated the sale of food, and monitored water supplies to reduce contamination. Bathhouses and public latrines were common in larger towns, allowing people to maintain better hygiene than commonly assumed. Medical education in the Middle Ages was rigorous and systematic. Universities such as Salerno, Bologna, and Montpellier trained physicians through formal education. Students studied texts from Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, learning about anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment methods. The curriculum was structured with examinations required for medical degrees. While some medical theories such as the four humours were incorrect, medieval doctors engaged in scholarly debate and empirical observation, laying the groundwork for later medical advancements. Medical students often practiced dissections on animals or, in some cases, human cadavers, contributing to an evolving understanding of anatomy. Universities also fostered medical innovation, with scholars experimenting with new techniques and questioning outdated theories. The medieval period was not a dark age of ignorance in medicine. It was a time of learning, adaptation, and the preservation of medical knowledge. While many treatments were limited by the lack of scientific understanding, medieval physicians and healers worked within the best knowledge available to them. Their contributions to surgery, herbal medicine, hospital care, and public health helped shape the medical practices that would evolve in later centuries. The idea that medieval medicine was entirely backward is a myth that overlooks the remarkable progress made during this period. In fact, many medieval medical advancements laid the foundation for discoveries in the Renaissance and beyond, proving that the pursuit of medical knowledge never truly stagnated. The Middle Ages are often portrayed as a time of ignorance and intellectual stagnation, but this perception is far from accurate. In reality, medieval society placed a significant emphasis on education, and learning was far more widespread than many people assume. The period saw the establishment of universities, monastic schools, and cathedral schools, which laid the foundation for modern education systems. While literacy rates varied across social classes, education was not limited to the clergy or the nobility. Many members of the emerging middle class also had access to schooling. One of the most important developments in medieval education was the rise of universities. The first European universities, such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries. These institutions became centers of higher learning, offering instruction in law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The university model, with its structured curriculum and degrees, provided an educational framework that still influences modern academia. Students studied classical texts from scholars such as Aristotle and Cicero, as well as works from Islamic and Jewish scholars like Avicenna and Maimonides. Despite the challenges of medieval life, these universities produced some of the greatest intellectuals of the time, including Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus. Education was not limited to universities. Monastic schools played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Monks meticulously copied and studied ancient manuscripts, ensuring the survival of Greek and Roman literature, scientific texts, and theological works. These schools provided education to young boys, primarily those training for the clergy, but also to lay students in some cases. Cathedral schools, often attached to large churches, also became important centers of learning. They trained future clerics but sometimes accepted students from wealthy or influential families who sought a broader education. Subjects taught included Latin, logic, rhetoric, arithmetic, and music, forming the basis of the medieval curriculum known as the trivium and quadrivium. Contrary to the belief that only the elite had access to education, many towns and cities had grammar schools where children of merchants and artisans could receive instruction. These schools focused on literacy, numeracy, and practical skills needed for trade and administration. Apprenticeship systems also functioned as an alternative form of education, with young people learning specialized crafts under the guidance of master artisans. This hands-on training was essential for professions such as blacksmithing, weaving, and bookkeeping. Women's education in the Middle Ages was more common than often assumed, though opportunities varied by social class. While most formal education was directed at men, noble women were frequently taught reading, writing, and mathematics, particularly if they were expected to manage estates or engage in correspondence. Some women, particularly in convents, received extensive education in Latin, theology, and even medicine. Figures like Hildegard of Bingen and Christine de Pizan demonstrate that medieval women could be scholars, writers, and intellectuals in their own right. The influence of medieval education extended beyond the classroom. The rise of literacy contributed to the spread of knowledge through books and manuscripts, fostering a growing intellectual culture. The development of libraries, both in monasteries and universities, allowed scholars to access and build upon previous works. Additionally, the increasing use of the vernacular in literature and legal documents expanded education beyond Latin-speaking scholars to a broader audience. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of intellectual darkness is a misconception. Instead, it was a period of educational development that laid the groundwork for the Renaissance and the modern university system. From the rigorous scholarship of medieval universities to the practical learning of apprenticeships, education was a vital part of medieval life. The widespread efforts to teach, learn, and preserve knowledge ensured that intellectual progress did not stall but rather evolved, setting the stage for the advancements that followed in later centuries. The common perception of women in the Middle Ages is that they were entirely subordinate, voiceless, and without power. While it is true that medieval society was largely patriarchal, the reality was far more complex. Women played significant roles in trade, politics, and even warfare, often exerting more influence than modern portrayals suggest. Across medieval Europe, women could be merchants, landowners, scholars, and even rulers, shaping their communities in ways that defy simplistic stereotypes. One of the most overlooked aspects of medieval women's lives was their role in commerce. In many towns and cities, women actively participated in trade, working as merchants, artisans, and shopkeepers. Guild records show that women were involved in professions such as weaving, brewing, and textiles, often running businesses independently or alongside their husbands. In some cases, widows took over their late husband's trade and continued to operate successfully. Cities such as London, Paris, and Bruges had numerous female entrepreneurs, proving that economic agency was not limited to men. Women also held significant political power, particularly in noble and royal circles. Queens and noble women frequently acted as regents, ruling in place of underage or absent kings. Figures such as Eleanor of Aquitaine and Isabella of Castile wielded immense influence, making political decisions, leading military campaigns, and shaping the fate of entire kingdoms. Some women even exercised direct rule, controlling vast territories and negotiating treaties. In many cases, noble women managed estates, overseeing agricultural production, finances, and local governance in their husband's absence. Beyond political and economic roles, some women defied expectations by taking up arms. While female warriors were rare, they were not unheard of. Women such as Joan of Arc, Matilda of Tuscany, and the Viking shield maidens challenged traditional gender roles by leading troops into battle. Even if they did not fight personally, many noble women organized military defenses and commanded castles during sieges. Chronicles and records document instances where women were instrumental in wartime leadership, ensuring the survival of their people and lands. Education and intellectual life were also accessible to some medieval women. Convents served as centers of learning, where nuns not only preserved ancient texts, but also wrote influential works on theology, medicine, and philosophy. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, was a respected writer, composer, and scientist. Christine de Pizan, a 15th century writer, actively defended women's intellectual capabilities and criticized the misogyny of her time. While women's access to formal education was more restricted than men's, those who did receive an education contributed meaningfully to medieval scholarship. The legal status of women varied across medieval Europe. In some regions, women had property rights and could inherit land, particularly in areas influenced by Germanic and Celtic traditions. Customary laws often granted women legal autonomy in matters such as marriage, trade, and inheritance. Although medieval legal systems were not always favorable to women, they provided more opportunities for autonomy than is commonly assumed. For example, in some medieval cities, women could represent themselves in court, own businesses, and form contracts. Religious and cultural attitudes toward women were complex and often contradictory. While many religious texts reinforced traditional gender roles, there were also female saints and mystics who commanded great respect. Women who entered religious life often gained independence and influence, as abbesses sometimes held power equivalent to bishops. Some religious communities fostered female leadership and intellectual engagement, offering women an alternative path to authority outside of marriage and motherhood. The idea that medieval women were powerless is an oversimplification. While they faced many restrictions, they also found ways to exercise influence in commerce, politics, education, and even warfare. By examining historical records, it becomes clear that women played vital roles in shaping medieval society, often challenging the limitations placed upon them. Their contributions were significant, even if they have been overshadowed by later historical narratives. The Middle Ages were not a time of total female oppression, but rather a period of complexity where women could, and did, carve out spaces of power and autonomy. The image of the medieval knight is often reduced to that of a brutish warrior, clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword, and engaging in endless battles. While knights were indeed warriors, their role in medieval society was far more complex than simple combat. They were not just fighters but also poets, diplomats, and philosophers, bound by a strict code of honor known as chivalry. The ideals of knighthood emphasized not only martial prowess, but also loyalty, courtly manners, and a dedication to justice. Their position in society required them to be as refined in the court as they were fierce on the battlefield. Knighthood was a long and arduous journey that began in childhood. Boys of noble birth were typically sent to a lord's household at a young age to train as pages. They learned the basics of combat, horsemanship, and weaponry, but they also studied literature, music, and etiquette. Pages were expected to serve at feasts, learn to read and write, and become well-versed in courtly behavior. By their teenage years, they became squires, serving a knight directly and refining their skills in battle. They were responsible for maintaining their knight's armor and weapons, caring for the horses, and accompanying their mentor into skirmishes. Only after proving themselves in both combat and character could they be dubbed knights in a formal ceremony, which often had deep religious significance. The dubbing ritual was more than symbolic. It solidified their social standing and responsibilities. One of the defining features of knights was their commitment to chivalry, a code that dictated how they should behave both on and off the battlefield. This code emphasized bravery, loyalty to one's lord, protection of the weak, and respect toward women. While not all knights lived up to these ideals, historical records show that many took their vows seriously. Chivalry was not just about fighting honorably, but also about acting as a just and virtuous leader. Knights were expected to resolve disputes, uphold justice, and serve as protectors of the people. This is evident in medieval literature, where knights are often portrayed as noble figures who strive to do what is right, even at great personal cost. Many knights acted as judges or arbitrators in legal matters, settling feuds and ensuring that laws were enforced in their territories. Beyond their roles as warriors, knights were also patrons of the arts, and sometimes artists themselves. Many knights composed poetry and music, particularly within the tradition of courtly love. Troubadours, often knights themselves, wrote and performed songs celebrating love, honor, and adventure. Figures such as William IX of Aquitaine, one of the earliest known troubadours, demonstrated that knights could be both fierce warriors and refined poets. Chivalric romances, which told tales of heroic knights and noble quests, were among the most popular forms of literature in the medieval world. Knights were expected to appreciate the arts, sponsor artists, and participate in elaborate tournaments that combined martial skill with theatrical performance. Diplomacy was another essential aspect of a knight's role. Many knights served as envoys and advisors to kings and lords, negotiating treaties, forging alliances, and maintaining peace between warring factions. They were expected to be well versed in the laws and customs of different lands, able to navigate the complex political landscape of medieval Europe. Some knights rose to positions of great influence, acting as regents, counselors, or even rulers in their own right. Their ability to speak multiple languages, understand economic principles, and interact with foreign dignitaries made them indispensable in the affairs of the realm. Knights were often involved in marriage alliances as well, securing peace and strengthening political ties through strategic unions. Religious devotion was also central to knighthood. Many knights participated in the Crusades, seeing themselves as warriors of God. Orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers combined military skill with religious service, protecting pilgrims and defending Christian territories. Even outside of the Crusades, knights were expected to uphold Christian values, support the church, and engage in acts of charity. Some knights retired to monastic life, seeking spiritual fulfillment after years of service in war. Others founded religious institutions or donated wealth to the church as a means of securing their place in the afterlife. The connection between knighthood and faith was deeply ingrained, with many knights swearing oaths before relics or undergoing religious fasting before significant battles. Tournaments and jousting played a crucial role in the life of a knight. Far from being simple entertainment, these events allowed knights to hone their skills, gain fame, and prove their worth. Jousting was a dangerous and highly technical sport, requiring immense skill in both horsemanship and weaponry. Victories in tournaments could elevate a knight's reputation, earning them sponsorships, land, or marriage prospects. These events were also social gatherings, where knights could showcase their refinement, engage in courtly dialogue, and demonstrate their adherence to chivalric principles. While the idealized knight of legend did not always match the reality, many historical knights genuinely embodied these ideals. Their influence extended far beyond the battlefield, shaping medieval culture, politics, and art. The true legacy of knighthood is not just one of bloodshed and conquest, but also of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. Knights were not merely warriors, they were the embodiment of a broader medieval worldview that valued honor, wisdom, and service. They played critical roles in shaping the societies they served, leaving behind a lasting impact that extended well beyond their years in armor. The knight was not just a fighter, but a guardian of tradition, a scholar of virtue, and a leader whose influence resonated through generations. When people think of medieval cities, they often imagine dirty, overcrowded and unsanitary places filled with disease and chaos. However, this image is far from the truth. Many medieval cities were highly organized, boasting intricate administrative systems, bustling markets, and impressive architectural feats. From London to Paris, medieval cities functioned as centers of commerce, governance, and culture, demonstrating a level of sophistication that is often overlooked. Medieval cities were not simply clusters of houses haphazardly built around castles or monasteries. They were planned and structured with a clear sense of organization. Many cities had walls for defense, intricate road networks, and designated districts for different trades and professions. Guilds played a crucial role in regulating business, ensuring quality standards, and protecting the rights of artisans and merchants. These guilds formed an early version of professional associations and helped maintain economic stability within the city. One of the most significant features of medieval cities was their market systems. Weekly markets and large annual fairs brought people from surrounding villages and towns, allowing for the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Merchants traded everything from textiles and spices to metals and livestock. Some cities, like Venice and Bruges, became major trade hubs, connecting Europe with distant regions such as the Middle East and Asia. These thriving economies encouraged innovation and financial advancements, including the early use of banking systems and credit. Despite common misconceptions, medieval cities had surprisingly sophisticated sanitation and infrastructure. Many cities implemented rudimentary but effective sewer systems, with waste disposal regulations enforced by local authorities. Wells and public fountains provided access to clean water, and bathhouses were common in many urban centers. In places like London and Paris, street cleaning regulations were in place to maintain hygiene, and designated officials monitored food markets to prevent the sale of spoiled goods. Governance in medieval cities was also more structured than one might assume. Many cities were granted charters that allowed them a degree of self-rule, separate from feudal lords. City councils, often composed of wealthy merchants and influential citizens, made important decisions regarding laws, taxes, and public projects. Some cities operated under elected mayors or magistrates, providing an early example of municipal government. This system allowed cities to maintain stability and ensure that commerce and daily life ran smoothly. Culturally, medieval cities were vibrant places filled with artistic and intellectual activity. Universities such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford flourished and attracted scholars from across Europe. These institutions laid the foundation for modern academia, fostering advancements in philosophy, science, and medicine. Additionally, cathedrals and town halls stood as architectural marvels, showcasing the craftsmanship and ambition of medieval builders. Cities became hubs of literature, theater, and music, with poets, playwrights, and musicians entertaining both nobility and common folk alike. In conclusion, medieval cities were far from the primitive and chaotic settlements often depicted in popular media. They were well-organized, economically dynamic, and culturally rich centers of human activity. Their advancements in governance, trade, infrastructure, and education laid the groundwork for the development of modern urban life. Rather than being dirty and backward, medieval cities were thriving centers of progress, demonstrating the ingenuity and resilience of their inhabitants. The history of witch hunts is often intertwined with images of the Middle Ages, but the most infamous and widespread witch hunts actually occurred during the early modern period, long after the Middle Ages had ended. The idea of the medieval era being the height of witch persecution is a misconception, influenced by later historical events and a romanticized image of the so-called Dark Ages. In reality, witch hunts were much more prevalent in the Renaissance and beyond, particularly in the 16th and 17th centuries. The first thing to understand is that belief in witches was not unique to the Middle Ages. Widespread belief in magic, spirits and supernatural forces existed throughout European history, from ancient times through the medieval period and into the Renaissance. However, the systematic and violent persecution of alleged witches really took off during the early modern period. One of the most significant drivers of these witch hunts was the rise of the Catholic and Protestant Reformations. Both religious movements encouraged the belief that witches were agents of the devil, and this fueled the persecution of those accused of witchcraft. In the Middle Ages, while accusations of witchcraft did exist, they were generally not as widespread or organized as they would become in the early modern period. It wasn't until the 15th century, with the publication of the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches in 1487, that the witch hunt hysteria began to truly escalate. Written by two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, the Malleus Maleficarum argued that witches were real and dangerous, and that they were often women who had made pacts with the devil. This book was incredibly influential in encouraging the mass persecution of witches, particularly in Germany and France, but it was not a universally accepted text. Many medieval thinkers, including prominent scholars and clergy, did not fully endorse the ideas in the Malleus Maleficarum. Throughout the Middle Ages, accusations of witchcraft were more often linked to local disputes, personal vendettas, and social tensions, rather than a widespread belief in satanic conspiracies. The belief in witches was certainly present, but it was not as pervasive or institutionalized as it would later become. In fact, much of the fear of witches was tied to rural areas where folk beliefs about magic, healing, and curses were more common. Urban centers, on the other hand, where the influence of the church and educated elites was stronger, were less likely to be caught up in witch hunts. It wasn't until the 16th and 17th centuries, during the Reformation and the rise of Protestantism, that witch hunts truly began to spread across Europe. Protestant and Catholic authorities alike increasingly saw witchcraft as a threat to both religious and social order. In Protestant countries like England, the Netherlands, and the German states, witch trials became a means of asserting control over society and combating perceived threats to Christian orthodoxy. Catholic countries, too, had their own wave of witch hunts, with Spain, Italy, and France seeing an uptick in trials, often fueled by the Inquisition. The witch hunts were also closely tied to the social and political upheaval of the time. The turbulence of the Reformation, which saw religious divisions and conflict across Europe, created an environment where fear of the unknown and the supernatural could easily spread. In times of social instability, accusations of witchcraft were often used as a scapegoat for misfortune, such as bad harvests, disease outbreaks, and unexplained deaths. This fear of witches was often amplified by the growing influence of early modern states and the rise of more centralized legal systems, which made it easier to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft. Despite the prevalence of witch hunts in the early modern period, it's important to note that they were not as widespread or as frequent as popular media often suggests. The majority of the population in medieval and early modern Europe did not participate in or even believe in witch hunts. Many towns and regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. It's also crucial to remember that accusations of witchcraft were often rooted in misogyny and the fear of powerful or independent women. The majority of those accused were women, particularly those who were older, unmarried, or otherwise marginalized in society. Witch hunts were as much about social control and gender dynamics as they were about fear of the supernatural. In conclusion, while belief in witches and witchcraft was certainly a part of medieval European culture, the widespread witch hunts and trials that are most famous today occurred in the early modern period, not the Middle Ages. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of rampant witch persecution is a misconception. The true horror of the witch hunts came in the centuries that followed, when the Reformation, political instability and social fears created the perfect storm for the persecution of thousands of innocent people. The witch hunts of the early modern period are a sobering reminder of the dangers of superstition, fear and intolerance, but they are also a reflection of the changing religious, social and political dynamics of the time. One of the most enduring myths about the Middle Ages is that it was a period dominated by superstition, ignorance, and an overwhelming lack of scientific progress. This idea is often rooted in the notion of the Dark Ages, a time when the intellectual and cultural advancements of the classical world supposedly came to a halt. However, the reality of medieval science tells a much different story. Far from being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages were a period of significant scientific development, particularly in fields such as astronomy, mathematics and medicine. In the medieval period, the foundation of scientific learning was laid in the monasteries, where monks copied ancient texts and worked on preserving knowledge from the Roman, Greek and Islamic worlds. These monks were not merely religious scholars, they were also some of the earliest scientists of their time. For example, in astronomy, medieval scholars like the English monk Bede and the Persian scientist Al-Batani made significant contributions to the understanding of the stars, the planets, and the motion of the heavens. Bede's De Natura Rerum and Al-Batani's accurate calculations of the length of the solar year helped lay the groundwork for later astronomical discoveries. Moreover, universities began to emerge in the medieval period, offering formal education in subjects such as philosophy, astronomy, medicine and mathematics. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, and the University of Paris, founded in the 12th century, were two of the earliest institutions where scientific learning flourished. The medieval university curriculum was heavily influenced by the works of ancient scholars like Aristotle, Galen and Ptolemy, as well as Arabic and Jewish scholars, whose translations of ancient Greek texts provided much of the intellectual foundation for medieval science. Astronomy was one of the key fields of study during the Middle Ages. While many people think of medieval astronomy as primitive or based purely on superstition, the reality is that medieval scholars developed highly sophisticated models of the universe. The most influential astronomical work of the time was Ptolemy's Almagest, a treatise on the geocentric, Earth-centered model of the cosmos. This work was taught in universities across Europe and was widely regarded as the authoritative text on astronomy for centuries. Medieval astronomers also made advancements in understanding the movements of the planets, using tools such as the astrolabe, a device for measuring the positions of celestial bodies. In mathematics, medieval scholars made important strides in number theory, geometry, and algebra. One of the most significant developments was the introduction of Arabic numerals, which replaced the cumbersome Roman numerals and revolutionized mathematical calculations. The famous mathematician Fibonacci, who studied in the Arab world, introduced the Fibonacci sequence in his book Liber Abaci, which had a profound impact on mathematics. Additionally, scholars in the Middle Ages worked on refining Euclidean geometry, and many mathematical concepts that we take for granted today were developed during this period. In medicine, medieval scholars made significant strides as well. While the medical knowledge of the time may seem rudimentary by today's standards, it was based on a combination of ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, as well as new insights derived from the study of anatomy and disease. The writings of Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna were central to medical education in the Middle Ages, and many universities offered courses in these texts. In addition to theoretical knowledge, medieval doctors also made practical advances in surgery and medical treatment. For example, Early medieval surgeons developed techniques for treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing cataract surgeries. Some medieval hospitals even specialized in particular types of care, such as leprosy, showing a level of medical specialization. Medieval alchemy also laid the foundation for the development of modern chemistry. Although alchemy was rooted in mysticism and the search for the philosopher's stone, it contributed to the understanding of chemical processes and the development of laboratory techniques. Alchemists like Roger Bacon and Paracelsus made contributions to the study of materials and chemical reactions, leading to a greater understanding of the physical world. While it's true that many people in the Middle Ages believed in supernatural forces, demons and magic, these beliefs were not dominant in the intellectual elite or the institutions of higher learning. The scientific work being done in universities and monasteries was based on observation, reason, and experimentation. Far from being a time of ignorance, the medieval period was one of intellectual exploration and scientific inquiry. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of scientific backwardness is an oversimplification that ignores the significant contributions made by medieval scholars in many fields. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a period of scientific darkness. In fact, they were a time of significant scientific advancement in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and alchemy. Universities played a central role in preserving and advancing knowledge, and many of the foundational discoveries of modern science were made during this time. The myth of the Dark Ages and the idea that medieval society was dominated by superstition and ignorance overlooks the true intellectual achievements of this period. Instead of being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow in the Renaissance and beyond. The idea of the Middle Ages as a time of isolation and stagnation is a common misconception. In reality, the medieval period was marked by the rise of complex trade networks that connected Europe to the rest of the world. Far from being cut off from other parts of the globe, Europe was part of a vast and intricate trading system that spanned across continents, bringing goods from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to European markets. This interconnected world was built on ancient trade routes, as well as new networks established during the medieval period. One of the most important aspects of medieval trade was the Silk Road, a series of overland routes connecting China, Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Although the Silk Road had been in use for centuries, it remained a crucial trade route throughout the medieval period. Goods such as silk, porcelain, spices, and tea were transported from the east to the west, while European merchants traded products like wool, glass, and metalwork in exchange. This exchange of goods also facilitated the movement of ideas, technologies, and even disease, linking different cultures and societies in ways that would shape the course of history. In addition to the Silk Road, maritime trade routes played an increasingly important role in medieval commerce. The Mediterranean Sea, for example, was a central hub for trade between Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Italian city-states such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa were particularly active in maritime trade, establishing powerful fleets that dominated Mediterranean commerce. Venetian merchants, for example, brought luxury goods such as spices, silks, and precious metals from the East and sold them to customers across Europe. This maritime network was vital not only for the flow of goods, but also for the exchange of knowledge, as merchants and travelers brought back new ideas and innovations from the farthest reaches of the known world. By the 12th and 13th centuries, trade routes connected Europe to even more distant lands. The Crusades, while primarily military campaigns, also opened up new avenues for trade, particularly with the Middle East. Crusaders brought back valuable goods like sugar, citrus fruits, and exotic textiles, all of which became highly sought after in Europe. The Crusades also helped establish trade links between Europe and the Islamic world, where goods and knowledge from ancient Greece, Rome, and the farthest reaches of Asia were preserved and shared. The rise of powerful trade cities and the development of banking and financial systems further contributed to the growth of medieval commerce. In cities like Florence, Venice, and Bruges, merchants and bankers created a financial infrastructure that allowed for the efficient exchange of goods across great distances. The Medici family in Florence, for example, became immensely wealthy through their banking empire, which financed trade ventures across Europe and beyond. The development of letters of credit, bills of exchange, and early forms of banking allowed merchants to conduct business without the need to carry large amounts of cash, making trade safer and more efficient. Medieval Europe was not only connected to Asia and Africa, but also engaged in trade with sub-Saharan Africa. The kingdoms of West Africa, such as Mali, Ghana, and Songhai, were major players in the trans-Saharan trade. These kingdoms were rich in gold, salt, and other valuable resources that were traded for goods like textiles, metalwork, and weapons. The trade routes across the Sahara Desert were some of the most important in the medieval world, connecting the Islamic world in North Africa with the kingdoms of sub-Saharan Africa and beyond. The wealth generated by this trade helped fuel the rise of powerful empires and allowed for the exchange of cultures, technologies, and ideas. The flow of goods was not limited to luxury items. Everyday products such as grains, wool, and timber were traded across medieval Europe, facilitating the growth of urban centers and the development of a money economy. The rise of a merchant class and the increasing importance of towns and cities transformed European society, providing opportunities for social mobility and the spread of new ideas. Despite the numerous challenges of the medieval period, such as political instability, war, and disease, trade continued to thrive. The movement of goods, people, and ideas helped create a more interconnected world and laid the foundation for the globalized economy that would emerge in the centuries to come. The medieval period, far from being a time of isolation, was a time of dynamic exchange and growth, where merchants, travelers, and scholars connected different parts of the world and helped shape the development of the modern global economy. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were a time of remarkable global trade. Through the Silk Road, maritime trade routes, and the exchange of goods and ideas during the Crusades, Europe was deeply connected to Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The development of banking and financial systems helped facilitate trade, while the rise of powerful trading cities fostered economic growth and cultural exchange. Far from being an isolated time, the medieval period was a time of thriving global commerce that helped pave the way for the interconnected world we live in today. When most people think of the Middle Ages, they picture crude, dark huts with thatched roofs and muddy streets. However, this image doesn't do justice to the incredible artistic and architectural achievements of the period. The Middle Ages were not just about surviving in a harsh world, they were a time of immense creativity, especially in the fields of art and architecture. The Gothic period, in particular, was one of the greatest artistic movements in history, giving rise to some of the most magnificent buildings ever created. Gothic architecture, which flourished from the 12th to the 16th centuries, was a revolutionary style that radically transformed the design of churches, cathedrals, and castles across Europe. Unlike the Romanesque style that preceded it, which featured thick walls and small windows, Gothic architecture sought to reach towards the heavens. This was achieved through the innovative use of flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and pointed arches, which allowed for the creation of tall, airy structures with expansive windows. These innovations gave rise to some of the most awe-inspiring cathedrals ever built, such as the Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and the Cologne Cathedral. One of the defining characteristics of Gothic architecture was its emphasis on height and light. The soaring vertical lines of Gothic cathedrals were designed to draw the eye upward toward the heavens, reflecting the medieval belief in the divine. Large stained glass windows, filled with colorful biblical scenes and intricate designs, allowed light to flood the interior of these churches, creating a mystical atmosphere that was meant to inspire awe and reverence. The windows not only served an aesthetic purpose, but also conveyed religious stories to the largely illiterate population. These stained glass windows were not just decorative but educational, helping to communicate the teachings of the church to the people. The construction of these monumental structures was a massive undertaking that required years, even centuries, to complete. The building of a Gothic cathedral was a communal effort, involving skilled masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers. These craftsmen worked under the supervision of master builders, who oversaw the design and execution of the work. The process of building a cathedral was an intricate and highly organized one, with each part of the structure being carefully planned and constructed to ensure its stability and beauty. The labor was intensive, and it often took generations for a cathedral to be completed. Some cathedrals, such as the famous Notre Dame de Paris, took over a century to build, with each generation of builders adding to the work of their predecessors. Castles were another hallmark of medieval architecture. These fortified structures, designed to protect lords and their territories from invaders, were often impressive feats of engineering. While many people today associate castles with large, imposing stone structures, their designs varied greatly depending on the region, the time period, and the available resources. Early castles were simple wooden motte and bailey structures, but over time they evolved into sophisticated stone fortresses, complete with drawbridges, moats, and high walls. Some castles, like the Tower of London and Château de Chillon, became symbols of power and authority, while others, such as the castles built along the Rhine River in Germany, were built for defense and control over strategic locations. The construction of these castles was a testament to the ingenuity of medieval builders. They were designed to withstand attacks, with features such as thick walls, narrow windows, and a system of internal defenses that could be used to repel invaders. Many castles also had great halls, where feasts were held and important matters of governance were discussed. These halls were often decorated with tapestries, wooden carvings, and fine furniture, reflecting the wealth and power of the lords who resided there. Medieval cities also displayed impressive feats of architecture. While they may not have had the grandeur of cathedrals or castles, medieval cities were often carefully planned and organized. Streets were laid out with a clear sense of order, with markets, guild halls, and homes arranged around central squares or plazas. Many cities had impressive town halls, which served as the centers of governance and civic life. In places like Florence, Bruges, and Prague, the architectural development of cities reflected the growing importance of trade and commerce during the medieval period. The design of these cities was influenced by both Roman and Byzantine architectural traditions, as well as the emerging Gothic style. Beyond architecture, the art of the Middle Ages was also rich and diverse. Illuminated manuscripts, which were painstakingly created by monks in scriptoriums, were one of the most important forms of artistic expression during this time. These manuscripts, often made from vellum or parchment, were decorated with intricate designs and vibrant colors, showcasing both religious and secular themes. The artwork in these manuscripts ranged from depictions of biblical scenes to the portrayal of courtly love and chivalric ideals. Medieval art also flourished in the form of frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures. Churches and cathedrals were often adorned with elaborate paintings and carvings that told religious stories, while sculptures of saints, angels, and biblical figures adorned altars and facades. The artwork of the period was deeply religious, reflecting the central role that the church played in medieval life. However, it also celebrated the ideals of chivalry and knighthood, and many works of art depicted knights in battle or performing heroic deeds. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a time of artistic stagnation or crude, primitive construction. The Gothic period, in particular, was a golden age of architecture and art, giving rise to some of the most awe-inspiring structures in the world. The cathedrals, castles, and cities of the medieval period were not just functional, they were masterpieces of design and engineering, built to last for centuries. The art of the time, from illuminated manuscripts to frescoes and sculptures, reflected the deep religious devotion and cultural sophistication of the period. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of primitive huts and backward thinking is simply a myth. The Middle Ages were a time of remarkable artistic and architectural achievement. When we think of medieval food, it's easy to picture dull, bland meals consisting of stale bread and porridge. However, the reality is far more intriguing. Medieval cuisine was actually much healthier, more diverse, and more flavorful than many people realize, and in some ways, it was even better than modern fast food. Contrary to popular belief, medieval diets were based on fresh, locally sourced ingredients, a wide variety of meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, and even exotic spices from far-off lands. The medieval diet was heavily influenced by geography and social class. Peasants typically ate simple foods like bread, porridge, and vegetables, while the nobility enjoyed elaborate feasts with meats, exotic fruits, and highly refined dishes. Despite these differences, both groups enjoyed a surprising level of variety in their diets. For example, medieval Europeans regularly consumed different types of grains, including barley, oats, and rye. Wheat was common among the wealthier classes, while peasants might have eaten bread made from coarser grains. In addition to grains, vegetables played a significant role in the medieval diet. Common vegetables included cabbage, onions, leeks, beans, carrots, and peas. Root vegetables, such as turnips and parsnips, were staples in winter months, providing important sources of vitamins and fiber. The variety of vegetables available was much greater than many people assume, and they were often prepared in creative and flavorful ways. Meat was an important part of medieval cuisine, especially for the wealthy. Game meats like venison, wild boar, and rabbit were prized, and domestic animals such as cows, pigs, and sheep were commonly raised for their meat. Poultry, such as chickens, geese, and ducks, was also enjoyed, and fish was a significant part of the diet, especially in coastal areas or for religious reasons, when eating meat was restricted during certain periods. While the lower classes typically consumed less meat, they still enjoyed occasional servings of bacon, sausages, and other preserved meats. What made medieval food truly stand out, however, was the abundance of spices and flavors. The spice trade flourished in the Middle Ages, and merchants brought exotic ingredients like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and saffron from the Far East, Africa, and India. These spices were highly valued, not just for their flavor, but also for their medicinal properties. Spices were used in both sweet and savory dishes, creating a unique blend of flavors that would be considered gourmet by today's standards. Medieval cooks were also adept at using herbs, which were often grown in household gardens or monasteries. Fresh herbs like parsley, rosemary, thyme, mint, and sage were commonly used to season food. In fact, The wide use of herbs and spices in medieval cooking made the food much more complex and flavorful than modern fast food, which is often loaded with artificial flavorings and preservatives. Cooking techniques were another area in which medieval cuisine excelled. Stews, roasts, pies, and pastries were common dishes, and many of these were cooked slowly to allow the flavors to develop and meld together. For instance, roasted meats were often flavored with a mix of herbs, wine, and spices, creating a rich and savory meal. Dishes like pottage, a type of thick soup or stew, were staples of medieval cooking, made from a wide range of ingredients such as vegetables, legumes, and meats, and often flavored with a variety of spices. The complexity of these dishes contrasts with the simple and often repetitive meals found in modern fast food. Another surprising aspect of medieval cuisine was its emphasis on fresh, seasonal ingredients. In contrast to the mass-produced, preservative-laden fast food we consume today, medieval meals were based on what was available at the time, which meant that fruits, vegetables, and meats were often consumed at their peak freshness. The medieval period also saw the development of early preservation techniques, such as salting, pickling, drying, and smoking, allowing people to enjoy a variety of foods year-round. These preservation methods also helped reduce food waste, ensuring that food was used more efficiently and sparingly. Moreover, the medieval diet was typically much more balanced and nutritious than the modern diet, especially compared to the highly processed and nutrient-poor fast food that many people rely on today. While the wealthy had access to a greater variety of food, both the upper and lower classes consumed a range of fresh produce, grains, and protein sources that provided important vitamins, minerals, and fibers. One area in which medieval food was far superior to modern fast food was its lack of artificial ingredients. While medieval cooks relied on fresh, natural ingredients, fast food is often filled with artificial preservatives, flavor enhancers, and food coloring. Additionally, medieval cooking emphasized whole foods, such as fresh vegetables, meats, and grains, rather than the highly processed and refined products commonly used in modern fast food. In conclusion, medieval food was not just bland or basic, it was diverse, flavorful, and often healthier than many of the fast food options available today. From exotic spices to fresh vegetables, meats, and herbs, medieval cuisine had much more to offer than we often give it credit for. The wide variety of ingredients and cooking methods, along with the emphasis on fresh, seasonal food, made medieval meals far more satisfying and nutritious than the mass-produced options we often consume in modern times. So the next time you think about medieval food, remember that it was a time of culinary creativity, with a rich and diverse food culture that stands in stark contrast to today's processed fast food. The image of medieval peasants often conjures up a bleak existence filled with endless toil, crushing poverty, and subjugation under merciless lords. However, while the life of a medieval peasant was certainly challenging, it was far from hopeless. In fact, many peasants enjoyed a sense of community, stability, and even leisure that we often overlook. Today, we are going to explore the reality of peasant life in the Middle Ages and see why it wasn't as miserable as movies and TV shows often suggest. First, let's talk about work. Peasants did work hard, especially during planting and harvest seasons, but they were not constantly laboring from sunrise to sunset every single day. The medieval calendar was filled with religious holidays and festivals, many of which provided days off from work. Some estimates suggest that peasants in medieval Europe actually had more holidays than modern workers. In addition, work was often communal, meaning tasks like plowing fields or harvesting crops were shared among villagers, making them more manageable and even social. Speaking of community, the village was the heart of peasant life. Unlike the isolated and downtrodden figures we often see in historical dramas, medieval peasants were part of tight-knit communities. They worked together, celebrated together, and supported one another in difficult times. Many villages had communal lands, where peasants could graze their animals or gather firewood, and disputes were often settled locally, rather than through distant lords or kings. Another common misconception is that peasants had no personal freedom, while some were serfs, meaning they were legally bound to the land they worked. Many were free peasants who owned or rented their land. Even serfs were not slaves. They had rights, including protection from their lords, the ability to farm their own small plots of land, and in some cases the ability to buy their freedom. Lords depended on their peasants, and while the relationship was not always fair, it was not purely oppressive either. Food was also better than many assume. While peasants did not eat the luxurious meals of the nobility, their diet was relatively balanced. Bread was a staple, but they also ate vegetables, dairy products, and occasionally meat or fish. Beer and ale were common, as water was not always safe to drink. Many peasants had small gardens where they grew herbs and additional crops, supplementing their diet and providing a degree of self-sufficiency. Fairs and festivals were a major part of peasant life. Church holidays often involved feasts, dancing and entertainment, giving peasants a break from their labor. Some festivals included games, performances, and competitions that brought entire communities together. Traveling merchants and entertainers brought goods and stories from faraway places, adding excitement to what many imagine as a monotonous existence. Marriage and family life also provided stability. While arranged marriages were common, many medieval records suggest that personal choice played a larger role than often assumed. Peasants married within their communities, and families worked together to maintain their farms and livelihoods. Women, while often expected to manage household duties, also worked in the fields and had an active role in village life. Some even ran businesses or inherited land. While medieval peasants faced hardships like poor harvests, disease and taxation, their lives were not defined solely by suffering. They had social bonds, traditions and periods of rest that balanced their labor. Understanding the reality of peasant life helps us appreciate the resilience and resourcefulness of those who lived during the Middle Ages. Far from being powerless victims, they were the backbone of medieval society, shaping the world in ways that are often overlooked. The role of the Church in the Middle Ages is often misunderstood. Many imagine it as a force that stifled progress, suppressed knowledge and controlled society with an iron grip. While the Church did hold significant power, it was also a driving force for education, medical care, and technological advancements. Monasteries in particular played a key role in preserving ancient knowledge, fostering innovation, and improving the lives of medieval people. The Church was more than a religious institution. It was a center of learning, a provider of social welfare, and a promoter of advancements that shaped European civilization. One of the Church's most important contributions was the preservation of classical knowledge. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, much of Europe faced instability, and many classical texts could have been lost forever. Monastic communities across Europe painstakingly copied and preserved works from ancient Greece and Rome, including texts on philosophy, medicine, and science. Without their efforts, the Renaissance may never have had the foundation it needed to flourish centuries later. These monasteries didn't merely preserve texts, they studied them, annotated them, and passed them down to future generations. The famous scriptoriums, where monks worked diligently to transcribe manuscripts, were hubs of intellectual activity that ensured knowledge was not only safeguarded, but expanded upon. Education was another area where the Church had a significant impact. While universities were not exclusive to the Church, many of Europe's first universities, including those in Paris, Oxford and Bologna, were founded with Church support. These institutions trained scholars in theology, law, medicine and philosophy, ensuring that intellectual life continued to evolve. The medieval university system laid the groundwork for the modern higher education system, introducing structured curricula, degrees and academic debate. Far from opposing science, many medieval scholars sought to reconcile faith and reason, leading to important developments in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy. Figures like Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon made strides in scientific inquiry, proving that religious faith and intellectual curiosity could coexist. The Church also played a crucial role in providing medical care. Monastic hospitals were some of the earliest organized medical facilities in Europe. Monks and nuns cared for the sick, often using herbal remedies and treatments based on ancient medical texts. While medieval medicine had its limitations, these religious institutions provided care to those who had nowhere else to turn. Some monasteries even conducted early forms of medical research, experimenting with different treatments and documenting their findings. They applied knowledge from the ancient Greek and Islamic medical traditions, helping to improve medical practice over time. The concept of charity hospitals, which would later evolve into modern healthcare systems, was pioneered by the Church's commitment to aiding the sick and the poor. Technological innovation flourished in monastic communities as well. Monks developed improved agricultural techniques, such as crop rotation and irrigation systems, which helped increase food production and prevent famine. Many monasteries had their own mills, breweries and workshops, refining production methods for everything from textiles to metallurgy. Some monks even contributed to mechanical advancements, designing clocks and water-powered machinery that would later influence European industry. The Cistercian order, for example, was known for its expertise in hydraulic engineering, developing sophisticated water management systems that powered mills and increased agricultural efficiency. Their innovations in architecture, particularly in the construction of churches and cathedrals, also set new engineering standards that influenced later generations. Beyond practical innovations, the Church also played a role in social organization and charity. Many monasteries provided food and shelter to the poor, and church institutions often mediated disputes, helping maintain social stability. The idea that the Church was purely an oppressive force ignores the countless ways in which it improved medieval society. In times of famine or crisis, the Church often acted as a safety net, distributing food and offering aid to those in need. Monastic communities were self-sustaining, but also functioned as centers of economic activity, producing goods that were traded locally and internationally. The Benedictine rule, which emphasized labor alongside prayer, created a model where religious life and economic productivity went hand in hand. Art and culture also thrived under the Church's influence. The Church was the primary patron of the arts, commissioning stunning frescoes, illuminated manuscripts and monumental architecture. Gothic cathedrals, with their towering spires and intricate stained glass, were not just places of worship but also showcases of artistic and engineering mastery. Music, too, was deeply shaped by the Church, with Gregorian chant evolving into more complex forms of polyphony, setting the stage for the rich musical traditions of later periods. While the Church was not without its flaws, it was far more than just an obstacle to progress. Through its monasteries, universities and charitable efforts, it helped preserve knowledge, advance medicine, and even drive technological innovation. The Middle Ages were not an era of intellectual darkness, and the Church was one of the key reasons why. By fostering education, supporting scientific inquiry, and ensuring that knowledge was passed down through generations. The Church played a foundational role in shaping the modern world. The Crusades are often remembered as a brutal series of wars driven by religious fanaticism, conquest, and bloodshed. While it is true that they were marked by violence and conflict, this narrow view overlooks their profound impact on cultural exchange, trade, and scientific advancement. Far from being mere military campaigns, the Crusades played a significant role in shaping medieval Europe and the broader world by fostering connections between different civilizations. They were a complex phenomenon that not only reshaped the political landscape of the time, but also left a lasting mark on the development of knowledge, commerce, and cross-cultural interactions. One of the most overlooked aspects of the Crusades is the immense cultural exchange they facilitated. When European crusaders traveled to the Near East, they encountered the advanced civilizations of the Islamic world, which had preserved and expanded upon the knowledge of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Islamic scholars had made great strides in fields such as medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, areas in which medieval Europe had largely stagnated following the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Crusaders brought back new ideas that had been lost or forgotten in Europe, including the use of Arabic numerals, algebra, and advanced medical practices. The rediscovery and assimilation of these ideas laid the groundwork for the later Renaissance and helped bridge the intellectual gap between antiquity and the modern era. Trade was another major consequence of the Crusades. Contact with the Middle East introduced Europeans to goods and materials previously unknown or scarce in the West, such as spices, silk, sugar, cotton, exotic fruits, and glassware. The demand for these commodities led to the expansion of trade routes, which not only enriched European economies, but also led to the rise of powerful merchant cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became major centers of commerce, connecting Europe with the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and beyond. The economic impact of these new trade connections continued to shape European markets for centuries, fueling commercial expansion, urbanization, and the eventual rise of a powerful merchant class that would challenge the dominance of the feudal aristocracy. In addition to economic and intellectual benefits, the Crusades also influenced European military strategies and castle architecture. Exposure to Islamic fortifications, such as concentric castles, towering stone walls, and advanced defensive structures, led to innovations in European castle design. Many of the lessons learned in the East were later implemented in the construction of castles across Europe, resulting in stronger, more strategically placed fortifications that played a key role in the defense of European territories for centuries to come. Similarly, the Crusades introduced new weapons, siege techniques, and battle tactics that transformed medieval warfare. The use of crossbows, trebuchets, and Greek fire became more widespread, while cavalry tactics and military organization saw significant refinements based on encounters with Muslim armies. The exchange of medical knowledge was particularly significant. Islamic scholars had built upon the medical texts of the Greeks and Romans, developing advanced surgical techniques, medical instruments, and hospital systems that were far more sophisticated than those found in Europe at the time. European physicians who encountered these innovations during the Crusades brought them back to the West, helping to improve medical practices across Europe. The establishment of hospitals and medical schools benefited from these new techniques, gradually transforming medieval healthcare. The concept of quarantine, introduced by Muslim doctors to prevent the spread of diseases, was adopted in European cities, influencing future public health policies. Translations of Arabic medical texts, such as those by Avicenna and Al-Razi, played a crucial role in shaping medieval European medicine for centuries. Religious tolerance and coexistence, while not the primary focus of the Crusades, also emerged as a byproduct of the interactions between different cultures. While hostilities were common, periods of peace and cooperation did exist. Some Christian and Muslim leaders, such as Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, engaged in diplomatic negotiations and mutual respect, recognizing that alliances and truces could serve their interests better than continued warfare. In cities where different faiths coexisted, intellectual and commercial exchanges flourished, leading to a blending of artistic styles, architectural influences, and even culinary traditions. The adoption of spices and new cooking techniques, for example, transformed European cuisine, introducing flavors and methods that are still evident in modern dishes. The Crusades also played a crucial role in shaping the identity of medieval Europe. The idea of a unified Christendom, fighting under the banner of a common cause, helped strengthen a sense of European cultural identity that transcended national and regional divisions. While conflicts between European powers persisted, the shared experience of the Crusades fostered a greater awareness of Europe as a distinct entity within a broader global context. Additionally, the increased contact with the Islamic world encouraged European scholars to seek out and translate classical works, further accelerating the revival of classical learning that would later define the Renaissance. While the Crusades undeniably caused destruction and suffering, their legacy extends far beyond warfare. They reshaped Europe's economic and intellectual landscape, strengthened cultural connections between East and West, and contributed to technological and scientific advancements. The movement of people, goods, and ideas between Europe and the Middle East had lasting effects on the development of medicine, architecture, military strategy, commerce, and even art. Understanding the full impact of the Crusades allows us to see them not just as battles of faith, but as a complex historical phenomenon that influenced the development of the modern world. Despite their origins in religious conflict, the unintended consequences of the Crusades played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual and economic foundations of Europe, leaving a legacy that is still felt today. When thinking about the Middle Ages, many people imagine a bleak and monotonous existence, but in reality, medieval life was filled with a variety of sports, games, and festivals that brought communities together. Far from being a time of constant hardship, the Middle Ages were rich with entertainment, social events, and thrilling competitions that kept people engaged and excited. From grand tournaments to music festivals, from board games to early forms of football, medieval society had an extensive and vibrant entertainment culture. One of the most iconic forms of entertainment in the Middle Ages was the knightly tournament. These grand events, which were both sporting competitions and social spectacles, drew crowds from all walks of life. Knights would engage in jousting matches, displaying their combat prowess by charging at each other with lances while on horseback. Beyond jousting, tournaments also included mock battles known as melees, where groups of knights fought one another in large-scale combat simulations. These events were not only displays of martial skill, but also major social occasions where nobles and commoners alike gathered to enjoy the excitement, cheer for their champions, and celebrate with feasts and festivities. Beyond the battlefield, music and dance played a crucial role in medieval entertainment. Minstrels and troubadours traveled from town to town, performing ballads, storytelling, and playing instruments such as the lute, harp, and flute. These musicians were an essential part of courtly life, but they also performed at fairs and festivals, bringing joy to ordinary people. Medieval dances such as the carol were popular at gatherings, allowing people to express themselves rhythmically and socially. The songs and stories performed often carried moral lessons, historical tales, or romantic themes, keeping audiences entertained while also preserving cultural narratives. Medieval fairs and festivals were another major source of entertainment. These lively events took place in towns and villages, usually on religious feast days or during seasonal celebrations. Market stalls would be set up, selling food, clothing, and handmade crafts, while entertainers such as jugglers, acrobats, and fire-breathers dazzled the crowds. Games of chance and skill, such as archery contests and wrestling matches, added to the excitement. These festivals provided a rare break from daily labor, allowing communities to come together in merriment and celebration. Sports and physical activities were also a significant part of medieval recreation. Early forms of football, known as mob football, were particularly popular. Unlike the modern game, these matches had few rules and often involved entire villages competing against one another, with goals sometimes set miles apart. The game was rough, chaotic, and could last for hours, but it was a thrilling and beloved pastime. Archery was another favorite activity, and in some places it was even required by law for men to practice regularly, both as a form of entertainment and military preparedness. Wrestling, boxing, and other forms of hand-to-hand combat were also widely enjoyed, with contests held at fairs and celebrations. Board games and gambling were common among people of all social classes. Chess, which had been introduced to Europe from the Islamic world, became a favorite pastime of the nobility. The game of tables, an early version of backgammon, was another popular choice. Dice games, often played for money, were common in taverns and at festivals, despite repeated attempts by the church to discourage gambling. These games not only provided entertainment, but also helped develop strategic thinking and social interaction. Even in monasteries, where religious devotion was central to life, forms of entertainment existed. Monks engaged in writing and illustrating manuscripts, a highly skilled and artistic activity that could also be deeply enjoyable. They also played board games, engaged in philosophical debates, and occasionally participated in athletic competitions. The notion that medieval life was devoid of pleasure and amusement is far from accurate. The Middle Ages were a time of excitement, social bonding, and creative expression. Whether through the clash of lances in a tournament, the lively melodies of a minstrel, or the communal joy of a festival, medieval people found ways to make their lives rich and fulfilling. Entertainment was woven into the fabric of daily life, proving that the medieval era was anything but dull. The common perception of medieval justice often conjures images of ruthless punishments, arbitrary rulings, and lawless societies where might made right. In reality, however, the medieval world had well-developed legal systems and institutions that maintained order and sought to administer justice in a structured way. While the methods and punishments were different from modern standards, medieval societies had courts, law enforcement, and various forms of legal recourse that provided stability and regulation. Medieval law was based on a combination of customary traditions, royal decrees, and religious influence. In many regions, justice was carried out through a hierarchical system that included local lords, town councils, and royal courts. The legal framework varied across Europe, with common law developing in England, while continental Europe followed Roman and canon law traditions. Local laws and customs also played a major role, ensuring that justice was tailored to the needs of specific communities. One of the earliest forms of law enforcement was the watch system, in which townspeople were responsible for maintaining security. Many cities and towns had officials, such as reeves or bailiffs, who acted as early forms of police officers, enforcing laws and ensuring that criminals were brought to justice. In England, the position of the sheriff emerged as a key enforcer of royal law, responsible for maintaining order within a shire and overseeing the local courts. Similarly, in the Holy Roman Empire and France, provosts and other officials carried out similar duties. Contrary to popular belief, not all crimes were met with brutal punishments. While serious offences such as murder, treason, and highway robbery could lead to executions, many crimes were dealt with through fines, restitution, or public shaming. For instance, theft was often punished with a fine or the return of stolen goods, rather than immediate execution. In some cases, repeat offenders faced harsher penalties, but the idea of proportional justice was present in many legal systems. Trial by ordeal, a method in which the accused underwent physical tests, such as holding a hot iron to determine guilt, was gradually replaced by more structured legal procedures by the late medieval period. The court system itself was more sophisticated than commonly assumed. Local courts, often presided over by lords or town officials, handled minor disputes and petty crimes, while higher courts addressed more serious cases. In England, the system of royal courts helped establish legal consistency, and the practice of jury trials began to emerge. Instead of relying solely on a lord's judgment, some cases were decided by panels of local men who swore to judge fairly based on their knowledge of the accused and the circumstances. This early form of the jury system helped lay the foundation for modern legal proceedings. Church courts also played a major role in medieval justice. The clergy had their own legal system, known as canon law, which governed matters related to the church, such as marriage, morality, and disputes among clergy. These courts often handed down more lenient punishments than secular courts, focusing on penance rather than corporal punishment. Clergy members accused of crimes could sometimes claim benefit of clergy, allowing them to be tried in church courts rather than by secular authorities, which often led to lighter sentences. Medieval towns and cities also developed their own legal codes and institutions to maintain order. Guilds, which controlled trade and crafts, had their own rules and mechanisms for resolving disputes among members. Some cities, particularly those with charters granting them legal autonomy, had elaborate court systems that functioned independently of feudal lords. The growing use of written legal records helped improve consistency in judgments and ensured that legal precedents were followed. Despite the existence of legal systems, justice in the medieval world was not always fair. Corruption, bribery, and social status often influenced rulings, with wealthier individuals sometimes able to buy their way out of punishment. However, the evolution of medieval law laid the groundwork for many principles that still exist today, such as due process, proportional punishment, and community involvement in legal decisions. The idea that medieval justice was purely arbitrary or excessively cruel is an oversimplification. While punishments could be harsh, legal institutions provided structure and order, ensuring that societies functioned relatively smoothly. From early police forces to jury trials, the medieval legal system was far more advanced than many assume, showing that the concept of justice has long been an essential part of human civilization. When people think of Vikings, they often imagine ruthless warriors raiding monasteries, burning villages, and leaving destruction in their wake. While the Vikings were indeed fierce fighters and skilled raiders, this one-dimensional portrayal overlooks their crucial roles as traders, explorers, and innovators. The Viking Age, which lasted roughly from the late 8th to the early 11th century, was not just an era of conquest, but also one of remarkable cultural and economic exchange, maritime advancements, and exploration that left a lasting impact on the world. One of the most overlooked aspects of Viking society was their role as traders. Viking merchants traveled far and wide, establishing trade routes that stretched from Scandinavia to the Middle East. They brought goods such as furs, amber, and walrus ivory from the north, and traded them for silk, spices, and silver from the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. Viking trade hubs like Hedeby and Birka flourished as bustling centers of commerce, where traders from different cultures exchanged goods, knowledge, and ideas. The Vikings' extensive trade networks helped connect distant civilizations, making them key players in medieval global commerce. Vikings were also skilled explorers and navigators, setting sail on voyages that took them to new and uncharted territories. Their longships, marvels of naval engineering, allowed them to travel vast distances across open seas and navigate shallow rivers with ease. Viking explorers such as Leif Erikson reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus, establishing settlements in what is now Newfoundland. Others sailed to Iceland, Greenland, and even as far as the Caspian Sea. Their fearless exploration expanded the known world and paved the way for future maritime expeditions. Aside from their reputation as warriors, the Vikings were also pioneers in shipbuilding and seafaring. Their longships were not only fast and agile, but also capable of withstanding harsh ocean conditions. These vessels were instrumental in their military campaigns, but also facilitated trade and exploration. The Viking mastery of shipbuilding influenced naval technology for centuries, setting the foundation for future advancements in maritime travel. Viking society was also more structured and sophisticated than many assume. They had complex legal systems, with assemblies known as things where disputes were settled and laws were made. These gatherings, which involved community participation, ensured that justice was maintained without the need for centralized authority. Women in Viking society had more rights than in many other medieval cultures, with the ability to own property, initiate divorce, and run businesses. In addition to their trading and governance, the Vikings had a rich cultural and artistic heritage. Their sagas and poetry preserved the legends of their gods, heroes, and historical events. Intricate carvings, metalwork, and rune stones demonstrated their artistic skill and deep cultural traditions. The Norse myths and stories they left behind continue to captivate people today, influencing literature, art, and even modern entertainment. The legacy of the Vikings extends far beyond their raids. They were entrepreneurs, explorers, and cultural influencers who shaped the course of history. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and connect different parts of the medieval world makes them one of the most fascinating civilizations of their time. Rather than mere barbarians, the Vikings were a people of great ambition and vision, leaving an enduring mark on the world through their trade, exploration, and technological advancements. When we think of banks today, images of towering skyscrapers, digital transactions, and credit cards likely come to mind. However, the origins of modern banking can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when medieval merchants, traders, and early bankers developed complex systems of credit, loans, and financial instruments long before the advent of modern finance. The medieval financial system was built on practical needs and grew as commerce expanded, laying the groundwork for the intricate banking structures that would later dominate the global economy. One of the earliest examples of medieval banking can be found in the bustling merchant cities of Italy, particularly in places like Venice, Florence, and Genoa. These cities were central to trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and merchants had to manage large sums of money to finance their extensive trade operations. To facilitate these transactions, Early bankers began to develop mechanisms, such as letters of credit, which allowed merchants to borrow money from one city and repay it in another, without having to physically transport large sums of currency. This system provided a level of security and convenience for traders, allowing them to engage in long-distance commerce with greater confidence. Alongside letters of credit, medieval bankers also developed the concept of promissory notes, which were essentially promises to repay a loan at a later date. These notes were used by both individuals and institutions, and they served as a precursor to the checks that we use today. Promissory notes were often used in international trade, allowing merchants to complete transactions without the need for hard currency, which was often in short supply. This system of credit helped to stimulate the growth of trade and commerce during the medieval period, as it enabled merchants to conduct business more efficiently and securely. The Medici family, who rose to prominence in 15th century Florence, are perhaps the most famous example of medieval bankers. The Medici Bank, established by Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici in 1397, became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe. The Medici family used a variety of innovative financial tools, including double-entry bookkeeping, to manage their vast business empire. This system allowed for more accurate and efficient accounting, enabling them to track their profits, expenses, and debts with greater precision. The success of the Medici Bank laid the foundation for the development of modern banking practices and was instrumental in the financial growth of the Italian Renaissance. In addition to credit systems and promissory notes, early medieval bankers also developed rudimentary forms of insurance. Merchants engaged in long-distance trade often faced the risk of losing their goods due to shipwrecks, piracy, or theft. To mitigate these risks, some merchants began to pool their resources and share the burden of potential losses. This practice evolved into early forms of marine insurance, where merchants would pay a premium in exchange for protection against the loss of their cargo during transit. This form of insurance was particularly important for the growing trade routes across the Mediterranean, as it provided merchants with a safety net and encouraged further investment in trade. The rise of banking in the Middle Ages also led to the establishment of the first true banks, known as banca in Italian, which were often located in public squares or marketplaces. These early banks were operated by wealthy merchant families who provided loans to traders and entrepreneurs. The banks also acted as a place for depositors to safely store their money, offering a degree of security that was previously unavailable. While these medieval banks were not as complex as modern financial institutions, they played a crucial role in facilitating the flow of capital and supporting the growth of trade and commerce. Despite the many advancements made in medieval banking, the practice of lending money at interest was viewed with suspicion by the Catholic Church, which considered it usury. The Church's prohibition on charging interest created tension between religious and financial institutions, as bankers often had to navigate complex theological debates to justify their practices. Over time, however, the Church's stance on usury softened, and bankers found ways to work within the constraints of religious doctrine while continuing to develop their financial systems. The medieval banking system was not limited to Italy. In other parts of Europe, such as Spain, France, and England, Jewish and Lombard bankers played important roles in financing trade and providing loans. These bankers often operated in a legal grey area, as their work was sometimes viewed with suspicion by local authorities. However, their services were indispensable, and they helped facilitate the movement of money across Europe, particularly in regions where the Christian prohibition on usury was strictly enforced. As trade expanded and economies grew more complex, the need for more sophisticated financial institutions became evident. The early banking systems of the Middle Ages provided a foundation for the development of modern banking practices, including the establishment of national banks, the creation of paper currency, and the development of stock markets. The innovations of medieval bankers and merchants were essential in the evolution of finance, and without them, the economic structures of the modern world may never have come to be. The legacy of medieval banking is still felt today, as many of the practices developed during this period form the backbone of our contemporary financial system. The use of credit, promissory notes, and even the concept of insurance all trace their roots to the Middle Ages, and without these early innovations, the modern banking world would be unrecognizable. The Middle Ages, far from being an era of economic stagnation, were a time of financial creativity and innovation, setting the stage for the economic revolutions that would follow in later centuries. The end of the Middle Ages is often seen as a dramatic shift, with the Renaissance standing in stark contrast to the so-called Dark Ages. This view suggests that the Renaissance was a sudden break from medieval life, ushering in a new era of humanism, science, and artistic achievement. However, the reality is much more complex. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance was not a sudden or abrupt change, but rather a gradual evolution, shaped by a multitude of factors that built upon the intellectual, cultural, and technological foundations laid in the Middle Ages. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, reflects the revival of interest in classical Greek and Roman culture, particularly in art, philosophy, and literature. While it is true that the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on the classical past, this movement did not arise out of a vacuum. The intellectual developments of the Middle Ages, including the preservation and study of ancient texts by medieval scholars, played a crucial role in the Renaissance's emergence. Monasteries and universities in the medieval period were central to the preservation of knowledge, and scholars in these institutions meticulously copied and translated ancient works, ensuring that classical learning was not lost. The Renaissance would not have been possible without the medieval efforts to safeguard this knowledge. In addition to the intellectual continuity between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the rise of the Renaissance was also closely linked to the economic and political changes of the late medieval period. The economic expansion of the 12th and 13th centuries, fueled by increased trade, urbanization, and the growth of banking, created a more affluent and stable society. This newfound wealth provided the resources necessary to support the artistic and intellectual pursuits that defined the Renaissance. Cities like Florence, Venice, and Milan became cultural hubs, where wealthy patrons, including the Medici family, funded the work of artists, architects, and scholars. The technological advancements of the medieval period also laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. The development of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century revolutionized the spread of knowledge, making books more widely available and affordable. This innovation greatly accelerated the dissemination of Renaissance ideas and allowed for the rapid exchange of information across Europe. The printing press was an extension of earlier medieval technological advancements, such as the mechanical clock and improved agricultural tools, which had already begun to transform European society. Another key element of the Renaissance was the growing emphasis on individualism and humanism, ideas that were not entirely new but were further developed during this period. While medieval thinkers were primarily concerned with religious matters and the afterlife, Renaissance scholars and artists began to place a greater focus on human experience, reason, and the natural world. The humanist movement, which sought to revive the study of classical languages, literature, and philosophy, was influenced by the intellectual traditions of the Middle Ages, particularly scholasticism, which emphasized reason and logic. Renaissance humanism was not a rejection of the medieval worldview, but rather a continuation of the intellectual pursuits that had been ongoing for centuries. In art and architecture, the Renaissance witnessed a revival of classical forms and ideals, such as the use of perspective, the study of anatomy, and a focus on proportion and harmony. However, these artistic innovations did not emerge overnight. Medieval artists, particularly those working in the Gothic style, had already begun experimenting with techniques such as light, shadow, and perspective. The Renaissance took these developments to new heights, incorporating the scientific study of the human body and the natural world into artistic practice. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo built upon the work of their medieval predecessors, blending classical influences with new discoveries in science and mathematics. Politically, the late medieval period saw the decline of feudalism and the rise of centralized monarchies, a trend that would continue into the Renaissance. The development of strong centralized states in France, England, and Spain created the conditions for the growth of Renaissance culture. As kings and princes consolidated power, they were able to support the arts, sciences, and education, helping to foster the conditions for the flourishing of Renaissance ideas. At the same time, the weakening of the medieval church and the rise of secularism allowed for greater intellectual freedom and the questioning of established authority. The end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of the Renaissance was therefore a slow and gradual transformation rather than a sharp break. The Renaissance built upon the intellectual, artistic, and technological achievements of the Middle Ages, and many of the ideas and practices that defined this new era were already in development during the medieval period. The transition from the medieval to the modern world was a process that spanned centuries, shaped by the efforts of countless individuals who contributed to the intellectual, artistic, and cultural movements of both periods. In hindsight, it is clear that the Renaissance was not a complete departure from the Middle Ages, but rather a continuation of a long intellectual and cultural evolution. The Middle Ages provided the foundations for the Renaissance's achievements, and the Renaissance in turn set the stage for the modern world. Far from being an abrupt end to the medieval period, the Renaissance was the culmination of centuries of development, a period in which the ideas and innovations of the Middle Ages found their fullest expression. The end of the Middle Ages, therefore, was not a sudden break, but a gradual and complex evolution that paved the way for the modern world. Before the Industrial Revolution, Europe was overwhelmingly an agrarian society, with most people living in rural areas surrounded by expansive farmland. Life was deeply tied to the land and the seasons, and most families lived in small villages or isolated farmsteads, where agriculture formed the bedrock of daily existence. Daily life revolved around the cultivation of crops and the raising of livestock. Families grew wheat, barley, oats, and rye using traditional methods that had changed little over the centuries. Livestock such as sheep, cows, pigs, and chickens were essential for food, clothing, and labor. Farming was laborious and exhausting, requiring the coordinated efforts of entire families, often including young children. Simple wooden plows drawn by oxen and hand tools like sickles, scythes, and hoes were the standard equipment. Without advanced machinery, every task from sowing seeds to harvesting crops had to be completed manually or with basic animal assistance. Technology was limited and innovation progressed slowly. The water wheel was one of the few mechanical devices in use, mainly to grind grain into flour. Other tasks such as spinning, weaving, and woodworking were done by hand in cottages as part of the so-called cottage industries, which supplemented agricultural incomes. These crafts were small-scale, labor-intensive, and largely seasonal activities, heavily dependent on local markets. Communities were isolated and insular. Travel was difficult, slow, and often dangerous due to poorly maintained dirt roads and a lack of infrastructure. Journeys that today would take hours required days or even weeks. Most people lived and died within a few miles of where they were born, and news from the outside world traveled slowly. Markets were small and local trade was the primary form of economic interaction, with distant commerce being rare and reserved for luxury goods like spices or fine fabrics. By 1700, Britain was a society deeply rooted in a rigid social hierarchy. Wealthy landowners controlled vast estates and the political power that came with them. Below them were tenant farmers who rented land and worked tirelessly to meet their obligations, often living in precarious conditions. Agricultural laborers and servants formed the bottom of this hierarchy, with little hope for social mobility. The system of primogeniture ensured that land and wealth remained concentrated in the hands of a few, perpetuating social divides. Living conditions were harsh and precarious. Life expectancy was low, with many children not surviving past infancy. Malnutrition was common, and outbreaks of diseases like smallpox, typhus, and tuberculosis could decimate entire villages. Medical knowledge was rudimentary, and healthcare was practically non-existent for the rural poor. Sanitation was minimal and clean. Drinking water was often difficult to obtain. Education was a privilege of the wealthy elite. For most rural inhabitants, literacy was a rare skill, and formal schooling was virtually unheard of. Knowledge and traditions were passed down orally, and daily existence was governed more by superstition and custom than by scientific understanding. The economy was largely subsistence-based. Families grew enough food to meet their needs with little surplus for trade. When possible, artisanship provided some additional income. Weaving cloth, cobbling shoes, and blacksmithing were among the common trades practiced within the home or in small workshops. Yet these enterprises remained small, limited by the slow pace of manual labor and the constraints of local demand. This world before the Industrial Revolution was defined by its slow rhythm and its deep connection to nature's cycles. It was a world where life was precarious, progress was glacial, and the concept of a radically different future seemed unimaginable to most. Stability and hardship went hand in hand as generations lived much as their ancestors had. However, beneath this surface of continuity, pressures were building. Population growth, improvements in agricultural techniques, and a slow trickle of new ideas were beginning to accumulate, setting the stage for an unprecedented transformation. The dawn before the storm was a fragile balance, a way of life that would soon be upended by the massive forces of industrialization. A transformation was on the horizon, one that would sweep across continents, reshape societies, and alter the course of human history forever. Before the machines roared to life and factories reshaped landscapes, a quieter but equally profound transformation laid the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution. This was the agricultural revolution of the 18th century, a period of remarkable innovation in farming that dramatically increased food production and freed up labor for the coming industrial age. One of the key developments was the system of crop rotation. Traditionally, farmers used the medieval method of leaving fields fallow every few years to restore soil fertility. However, agriculturalists like Charles Townsend popularized a more efficient system known as the four-field rotation. This method involved rotating different types of crops, such as wheat, barley, turnips, and clover, across 4 fields. Each crop played a role in maintaining the health of the soil, and none of the fields needed to lie fallow. This increased yields and kept the land productive year-round. Selective breeding was another critical innovation. Farmers began to intentionally breed animals for specific traits, such as size, strength, and wool quality. One notable figure in this movement was Robert Bakewell, who applied systematic breeding methods to sheep and cattle. His work led to larger, healthier animals that provided more meat, wool, and labor power. This scientific approach to agriculture ensured a more reliable food supply and supported a growing population. Technological inventions also played a transformative role. Perhaps the most famous agricultural invention of the period was the seed drill, created by Jethro Tull in the early 18th century. Before Tull's invention, seeds were typically scattered by hand, a method that wasted seed and resulted in uneven growth. The seed drill allowed seeds to be planted at the correct depth and spacing, significantly improving germination rates and crop yields. Tull's ideas about mechanization and scientific farming methods influenced generations of farmers and agriculturalists. The agricultural revolution did more than just feed more people. It changed the very fabric of rural life. Enclosure Acts passed by the British Parliament allowed landowners to consolidate small plots of land into larger, more efficient farms. While this increased agricultural productivity, it also displaced many small farmers, forcing them to seek work elsewhere. Many of these displaced rural workers would later become the labor force that powered the factories of the Industrial Revolution. The increase in food production led to population growth, which in turn created greater demand for goods and services. This demand helped stimulate economic activity and encouraged investment in new technologies and industries. Agricultural surplus also meant that not everyone needed to farm to survive, allowing a portion of the population to specialize in other trades and professions. The agricultural revolution was not a single event, but a series of interconnected changes that unfolded over decades. It involved scientific discovery, technological innovation, social upheaval, and economic transformation. Without these fundamental changes in how food was produced and distributed, the Industrial Revolution might never have taken root. The spark of change, ignited by the agricultural revolution, set humanity on a path toward unprecedented growth and complexity, forever altering the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world around them. In the 1760s, a Scottish engineer named James Watt initiated a transformation that would forever alter the trajectory of human history. At that time, steam engines already existed, primarily through the work of Thomas Newcomen, who had invented the Newcomen engine in 1712. While groundbreaking, the Newcomen engine was highly inefficient, consuming vast amounts of coal and delivering limited power output. Its main application was to pump water out of mines, and while it served that purpose, it was slow, costly, and restricted in scope. Watt recognized the limitations of this technology and saw an extraordinary opportunity to make substantial improvements. In 1765, while tasked with repairing a model of a Newcomen engine, Watt conceived the idea of adding a separate condenser. This seemingly simple innovation meant that the engine's cylinder could maintain its temperature while the steam condensed in an external chamber, drastically reducing energy loss and fuel consumption. The result was a steam engine that was far more efficient, powerful, and practical. Watt's journey did not end with invention. Realizing that funding and industrial support were essential, he partnered with the successful businessman Matthew Boulton. Together they founded Boulton and Watt in 1775, a partnership that proved instrumental in bringing the improved steam engine to a wide market. Watt's engine was a marvel of versatility. Unlike earlier models, it could drive machinery in addition to operating pumps. This development revolutionized production, making it possible to mechanize textile mills, iron foundries, and a variety of manufacturing industries. Factories no longer needed to be located near water sources for power, freeing them to cluster in urban centers where labor was abundant. This shift contributed heavily to the dramatic urbanization that characterized the Industrial Revolution. The transformative power of Watt's steam engine extended well beyond industry into the realm of transportation. Engineers like Richard Trevithick and George Stephenson, building on Watt's advancements, created the first steam-powered locomotives. In 1804, Trevithick constructed the first railway locomotive capable of hauling heavy loads on iron rails. By 1829, Stephenson's rocket demonstrated that steam locomotives could provide fast, reliable transportation over long distances. The rapid spread of railways stitched entire nations together, shrinking travel times and opening new economic possibilities. Cities grew along railway lines, and markets expanded as goods could now be transported quickly and cheaply across great distances. Steam power also revolutionized maritime travel. Before steam, ships relied entirely on wind and current, making voyages unpredictable and time-consuming. The advent of steamships, such as Robert Fulton's Clermont in 1807, allowed vessels to travel upstream and maintain consistent schedules. Oceanic steamships soon followed, accelerating global trade and making international travel more accessible. The world became smaller, economies became more interconnected, and cultural exchanges increased dramatically. The ripple effects of Watt's improved steam engine were vast. Industries experienced explosive growth, with factories producing goods at unprecedented rates. Urban centers swelled with workers seeking new opportunities. Infrastructure projects like canals, bridges, and later railroads reshaped landscapes. Innovation thrived as the principles of steam power inspired further technological advancements, from steam hammers to mechanical looms. However, these advancements came with significant consequences. The reliance on coal to fuel steam engines led to widespread environmental degradation, with cities cloaked in soot and rivers polluted by industrial runoff. The working conditions in the new factories were often brutal, characterized by long hours, dangerous machinery, and minimal protections for workers. Despite these challenges, the momentum of industrial progress was unstoppable. James Watt's contribution was not merely technical, it was transformational. His improvements to the steam engine unlocked new dimensions of human potential and ushered in an era of rapid, relentless change. He demonstrated the power of applying scientific understanding to practical problems, inspiring countless others to innovate and push the boundaries of what was possible. The story of steam power is ultimately the story of human ambition and creativity. James Watt did not invent the steam engine, but through his vision, persistence, and engineering genius, he perfected it and turned it into the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution. His legacy endures in every train that crosses a continent, every factory that hums with machinery, and every technological leap that traces its roots back to the harnessing of steam. Watt's work laid the essential foundation for the modern world, where energy, technology, and human enterprise intersect to create an ever-changing future. Before the Industrial Revolution took full form, most goods were produced through cottage industries. Families worked from their homes, spinning thread, weaving cloth, and creating finished products by hand. This system, while intimate and skill-driven, was slow, inconsistent, and limited in scale. A series of groundbreaking inventions in the textile industry would soon change everything, pulling production out of homes and concentrating labor in large, centralized factories. One of the earliest and most significant innovations was the spinning jenny, invented by James Hargreaves in 1764. The spinning jenny allowed a single worker to spin multiple spools of thread simultaneously, dramatically increasing productivity. Where once a spinner could only work one thread at a time, now they could manage 8, 16, or even more. This machine greatly reduced the time and labor required to produce yarn, making cloth cheaper and more abundant. Shortly after the spinning jenny, another invention pushed textile production even further. In 1769, Richard Arkwright developed the water frame. Unlike the spinning jenny, which was operated by hand. The water frame used water power to drive the spinning process. The machine produced stronger, finer thread and worked much faster than manual methods. Because of its reliance on water power, Arkwright's invention led to the construction of large mills near rivers and streams, marking one of the first major shifts towards centralized factory production. In 1785, Edmund Cartwright introduced the power loom, an invention that mechanized the weaving process. Weaving, once an entirely manual and labor-intensive craft, could now be performed by machines at a much faster rate. The power loom synchronized the speed of weaving with the spinning innovations, allowing for continuous and large-scale textile production. Factories equipped with power looms grew rapidly, and the traditional hand weavers could not compete with the speed and efficiency of mechanized production. These technological breakthroughs fundamentally altered the nature of work. Cottage industries declined sharply as factories grew larger and more dominant. Workers who had once set their own hours and controlled their own pace found themselves laboring under strict schedules set by factory owners. The shift to factory work also introduced a new labor dynamic, with men, women, and even children working long hours under often grueling and dangerous conditions. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to towns and cities in search of factory jobs. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham expanded rapidly, becoming bustling centers of industry. While factory work offered steady wages, it also brought a loss of independence and subjected workers to harsh environments, with few regulations to protect their health and safety. Despite the challenges, the rise of factories fueled economic growth and innovation. Mass production made goods more affordable and accessible to a broader segment of the population. It also stimulated demand for raw materials, transportation infrastructure, and new technologies, setting off a chain reaction of industrial advancement. The transformation from cottage industries to mass production in factories was not merely a shift in where goods were made, it was a profound social and economic revolution. The inventions of the spinning jenny, water frame, and power loom redefined labor, reshaped communities, and laid the foundation for the modern industrial economy. This pivotal chapter in history demonstrated humanity's capacity to harness technology in pursuit of greater efficiency, forever changing how societies functioned and how people lived their daily lives. The rapid growth of industry during the Industrial Revolution was fueled by two critical resources, iron and coal. These materials formed the backbone of industrialization, providing the essential building blocks and energy needed to power new machines, build infrastructure, and support expanding cities and industries. Coal had long been used as a source of heat, but its role expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, which became widespread thanks to improvements by James Watt, required large amounts of coal to operate. The need for coal drove the expansion of mining operations, especially in Britain, where rich coal seams were plentiful. Coal-powered factories, heated homes, and fueled the engines of trains and ships, making it the dominant energy source of the era. Equally important was iron. Before the Industrial Revolution, iron production was limited and expensive, largely dependent on small-scale bloomeries that used charcoal as a fuel. This changed with innovations in smelting and refining processes. One of the most significant advancements came from Henry Cort, an English metallurgist, who developed the puddling process in the 1780s. The puddling process involved stirring molten iron in a furnace to remove impurities, producing a much higher quality of wrought iron that was stronger and more malleable. Cort also introduced rolling mills, which mechanically shaped iron into bars, sheets, and other useful forms. These innovations made iron more affordable and available in larger quantities, accelerating its use in construction, machinery, tools, and transportation. Iron became essential for building steam engines, railroad tracks, bridges, ships, and later, large-scale buildings and factories. The combination of abundant coal and improved iron production created a powerful feedback loop. Coal mining tools and transportation systems were made from iron, while coal provided the energy to extract and process more iron. Railroads, one of the most transformative developments of the period, relied heavily on both materials, iron rails and locomotives, powered by coal-fired steam engines, enabled faster, cheaper, and more reliable movement of goods and people. The demand for coal and iron also had profound social and economic effects. Mining towns grew rapidly as people sought employment in the expanding industries. However, working conditions in mines were extremely dangerous. Accidents, collapses, and respiratory illnesses from coal dust were common, and child labor was widespread. Despite these hardships, the promise of steady work drew many rural families into mining communities, fueling further urbanization. Iron and coal did not just power industry, they reshaped landscapes and lives. Rivers were redirected to service mills and factories, hills were hollowed out for mining, and cities were transformed by iron-framed buildings and expansive rail networks. The materials became symbols of industrial might and progress, celebrated in art, literature, and politics of the time. The availability and exploitation of iron and coal laid the foundations of the modern industrial economy. They enabled the mass production of goods, the expansion of trade networks, and the rise of new social classes, particularly the industrial working class and the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. Innovations like Henry Court's puddling process were crucial turning points, demonstrating how technological advances could unlock new levels of productivity and economic growth. Ultimately, the story of iron and coal during the Industrial Revolution is a story of human ingenuity meeting natural resources at a moment of profound change. Together they built the physical and economic infrastructure of a new world, setting the stage for the unprecedented advances and challenges that would follow. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, transportation underwent a series of dramatic transformations that reshaped economies, societies, and the very geography of nations. Before these changes, moving goods over land was slow, expensive, and limited to what could be carried by horse-drawn carts or small boats along natural rivers. The Industrial Revolution demanded faster, more efficient means of moving raw materials and finished products, and innovators rose to meet that challenge. One of the earliest transportation revolutions came with the construction of canals. Canals provided a controlled and reliable means of moving heavy goods across long distances. Britain led the way with the construction of the Bridgewater Canal in 1761, built by engineer James Brindley for the Duke of Bridgewater. Designed to transport coal from the Duke's mines to the industrial city of Manchester, the canal dramatically reduced the price of coal in the city and demonstrated the economic potential of canal transport. A flurry of canal building followed, creating a network that linked major industrial centers with ports and raw material sources. These artificial waterways allowed boats to carry far greater loads than could ever be moved over muddy and rutted roads, boosting trade and accelerating industrial growth. While canals revolutionized the transportation of goods over water, a new development on land would soon overshadow them. Railways, powered by steam locomotives, offered speed and flexibility that canals could not match. One of the pivotal figures in railway development was George Stephenson, an English engineer who designed one of the first successful steam locomotives. In 1829, Stephenson's locomotive, the Rocket, won the Rainhill Trials, a competition to determine the best engine for the new Liverpool and Manchester Railway. The rocket reached speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, an astonishing feat at the time. Its success proved that railways could offer rapid, reliable, and large-scale transportation for both goods and passengers. Railroads quickly expanded across Britain and then throughout Europe and North America, shrinking travel times, lowering costs, and linking distant regions together. The railway network became the arteries of the industrial world, enabling industries to flourish far from rivers and ports. At the same time, steam power was transforming maritime transport. Robert Fulton, an American engineer and inventor, successfully demonstrated the potential of steamships with his vessel the Clermont in 1807. The Clermont traveled up the Hudson River from New York City to Albany in just 32 hours, proving that steam-powered ships could move against currents and winds with reliable schedules. Steamships soon came to dominate rivers, lakes, and coastal routes. Ocean-going steamships followed, gradually replacing traditional sailing vessels for long-distance trade. This revolution in maritime transport shrank the world dramatically, allowing goods, people, and information to move faster than ever before between continents. Global commerce expanded rapidly, with raw materials flowing from colonies to industrial centers and finished goods traveling in the opposite direction. The cumulative effect of these transportation innovations was profound. Costs of moving goods fell dramatically, making products more affordable and markets more accessible. Fresh food, manufactured goods, and raw materials could now travel far greater distances, supporting urbanization and the rise of national and international economies. Travel became more democratized as middle-class and even working-class people gained access to faster and more affordable transportation. The world grew smaller, interconnected by networks of rails, canals, and steamships. The transformation of transport during the Industrial Revolution was not just a story of technology, but of human ambition and vision. Entrepreneurs, engineers, and workers collaborated to overcome immense challenges, from rugged landscapes to technical limitations. Their efforts created systems of movement that underpinned the modern industrialized world and continue to influence how we live and work today. Transport innovations like canals, railways, and steamships not only moved goods and people, but also ideas and cultures. They sped up the pace of life, facilitated migration, and spread industrialization across the globe. These achievements demonstrated how technology could break down barriers of distance and geography, opening up new opportunities and challenges for humanity on a global scale. The Industrial Revolution triggered a massive and unprecedented shift in human settlement patterns. Before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas and worked in agriculture. However, the promise of factory jobs and better wages pulled millions into newly industrialized cities. This rapid urbanization transformed the landscape of nations, especially in Britain, where cities like Manchester and Birmingham exploded in size almost overnight. Manchester became the quintessential industrial city. Originally a modest market town, it expanded rapidly due to its booming textile industry. Cotton mills dominated the skyline, and the city became known as Cottonopolis. Similarly, Birmingham evolved from a small town into a major center for metalworking and manufacturing. Its skilled workforce and diverse industries earned it the nickname the workshop of the world. These cities grew chaotically, with little planning or regulation. Fields and farmlands gave way to crowded streets, lined with hastily constructed housing blocks to accommodate the influx of workers. Living conditions in these new industrial cities were often grim. Overcrowding was rampant. Entire families sometimes lived in single-room dwellings without proper ventilation or sanitation. Slums emerged quickly, characterized by poorly built homes, muddy streets and open sewers. Diseases such as cholera, typhus and tuberculosis spread rapidly in the cramped and unsanitary environments. Infant mortality rates were shockingly high, and average life expectancy in some industrial cities dropped dramatically compared to rural areas. Clean water was scarce, and waste disposal was primitive. In many neighborhoods, human and industrial waste was dumped into nearby rivers, contaminating drinking supplies. The lack of public health infrastructure meant that outbreaks of deadly diseases could decimate entire communities within weeks. Medical knowledge at the time was limited, and governments were slow to respond to the growing health crises. Despite these harsh realities, industrial cities also offered new opportunities. For many, the chance to earn regular wages, even in difficult conditions, represented a significant improvement over the uncertainties of rural agricultural life. Cities became centers of innovation, culture, and social mobility. New public institutions such as schools, libraries, and hospitals began to appear, though access was often limited at first to wealthier citizens. The challenges of urbanization eventually sparked reforms. Public health movements gained momentum in the mid-19th century, leading to initiatives like clean water supplies, sewage systems, and public parks to improve urban living conditions. Activists and reformers pushed for better housing, labor laws, and sanitation reforms, laying the groundwork for modern urban planning and public health policies. Urbanization during the Industrial Revolution was a double-edged sword. It drove economic growth, technological progress, and cultural dynamism, but it also brought intense human suffering and exposed the need for systemic change. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham stood as both symbols of industrial achievement and stark reminders of the costs of rapid, unregulated growth. The rise of industrial cities reshaped not only landscapes, but also social structures, economies, and ways of life. Urbanization became a defining feature of modern civilization, influencing patterns of living and working that continue to shape societies around the world today. The Industrial Revolution profoundly reshaped human society in ways never before seen in history. As industries expanded rapidly, so did the insatiable demand for labor. Men, women, and even children found themselves pulled from rural fields into urban factories, mines, and mills, where they endured long hours under brutal and often dangerous conditions. While the revolution propelled technological progress and economic expansion, it simultaneously exposed deep social inequalities, entrenched poverty, and human suffering, eventually igniting the early labor movements that would rise to challenge exploitation and fight for workers' rights. One of the most tragic and heartbreaking aspects of early industrialization was the widespread and accepted use of child labor. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed in factories, mines, and workshops. They worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, often in environments thick with dust, heat, and peril. In textile mills, children cleaned and operated heavy machinery, slipping between moving parts where adults could not fit, at great personal risk. In coal mines, children hauled heavy loads through narrow tunnels barely large enough for them to crawl through, constantly threatened by cave-ins and explosions. Paid only a fraction of adult wages, these young workers often suffered from stunted growth, chronic illnesses, and lifelong health problems caused by their exposure to harsh and hazardous conditions from an early age. Adult workers faced similar brutal realities. Factory owners imposed grueling work schedules with minimal breaks and no regard for physical or mental health. Wages were kept low to maximize profits, and safety measures were either rudimentary or entirely absent. Injuries from machinery were frequent, often resulting in permanent disabilities with no compensation. The rapid growth of industrial cities led to severe overcrowding, where entire families crammed into single-room tenements with poor ventilation, inadequate sanitation, and no clean water. Epidemics of cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis swept through working-class neighborhoods, where healthcare was scarce and often unaffordable. However, as the injustices of the industrial system became more apparent and more intolerable, workers began to organize and push back. Labor movements emerged, seeking to address exploitation, demand dignity, and improve working conditions. Early forms of collective action included friendly societies, mutual aid organizations, where workers pooled small contributions to support members in times of illness, injury, or unemployment. These societies provided a foundation for more formal labor organizations that would become critical forces for change. Strikes became a crucial method for workers to assert their demands. One of the first major waves of strikes occurred in Britain in 1824, after Parliament repealed laws that had long prohibited trade unions. Workers from diverse industries laid down their tools, marching and organizing to push for better wages, shorter working hours, and safer workplaces. Although met with harsh crackdowns from employers and the government, these early strikes showed the power of collective action and inspired further organization across the workforce. Labor unions began to formalize in the mid-19th century. Organizations such as the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union in Britain aimed to unite workers across different sectors into a single powerful voice. Although early unions faced tremendous obstacles, including legal challenges, employer blacklisting, and police repression, they planted the seeds of lasting labor reforms that would bear fruit in the decades to come. Public awareness of industrial labor's horrors grew as journalists, reformers, and writers turned their attention to the plight of the working class. Writers like Charles Dickens captured the grim realities of factory life and urban poverty in novels such as Oliver Twist and Hard Times, stirring public sympathy and calls for change. Activists like Robert Owen and later social reformers pushed for educational opportunities for workers' children, better housing, and safer workplaces. Their efforts pressured governments to begin addressing industrial abuses. Gradually, governments responded with legislation. The Factory Acts in Britain, beginning in 1833, marked the first significant government interventions aimed at protecting workers. These laws limited the working hours of children, mandated some degree of education for young workers, and set the stage for future labor protections. Subsequent acts expanded regulations to improve safety standards, regulate working hours for adults, and establish basic rights for employees. The social impact of the Industrial Revolution was profoundly complex. While it lifted millions out of rural poverty and created new avenues for social mobility, it also condemned countless individuals to lives of relentless hardship and exploitation. Yet it was within this crucible of suffering that the modern labor movement was born. The struggle for fair wages, humane working conditions, and workers' rights became an enduring legacy of the Industrial Revolution. The story of labor during this transformative era is ultimately one of resilience, resistance, and hope. It shows how, even against overwhelming odds and powerful industrial interests, ordinary people could organize, demand justice, and enact meaningful social change. Their courage and perseverance laid the foundation for the labor protections, workplace safety standards, and human rights principles that are now cornerstones of modern societies around the world. Their fight remains a testament to the enduring human spirit and the unyielding quest for dignity and fairness in the face of adversity. The Industrial Revolution, while often associated with Britain, had far-reaching effects that influenced and transformed nations across the globe. As industrialization spread, key figures in countries like the United States, Germany, and Japan played pivotal roles in shaping the trajectory of global industry. The spread of technology, ideas and labor practices made the Industrial Revolution a worldwide phenomenon that reshaped economies and societies from America to Asia. In the United States, Eli Whitney was a central figure in the industrialization process. Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 revolutionized the cotton industry, making cotton production more efficient and profitable. This invention, which could separate cotton fibers from seeds much faster than manual labor, helped the American South become a global leader in cotton production. It also had a profound impact on the economy, contributing to the rise of textile factories in the North, which fueled the nation's industrial growth. Whitney's other significant contribution was the development of interchangeable parts for firearms, a concept that revolutionized manufacturing by allowing for mass production and the assembly of products with standardized replaceable components. This concept spread beyond firearms, laying the groundwork for modern manufacturing processes that would be adopted by industries across the world. While Whitney was laying the foundations of industrialization in America, Europe was also undergoing a transformation. In Germany, the Krupp family became a symbol of industrial power and innovation. Founded in the 19th century, the Krupp company initially produced cast steel, but grew to dominate the production of weapons and other heavy machinery. The family's commitment to technological development and mass production techniques enabled them to become a leader in Europe's industrial landscape. The Krupp company was integral in supplying arms and equipment during the wars of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and their innovations in steel production helped propel Germany to the forefront of European industrialization. Germany's industrialization was also influenced by the policies of the state. The Prussian government played a central role in fostering industrial growth through infrastructure projects, like the construction of railways and the establishment of protectionist tariffs that shielded emerging industries from foreign competition. The government's focus on education and technical training created a highly skilled workforce, and by the late 19th century, Germany had become a leader in chemical, electrical and mechanical industries. The development of industries like the coal, steel and chemical sectors helped transform Germany into a leading economic power in Europe. On the other side of the world, Japan's Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century marked a decisive moment in the country's industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western industrial practices while maintaining its own unique cultural identity. The Meiji government prioritized the construction of infrastructure such as railways, telegraphs and modern ports, which were essential for industrial growth. They invited foreign experts to teach Japanese engineers and workers the latest industrial techniques and technologies. This openness to foreign knowledge, combined with a strong government commitment to industrial development, helped Japan become an industrial power in just a few decades. During this period, the Japanese government also focused on heavy industries, particularly textiles and shipbuilding, and later expanded into the production of steel and machinery. The development of the zaibatsu, large family-owned conglomerates, became a hallmark of Japan's industrial landscape. These powerful industrial groups played a central role in Japan's economic success, dominating sectors ranging from manufacturing to banking. By the early 20th century, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into an industrialized nation, competing with the Western powers on the global stage. The spread of industrialization beyond Britain was a complex process, influenced by the unique political, economic and social conditions of each country. In America, the availability of natural resources like coal, iron and cotton provided the foundation for industrial growth. In Germany, the combination of state support, technological innovation and a skilled workforce enabled the country to become an industrial powerhouse. Japan's rapid industrialization, driven by the Meiji government's determination and foreign expertise, set the stage for the nation to become a key player in global manufacturing. These figures and events represent just a few examples of how industrialization spread worldwide. Each country adapted industrialization to its own context, influencing the course of global history. While the British were the first to experience the Industrial Revolution, the innovations of figures like Eli Whitney, the Krupp family, and the Meiji reformers helped ensure that the impact of industrialization was felt far beyond the British Isles. By the early 20th century, industrialization had become a global phenomenon, shaping economies, societies, and geopolitics in profound and lasting ways. The Industrial Revolution was a seismic event in human history, and its impact continues to resonate throughout the modern world. While it began in Britain in the late 18th century, its effects quickly spread across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. By the time the Industrial Revolution came to an end, it had laid the groundwork for the world we live in today, ushering in an era of capitalism, technological innovation, and significant social change. One of the most significant legacies of the Industrial Revolution was the rise of capitalism as the dominant economic system. Before industrialization, economies were primarily agrarian and feudal, with much of the workforce engaged in farming or small-scale handicrafts. The advent of mechanized industry, however, allowed for mass production, which led to the concentration of capital and resources in the hands of industrialists and business owners. This shift gave rise to a new economic system that prioritized private ownership of the means of production, competition, and the pursuit of profit. The growth of factories, transportation networks, and global trade further fueled capitalism's rise, establishing a system where the market played a central role in determining the allocation of resources and wealth. The Industrial Revolution also brought about profound technological innovations that have shaped the modern world. The steam engine, the spinning jenny, and the power loom were just the beginning. These early inventions paved the way for even more groundbreaking discoveries in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the telephone, the electric light bulb, and the automobile. The Industrial Revolution sparked an ongoing cycle of technological innovation as new technologies created new industries, and those industries, in turn, led to further advancements. It also set the stage for the technological boom of the 20th century, where innovations like computers, the internet, and biotechnology would transform nearly every aspect of human life. Along with technological advances came the rise of modern economies. The Industrial Revolution shifted the center of economic activity from agriculture to industry, and from rural to urban areas. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Pittsburgh became bustling hubs of production and commerce. As industrialization spread, new economic centers emerged, and global trade networks expanded. Countries that had once been dependent on agriculture and handicrafts began to specialize in mass production, exporting goods to markets around the world. This transformation also led to the growth of a consumer economy, where goods that were once rare and expensive became more affordable and accessible to a larger portion of the population. The social changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution were equally profound. The rise of factories and mechanized labor drastically changed the nature of work. People moved from rural areas to urban centers in search of employment, often living in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. The working class grew, but so did the wealth gap, as factory owners and business magnates accumulated enormous fortunes, while workers earned meager wages. This disparity between the rich and poor led to significant social unrest and the eventual rise of labor movements, which advocated for better wages, working conditions, and rights for workers. These movements would eventually lead to key reforms, including child labor laws, workplace safety regulations, and the establishment of labor unions. At the same time, the Industrial Revolution played a central role in shaping the modern welfare state. As industrialized societies grew, governments began to take on a larger role in regulating the economy and addressing social problems. The rise of industrial capitalism, with its focus on competition and profit, created new challenges for workers, such as long hours, low wages, and unsafe working conditions. In response, governments began to introduce social welfare programs, including unemployment benefits, healthcare, and pensions. These early social programs laid the foundation for the welfare systems that we now take for granted in many developed countries. The Industrial Revolution also had a profound impact on global geopolitics. The wealth generated by industrialization fueled imperialism and colonization as European powers sought to expand their influence and secure access to raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods. This global competition for resources and markets would shape the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, leading to the rise of empires, the establishment of new trade routes, and the expansion of European influence across the globe. In conclusion, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution is vast and far-reaching. It transformed the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world. It gave rise to modern capitalism, technological innovation, and the growth of industrial economies, but it also brought about significant social challenges and inequalities that continue to shape our world today. The Industrial Revolution set the stage for the 20th century, paving the way for the rapid technological and economic changes that would define the modern era. Its impact can be seen in everything from the global economy to the way we live our daily lives, and its influence will continue to shape the future of human civilization for generations to come. Long before the name Silk Road was ever spoken, the impulse to trade across vast distances was already embedded in human societies. The earliest origins of what would become the Silk Road can be traced to around the 2nd century BCE, during the reign of the Han Dynasty in China. This period marked a time of consolidation, expansion, and growing curiosity about the lands beyond China's western frontiers. Emperor Wu of Han, who reigned from 141 to 87 BCE, was a vigorous and ambitious ruler determined to secure and expand his empire. One of his most consequential decisions was to send a diplomatic envoy to the west. In 138 BCE, he commissioned a young official named Zhang Quan to travel westward in search of allies against the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic tribes who had long been a thorn in China's northern and western borders. Zhang Quan's journey would take him far beyond his original mission. Captured by the Xiongnu early in his expedition, he was held for over a decade before escaping and continuing westward. He eventually reached the land of the Daywan in the Fergana Valley, modern-day Uzbekistan. There he encountered a sophisticated culture with Greek influences, likely the remnants of Alexander the Great's campaigns. Zhang Quan also traveled through regions such as Bactria and Sogdiana, where he found bustling cities and thriving local trade networks. When he finally returned to China, more than 13 years after his departure, his reports astonished the Han court. He spoke of large, powerful states, advanced agriculture, and most importantly, horses, specifically the tall, strong Fergana horses, which were vastly superior to those used in China at the time. Emperor Wu, deeply impressed, initiated a series of campaigns and trade missions to secure access to these horses, which came to be called the heavenly horses by the Chinese. These horses were not just valued for military purposes, they were a symbol of power and prestige, and obtaining them became a strategic priority. In return, China began exporting one of its most prized possessions, silk. Chinese silk had been produced for millennia, but only during the Han period did it begin to circulate widely beyond China's borders. This was possible thanks to the expanding network of roads, garrisons and outposts established by the Han military. Silk became a form of currency and diplomacy, gifted to foreign leaders and used to establish influence. The trade did not move in a straight line. Instead, goods passed from one merchant to another, moving through a chain of middlemen across Central Asia. In time, these fragmented exchanges formed a continuous trade network stretching from China to the Mediterranean. The early Silk Road thus took shape, not as a formal route, but as a series of overlapping trade paths, both overland and along rivers, that gradually became more organized and interlinked. The regions between China and the West, such as the Tarim Basin, the Pamir Mountains, and the Iranian Plateau, were inhabited by diverse peoples, each playing a role in facilitating trade. Among these, the Sogdians emerged as particularly influential middlemen. Their caravans and language dominated Central Asian trade for centuries. The goods exchanged were not limited to silk and horses. Early trade included jade from Khotan, furs and hides from nomadic peoples, spices from India, glassware from the West, and precious metals. Yet silk remained the most iconic product. Lightweight, easy to transport, and immensely valuable, it became the commodity that defined the route. It was so closely associated with China that to the Romans, the mysterious people from the East were simply called the Ceres, or the Silk People. Roman elites came to treasure silk as a status symbol, though the exact origins of the fabric were cloaked in mystery. By the 1st century CE, trade across Eurasia had become increasingly structured. The Han dynasty's control of the Hexi Corridor and the establishment of protectorates in Central Asia secured the eastern sections of the Silk Road. At the same time, the Parthian Empire, situated between China and the Roman world, served as a powerful intermediary. The Parthians controlled key routes through Iran and Mesopotamia and grew wealthy from their role as middlemen. Diplomatic missions continued to play an essential role in this early phase. Envoys, traders and emissaries not only exchanged goods but also relayed knowledge, technology and customs. Zhang Chan's original journey had opened the door to a broader world, and each subsequent mission pushed that door wider. Religious ideas also began to move along these early paths. Buddhism, which originated in India in the 6th century BCE, found its way into Central Asia and eventually into China. The earliest Buddhist missionaries and texts arrived along these trade routes, setting the stage for the religion's deep influence in East Asia. Thus, by 100 CE, what had started as a diplomatic gamble had grown into an expansive network that was changing the cultural and economic landscape of Eurasia. The Silk Road had become more than a trade route. It was a lifeline connecting empires, a platform for exchange, and a symbol of the human drive to explore, connect, and understand the wider world. As the Silk Road expanded in the first 3 centuries of the Common Era, one of the most influential forces shaping its development was the growing appetite of the Roman Empire for Chinese silk. Though the two great empires of the ancient world, the Han dynasty in the east and the Roman Empire in the west, never established formal diplomatic relations, they became indirectly connected through a complex web of trade facilitated by intermediary states. The fascination with silk in Rome was both immediate and enduring. The delicate, shimmering fabric was unlike anything produced in the Roman world. Initially arriving through Eastern markets, it quickly became a luxury item reserved for the wealthiest citizens. Roman historians and moralists like Seneca and Pliny the Elder commented on the popularity of silk among Roman elites, often with disapproval. They saw the transparent and flowing material as decadent, even immoral, yet demand only grew. By the 1st century CE, Chinese silk had become one of the most prized commodities in Roman markets. The silk itself traveled across Central Asia through a network of merchants that included Parthians, Kushans, and Sogdians. These intermediaries kept the true origin of silk a closely guarded secret. To Roman buyers, the exact source of silk remained shrouded in mystery, and the producers of the fabric were known vaguely as the Seris, meaning the silk people. The Parthian Empire, which controlled the Iranian plateau, played a critical role in facilitating this trade. As a rival to both Rome and China, the Parthians carefully managed their position as intermediaries, often preventing direct contact between Roman and Chinese merchants. They benefited greatly by taxing goods and profiting from the markup at every stage of the journey. Beyond the Parthians, the Kushan Empire emerged as another vital link in the chain, occupying a vast territory that included parts of modern-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northern India. The Kushans bridged trade between Central Asia, South Asia, and China. They were instrumental in the spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road, but they also helped move Roman goods eastward and Chinese goods westward. Archaeological evidence reveals just how interconnected these regions had become. Roman coins have been discovered as far east as Vietnam and southern China, while Chinese silks have been found in Roman tombs and desert trade posts. The flow of goods was far from one-sided. While China exported silk, porcelain, and lacquerware, Roman exports included glassware, wine, metal goods, and artworks. Glass in particular became highly valued in China, as the Chinese had not yet mastered the art of making clear, high-quality glass. Roman amphorae and fine metalwork also appeared along trade routes in Central Asia, often found in the graves of local elites who prized them as exotic treasures. Despite the high demand for silk, the Roman Senate occasionally expressed concern over the trade imbalance. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder lamented that Rome was spending vast sums of gold to import silk, weakening the empire's economy. Yet the trade continued unabated, as merchants and elites saw too much value in the luxuries coming from the east. This era also saw the rise of maritime trade routes that complemented the overland Silk Road. Roman and Indian ships traveled across the Arabian Sea, connecting ports on the Red Sea and Persian Gulf to those along the western coast of India. From there, goods would travel inland toward Central Asia or continue overland toward China. These sea routes were often faster and safer than the long, perilous desert crossings. Ports such as Barigaza and Muziris in India became important hubs in this transcontinental exchange. Trade between Rome and the East was not limited to goods. Artistic and cultural influences also made the journey. Hellenistic art, inherited from the conquests of Alexander the Great, mixed with Buddhist iconography in Central Asia, producing the Greco-Buddhist art of Gandhara. This fusion of Greek realism and Indian spirituality is a testament to the cultural melting pot that the Silk Road had become. Meanwhile, Chinese sources record embassies from the West, including an alleged Roman mission that reached the Chinese court in 166 CE during the reign of Emperor Huan of Han. The envoys claimed to represent Andun, which Chinese historians interpreted as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the Roman emperor at the time. While scholars debate the authenticity of this embassy, the very mention in Chinese chronicles suggests a growing awareness of Rome's existence, even if direct relations were limited. The 2nd and 3rd centuries CE marked a peak in East-West trade. With stable governments in Rome, Parthia, Kushan and Han, China ensuring relative security along trade routes. However, this golden age would not last indefinitely. By the end of the 3rd century, political instability, economic strain, and invasions began to undermine the stability of the major empires. Yet during this brief period, the Silk Road had grown into a powerful artery of commerce and culture, linking the farthest corners of the known world. The Roman connection to the Silk Road did more than introduce silk to the West. It fostered a centuries-long fascination with the East that would inspire future explorers, merchants, and conquerors. It revealed the possibilities of long-distance trade and demonstrated how distant civilizations, even without direct contact, could become interdependent through networks of exchange. The trade in silk, gold, glass, and ideas during this era laid the groundwork for a globalized world centuries before the term existed. Between the 4th and 8th centuries CE, the heart of the Silk Road was not ruled by empires, but by a remarkable group of merchants who became the lifeblood of intercontinental trade. These were the Sogdians, an Iranian-speaking people from the region of Sogdiana, centered around the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, in what is now modern-day Uzbekistan. Though they never built an empire of their own, the Sogdians exerted tremendous influence by dominating the commercial networks that stretched from the Chinese court to the markets of Byzantium and Persia. As the Han dynasty had long since fallen and the Roman Empire had fractured, the Silk Road became increasingly fragmented. Into this gap stepped the Sogdians, skilled in language, negotiation, and cross-cultural exchange. Unlike many of the larger political powers of the time, the Sogdians were not interested in conquest. Instead, their strength lay in commerce, and they became indispensable middlemen, linking East and West. They operated caravans that traversed the daunting deserts of Central Asia, established trading colonies in distant cities, and acted as translators and cultural mediators in an era of shifting alliances and diverse beliefs. By the 5th century, their influence was widespread, with Sogdian trading communities established as far east as Chang'an, the capital of China. The Sogdians were not merely traders of silk. They dealt in a wide range of goods, including spices, gemstones, textiles, silverware, paper, and glass. Their caravans moved these items through some of the harshest terrain in the world, from the Iranian plateau to the Tarim Basin. These routes were perilous and slow, often requiring months of travel, but the rewards were great. Sogdian merchants became renowned for their reliability and neutrality, trusted by rulers from Persia to China. The Sogdians' unique value came in part from their cultural adaptability. They were multilingual, speaking Sogdian, Persian, Chinese, and other Central Asian languages. This allowed them to act as interpreters and negotiators, smoothing the flow of trade across language and cultural barriers. Their inscriptions, letters, and contracts found in places like Dunhuang and Turfan show a high level of sophistication in commercial dealings. Religion was another domain where the Sogdians played a significant role. As they moved between empires, they became agents of cultural and religious exchange. Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian faith, centered on the duality of good and evil and the worship of Ahura Mazda, was widespread among the Sogdians. Many of their inscriptions and burials reflect this belief system, including fire altars and depictions of Zoroastrian symbols. However, the Sogdians were also instrumental in spreading other religions along the Silk Road. Buddhism, which had already begun to penetrate China via Indian and Central Asian monks, found new vigor through Sogdian traders who supported monasteries and translated texts. Nestorian Christianity, a branch of the early church considered heretical by the Byzantine Empire, also traveled along Sogdian trade routes. Christian communities were established in Central Asia and even reached the Tang court in China, where a Nestorian stele erected in 781 CE records the faith's early presence. This period also coincided with the rise of the Tang dynasty in China, which ruled from the 7th to the early 10th century. The Tang court was cosmopolitan and open to foreign cultures, allowing Sogdian traders to flourish. In Chang'an, Sogdian merchants established permanent communities and became deeply embedded in the urban fabric of the capital. They introduced music, dance, cuisine, and fashion influences that left a lasting impact on Chinese high culture. Chinese art and literature from the Tang period often depict Central Asian figures, including Sogdians, in courtly scenes. The Sogdians' presence was so prominent that their names and professions appear in Chinese documents, and their distinctive dress and hairstyles are immortalized in sculpture and mural art. The strength of the Sogdian network lay in its flexibility. Rather than relying on a single path or empire, they moved along multiple routes, adapting to changing political conditions. When warfare or instability blocked one passage, they shifted to another. Their knowledge of terrain, local customs, and political dynamics allowed them to navigate a constantly changing geopolitical landscape. Sogdian letters discovered near Dunhuang, known as the Ancient Letters, offer rare first-hand insights into their lives. One letter, written around 313 CE, describes the suffering of a merchant whose caravan was caught in the turmoil following the fall of the Western Jin dynasty in China. These letters are not only historical documents, but also personal reflections of the perils and ambitions of Silk Road traders. Despite their adaptability, the Sogdians' influence began to wane by the end of the 8th century. The An-Lushan Rebellion, which broke out in 755 CE, severely disrupted Tang China and resulted in widespread anti-foreigner sentiment. Sogdian communities in Chinese cities faced persecution, and their trade networks were weakened. Meanwhile, the rise of Islamic powers in Central Asia, particularly the Abbasid Caliphate, began to reshape the religious and political landscape. The spread of Islam eventually displaced older religions such as Zoroastrianism and marginalized communities like the Sogdians. Yet their legacy endured. For centuries, the Sogdians had built bridges across cultures, economies, and beliefs. Their role as merchant masters of the Silk Road created a foundation for sustained Eurasian exchange. They had connected the worlds of China, Persia, and Byzantium, not through conquest, but through cooperation and commerce. Their story is a testament to the power of cultural fluency, entrepreneurial spirit, and the human drive to connect across boundaries. Even today, their names, letters, and images survive in the art, archives, and ruins scattered along the old Silk Road, reminding us of a time when traders from Central Asia carried not only goods, but the lifeblood of civilizations across continents. From the 2nd to the 10th century CE, the Silk Road was not only a conduit for goods and merchants, but also a vast spiritual highway, one of the most important arteries for the spread of Buddhism across Asia. Originating in India, Buddhism traveled northward through the mountainous passes into Central Asia and beyond into China, carried not by armies or kings, but by pilgrims, monks, and merchants who believed in the power of the Dharma. As traders moved along the caravan routes, so too did sacred texts, ritual objects, images of the Buddha, and relics. These spiritual travelers helped transform the Silk Road into a landscape of devotion, meditation, and cultural fusion, leaving behind a trail of sacred sites that still inspire awe today. The spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road began in earnest during the Kushan Empire, which bridged India and Central Asia. The Kushans were great patrons of Buddhism, and their support helped the religion take root in regions like Bactria, Sogdiana, and the Tarim Basin. From there, Buddhist ideas and practices spread eastward into China. This process was not instantaneous. It required centuries of translation, interpretation, and adaptation. Central Asian monks, often multilingual and trained in Sanskrit, were instrumental in transmitting Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese. The process of translating Indian sutras into Chinese began as early as the 2nd century CE and continued for centuries. One of the earliest and most famous translators was Lokaksema, a monk from Gandhara who arrived in the Han capital of Luoyang around 150 CE. His work laid the foundation for a long tradition of Buddhist scholarship in China. Perhaps the most famous pilgrim associated with this spiritual movement was Xuanzang, a Chinese monk who undertook a monumental journey to India in the 7th century CE during the Tang dynasty. Driven by a desire to obtain original Buddhist texts and deepen his understanding of the faith, Xuanzang traveled thousands of miles across deserts, mountains, and foreign kingdoms. His pilgrimage took nearly 2 decades, and he returned to China with over 600 manuscripts and a detailed record of the lands he visited. His writings, compiled in the Great Tang Records on the western regions, provide an unparalleled window into the cultures and geography of the Silk Road and greatly influenced the development of Chinese Buddhism. As Buddhist pilgrims and monks moved across Asia, they established monasteries and temples along the Silk Road to serve as places of rest, study, and worship. These way stations often grew into vibrant centers of religious life. One of the most remarkable legacies of this movement is the creation of cave temple complexes, which combined architecture, painting, sculpture, and devotion into sacred environments. Among the most famous of these is the Mogao Caves near Dunhuang in northwestern China. Also known as the Thousand Buddha Grottos, the Mogao Caves represent a stunning achievement of religious art and cultural exchange. Beginning in the 4th century CE and continuing for over a millennium, Buddhist monks and patrons carved hundreds of caves into the cliffs overlooking the Dang River. Each cave served as a shrine or meditation chamber filled with wall paintings and statues depicting scenes from the life of the Buddha, cosmological visions, and portraits of donors and monks. The Mogao Caves became a beacon for travelers and a hub for Buddhist learning, preserving not only religious art, but also thousands of manuscripts. In 1900, a hidden library cave, Cave 17, was discovered at Mogao, sealed since the early 11th century. Inside were tens of thousands of documents, including sutras, contracts, letters, and paintings in multiple languages, offering a priceless record of Silk Road civilization. Among the texts was the Diamond Sutra, dated to 868 CE, considered the world's oldest known printed book. These treasures attest to the scholarly, religious, and multicultural life that flourished at this crossroads of empires. The movement of Buddhism along the Silk Road was not uniform. Different schools and sects traveled along different routes, and the religion adapted to local cultures. Mahayana Buddhism, which emphasized the role of bodhisattvas and the accessibility of enlightenment, gained particular traction in China and Central Asia. At the same time, influences from local beliefs, Zoroastrianism, Taoism, and Confucianism shaped how Buddhism was understood and practiced. Monasteries became centers of learning, hospitals and social services, supported by both local elites and foreign traders. Artisans and patrons collaborated to create devotional objects that reflected a blend of styles: Gandharan realism, Central Asian symbolism, and Chinese elegance. These objects helped convey the universal themes of Buddhist teaching while also making them resonate with diverse populations. By the 10th century, however, the Silk Road began to fragment. Political changes, such as the fall of the Tang dynasty and the rise of Islamic empires in Central Asia, altered the religious landscape. Many Buddhist communities declined, and some monasteries were abandoned or converted. Yet the legacy of this spiritual highway endures. The art, texts, and architecture left behind by Buddhist travelers and monks continue to reveal the deep interconnections between Asia's civilizations and the enduring power of faith to bridge cultures. The story of Buddhism on the Silk Road is one of perseverance, creativity, and spiritual passion. It illustrates how ideas and beliefs can travel just as powerfully as goods, and how devotion can leave a physical imprint on history. The great cave temples, the ancient manuscripts, and the biographies of monks and pilgrims all tell a story of belief in transformation, not only of the self, but of the world through compassion, wisdom, and connection. Between 618 and 907 CE, China experienced a period of remarkable cultural, economic, and political flourishing under the Tang dynasty. During this time, the Silk Road reached the height of its prosperity and influence. This era marked a golden age in which international trade, artistic innovation, and cultural exchange were not only encouraged but celebrated. The Tang capital of Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, became one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, a vibrant metropolis where merchants, diplomats, artists, and pilgrims from across Asia and beyond converged. The Tang dynasty's openness to foreign influence and its robust infrastructure created the conditions for the Silk Road to thrive like never before. One of the key reasons for the Silk Road's success during the Tang era was the political stability and expansive control exerted by the Tang emperors. At its height, the Tang Empire stretched far into Central Asia, securing important trade routes and establishing protectorates that ensured the safety of travelers and merchants. The Tang military, including skilled generals such as Gao Xianxi, pushed Chinese influence deep into the Tarim Basin, safeguarding the passes and oasis cities critical to Silk Road commerce. With these territories under Chinese control or allied governance, the movement of goods, people, and ideas became more reliable and frequent. Chang'an itself was a marvel of urban planning and international life. With a population that may have exceeded 1 million, the city was a melting pot of cultures. The Western market, known as the Asishi, bustled with goods from across the known world. Merchants from Sogdiana, Persia, India, Arabia, and even the Byzantine Empire set up shop alongside Chinese traders. They sold and bought silk, spices, gems, incense, glassware, silver, and exotic animals. Cultural and religious diversity was deeply embedded in daily life. One could walk through the streets of Chang'an and encounter Buddhist monks, Zoroastrian priests, Nestorian Christian missionaries, and Muslim merchants. Mosques, Zoroastrian fire temples, and Christian churches stood alongside Buddhist monasteries, reflecting a remarkable degree of religious tolerance and pluralism. The Tang court itself was heavily influenced by foreign customs. Foreign music and dance were especially popular. Central Asian performers dazzled the Chinese elite with their instruments and acrobatic routines. Persian and Sogdian fashions were adopted by the aristocracy, including tall boots, patterned robes, and elaborate headgear. In the arts, this cultural fusion led to extraordinary innovation. Tang ceramics featured motifs and glazing techniques inspired by West Asian designs. Buddhist art incorporated Indian, Central Asian, and Chinese elements. Wall paintings from Dunhuang and sculptures from Longmen illustrate this synthesis vividly. Poetry, too, flourished. Tang poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu referenced distant lands, trade goods and foreign cultures, capturing the global consciousness of their time. The prosperity of the Silk Road during the Tang period was also evident in technological and intellectual exchange. Papermaking, which originated in China, spread westward along the trade routes and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. Conversely, Chinese scholars gained access to new astronomical, mathematical, and medical knowledge through interactions with their counterparts in India and the Middle East. The Tang dynasty encouraged scholarly inquiry and maintained an openness to foreign ideas that made Chang'an not only a commercial capital but also a center of learning. In addition to overland routes, maritime trade expanded during this period. Chinese ships traveled through the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, connecting Tang China with Southeast Asia, the Indian subcontinent, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. Ports like Guangzhou became international hubs where sailors and merchants from many cultures interacted. This maritime Silk Road complemented the overland routes and further extended the reach of Tang commerce and influence. However, the Golden Age was not without its challenges. The massive wealth and diversity that defined the Tang dynasty also gave rise to tensions. In 755 CE, the Anloshan rebellion erupted, leading to a devastating civil war that lasted nearly a decade. The rebellion severely weakened the central government and led to widespread destruction and loss of life. After the rebellion, the Tang court struggled to maintain its former dominance, and the control of the Silk Road territories began to slip. Though the dynasty survived for another century and a half, the cosmopolitanism of early Tang began to wane. Foreign merchants faced increased suspicion, and the vibrant multicultural atmosphere of Chang'an became more insular. Despite this decline, the Tang dynasty's contributions to the Silk Road and global history were profound. It represented a high point in cultural exchange, technological transmission, and artistic brilliance. The legacy of Tang cosmopolitanism continued to influence later dynasties and left an enduring mark on Chinese civilization. The image of Chang'an as a dazzling open city where East met West became a symbol of what global connection could achieve. The golden age of the Silk Road under the Tang dynasty reminds us that periods of greatest prosperity and creativity often arise when cultures meet in curiosity and cooperation. Through trade, travel, and tolerance, the Tang era wove a tapestry of humanity that still captures the imagination today. Its streets, markets, and temples were not just scenes of commercial activity, but living demonstrations of what it meant to be part of a world linked by shared ideas, beauty, and ambition. From the 7th to the 11th century CE, the rise of Islamic caliphates transformed the Silk Road in profound and lasting ways. As the Arab armies rapidly expanded across the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, they established new political and cultural centers that reshaped the flow of goods, ideas, and people along this ancient trade network. The Silk Road's heart shifted westward from the Tang dynasty's China towards cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Muf, which emerged as vibrant hubs of commerce, learning, and cultural exchange. This period marked not only a change in political power, but also a golden age of Islamic civilization, during which science, philosophy, art, and technology flourished alongside trade. The initial Islamic expansion began in the 7th century with the Rashidun Caliphate and continued under the Umayyads and Abbasids. Their conquests brought the former Persian Sasanian Empire, parts of Central Asia, and the rich cities of the Silk Road under Islamic rule. This new political order brought relative stability and security to the trade routes, encouraging merchants from diverse backgrounds to travel freely. Islamic law and commercial principles supported contracts, partnerships, and banking practices that facilitated long-distance trade. Merchants could rely on networks of caravanserais, roadside inns, supported by the caliphates, where travelers rested and exchanged news. Samarkand, located in modern-day Uzbekistan, became a key Silk Road city during this era. Its strategic position at the crossroads of various trade routes made it a bustling marketplace for silk, spices, precious metals, and textiles. The city was known for its stunning architecture, including grand mosques, madrasas, Islamic schools, and bazaars. Samarkand attracted scholars, artists, and traders from across Eurasia. It was also home to a rich cultural synthesis where Persian, Turkic, Arab, and local Central Asian traditions mingled. The city's reputation as a center of learning and commerce was immortalized centuries later by the famed 14th century conqueror Timur, who chose Samarkand as his capital. Baghdad, founded in 762 CE as the Abbasid Caliphate's capital, rose quickly to become the intellectual and economic heart of the Islamic world. The city's House of Wisdom was a renowned center of scholarship where texts from Greek, Persian, Indian, and other traditions were translated into Arabic. Scholars in Baghdad made significant advances in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. These intellectual pursuits were closely connected to trade, as knowledge of navigation, geography, and finance was vital to Silk Road commerce. Baghdad's markets offered goods from as far as China, India, and the Mediterranean, making it a cosmopolitan hub where cultures and ideas intersected. Merv, in present-day Turkmenistan, was another major Silk Road city under Islamic rule. Known for its fertile lands and strategic location, Merv became a center for agriculture, craft production, and trade. It was famous for its impressive walls and buildings, many of which reflected the wealth accumulated through Silk Road commerce. Like Samarkand and Baghdad, Merv hosted a diverse population, including Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, showcasing the religious and ethnic pluralism of the Silk Road during this time. The spread of Islam also influenced Silk Road trade culturally and religiously. Islamic art and architecture introduced new aesthetics, emphasizing geometric patterns, calligraphy, and intricate tile work. Merchants carried Islamic coins, such as the dinar and dirham, along trade routes, which became widely accepted currencies facilitating exchange. The Arabic language spread as a lingua franca for commerce and diplomacy. Moreover, Islamic dietary laws and social customs shaped the daily lives of traders and urban residents. Despite the prosperity, the Silk Road during the Islamic expansion also faced challenges. Political rivalries, shifting alliances, and periodic conflicts occasionally disrupted trade. The rise of the Seljuk Turks and later the Mongols introduced new powers that would further alter the region's dynamics. Still, the foundations laid during the Caliphate era ensured that the Silk Road remained a conduit for goods, knowledge, and culture. In conclusion, the Islamic expansion between the 7th and 11th centuries reoriented the Silk Road's centers of power and culture. Cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Merv blossomed into magnificent metropolises that connected East and West not only through commerce, but through shared intellectual and artistic achievements. This era exemplifies how political change can invigorate trade networks and foster cross-cultural exchange, leaving a legacy that shaped the course of history well beyond the Silk Road itself. The rise of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century marked one of the most transformative periods in the history of the Silk Road. Before the Mongols, the Silk Road had existed for centuries, but it was often fragmented, controlled by various competing empires, kingdoms, and nomadic tribes. This fragmentation led to frequent conflicts, banditry, and unstable conditions that hindered the free flow of goods and ideas. However, the Mongol Empire, founded by Genghis Khan in the early 1200s, brought unprecedented stability and unification to the vast trade network stretching from China to Europe. Genghis Khan, born as Temujin around 1162 in the Mongolian steppes, rose from humble beginnings and through military genius and unrelenting ambition united the Mongol tribes. His vision was not only conquest, but also to create a stable and prosperous empire where trade and communication could flourish. Once the Mongol Empire expanded across Central Asia and into China, Persia, and Eastern Europe, the vast territory they controlled became known as the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace. This period saw the restoration and protection of the Silk Road, making travel safer than it had been for centuries. Merchants, diplomats, missionaries, and travelers moved across the empire with far less fear of robbery or violence. Caravanserais, or roadside inns, were established at regular intervals along the routes, providing rest and supplies for traders and their animals. The Mongol rulers actively promoted commerce and cultural exchange, recognizing the immense wealth and knowledge that could flow along the Silk Road. Under their rule, the volume of trade increased dramatically, and new goods and ideas traveled at a speed previously unseen. One of the most famous travelers to take advantage of this newfound stability was the Venetian merchant Marco Polo. In the late 13th century, Polo embarked on a journey that took him from Venice to the court of Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson and founder of the Yuan dynasty in China. Marco Polo's detailed accounts introduced Europeans to the vast wealth and advanced civilizations of Asia, sparking curiosity and future exploration. The Mongols not only facilitated the exchange of luxury goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also helped spread revolutionary inventions westward. Technologies such as papermaking, printing, gunpowder, and the compass, all developed in China, traveled along the Silk Road and eventually transformed warfare, communication, and navigation in Europe. The Mongol postal system, known as the Yam, was an early version of a relay network that allowed messages and goods to be transported efficiently across vast distances. This system ensured rapid communication between different parts of the empire, further strengthening the Silk Road's function as a conduit for exchange. Religions also spread along the Mongol-controlled routes. The empire was remarkably tolerant of diverse faiths, including Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and traditional shamanistic beliefs. This religious diversity encouraged dialogue and cultural blending among peoples who had never before encountered each other. The Mongol Empire's unification of the Silk Road was not without challenges. Despite the initial period of peace, internal strife, succession disputes, and the eventual fragmentation of the empire in the late 14th century led to renewed instability along the trade routes. The rise of competing powers, such as the Ottoman Empire and the Ming dynasty in China, shifted the political landscape and trade dynamics once again. However, the Mongol era had already reshaped the Silk Road in fundamental ways. By bringing vast territories under one rule and creating a relatively peaceful environment for travel and trade, the Mongols connected the East and West more closely than ever before. This connection accelerated the exchange of goods, ideas, culture, and technology, laying the groundwork for the global interactions that would define the coming centuries. The legacy of the Mongol Empire's impact on the Silk Road is still evident today in the cultural and historical ties that link Asia and Europe. Their unification of the road was a critical chapter in the long story of human connection and exchange that the Silk Road represents. In the mid-14th century, the flourishing networks of the Silk Road and other overland trade routes faced an unprecedented catastrophe that would shake Eurasia to its core. This catastrophe was the Black Death, a devastating outbreak of bubonic plague that swept across the continent between 1347 and the late 15th century. The plague's origins can be traced to Central Asia, where the disease was endemic among rodent populations. It spread rapidly along the established trade routes, carried by fleas that infested rats aboard merchant caravans and ships. The Black Death entered Europe in 1347, arriving at the port city of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula, which was a major trading hub connecting the east and west. The city had been besieged by the forces of the Mongol Golden Horde, and according to some historical accounts, the Mongols may have used biological warfare by catapulting plague-infected corpses into the city to break the siege. Regardless of the exact cause, the plague spread swiftly from Kaffa throughout the Mediterranean and across Europe, reaching major cities and rural areas alike. The impact of the Black Death was catastrophic. It is estimated that the plague killed between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in just a few years. The death toll across Asia and the Middle East was similarly devastating, leading to massive depopulation. Entire villages and towns were wiped out. The scale of human loss created widespread fear and social upheaval. Trade routes that once bustled with activity grew dangerously silent. Merchants, caravans, and travelers avoided long journeys, fearful of infection and violence born from desperation. This collapse in trade disrupted not only the flow of goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also the exchange of ideas, culture, and technology. The overland Silk Road network, which had thrived for centuries under empires like the Mongols, fragmented. Political instability and the decline of centralized powers made the routes unsafe. Banditry and local conflicts increased as authority weakened in many regions. Moreover, the psychological impact of the plague changed how societies viewed travel and commerce. Fear of contagion led to quarantine measures and restrictions on movement. Many cities erected walls or closed their gates to outsiders. Long-distance travel, especially along the risky Silk Road paths crossing deserts and mountains, became less attractive. Economic activity shifted as maritime routes began to gain importance, with sea trade rising in the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean regions. The decline of the overland trade routes also contributed to the gradual political and economic shifts in Eurasia. The Mongol Empire, which had maintained peace and security across vast stretches of Asia, fragmented and lost its ability to protect and promote the Silk Road. New powers emerged, and the focus of trade moved toward maritime routes controlled by emerging European naval powers like Portugal and Venice. Despite this decline, the legacy of the Silk Road remained powerful. Even as overland trade diminished, the cultural and technological exchanges it had facilitated continued to influence societies. The Black Death, as tragic as it was, also accelerated changes in European society, including labor shortages that challenged feudal systems and helped stimulate economic transformation. By the end of the 15th century, the overland Silk Road was no longer the dominant artery of global trade it once had been. The catastrophic impact of the plague, combined with political fragmentation and changing economic priorities, had unraveled the great overland networks. Yet the story of the Silk Road would continue in new forms as maritime routes expanded and the age of global exploration dawned. By the 15th century, the centuries-old dominance of the Silk Road as the main artery of global trade was beginning to wane. A major shift was underway, driven by advances in maritime technology and the bold spirit of European exploration. These changes would reshape the global economy and profoundly reduce the importance of the traditional land-based trade routes that had connected East and West for over a millennium. The decline of the overland Silk Road routes had already begun in the 14th century, accelerated by the catastrophic impact of the Black Death and political fragmentation across Eurasia. However, it was the rise of sea routes controlled by European powers that decisively shifted the balance of global trade. Improvements in shipbuilding, navigation techniques, and the development of new maritime technologies like the compass and the astrolabe made long-distance ocean voyages safer and more feasible than ever before. Portugal and Spain were the first European nations to capitalize on these advances. Portuguese explorers, such as Vasco da Gama, sailed around the southern tip of Africa in 1498, establishing a direct sea route to the rich markets of India. This route bypassed the traditional Silk Road and the Middle Eastern and Central Asian intermediaries who had long controlled trade between Europe and Asia. The Portuguese quickly set up fortified trading posts along the African coast, India, and later Southeast Asia, controlling key maritime choke points and monopolizing lucrative goods like spices, textiles, and precious metals. Spain's voyages to the Americas opened entirely new worlds of trade and wealth, further shifting economic focus westward. The influx of silver from New World mines, especially in places like Potosi, fueled global trade, but also altered economic dynamics in Europe and Asia. The increased availability of precious metals helped finance further maritime ventures and expanded European influence across the globe. Other European powers, including the Dutch and the English, soon joined the maritime competition. The Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company became powerful trading entities that challenged Portuguese and Spanish dominance. These companies established vast trading networks and colonies in Asia, further reducing the relevance of the overland Silk Road. The new sea routes allowed European powers to transport larger volumes of goods more efficiently and at lower cost than the slow, hazardous overland caravans. Maritime trade could carry bulk goods like spices, tea, silk, and porcelain in unprecedented quantities, opening global markets and fostering economic globalization. This shift also changed the cultural and political landscape of Asia and Europe, as European influence grew and Asian empires had to adapt to the new realities of global trade. Meanwhile, the traditional Silk Road routes suffered political instability. The rise of the Ottoman Empire's control over key land passages and the increasing focus on maritime commerce led to a decline in the use of overland paths. The Silk Road's role transitioned from a vital trade artery to more regional and localized commerce. Despite this decline, the Silk Road's legacy endured. The centuries of exchange it had fostered between East and West had a lasting impact on the movement of ideas, technologies, religions, and cultures. The maritime age was not an end to global connectivity, but a transformation, a shift in how goods and people moved across the world. In conclusion, the rise of European maritime powers in the 15th to 17th centuries fundamentally changed global trade by bypassing the Silk Road. The new sea routes transformed the global economy, diminished the role of traditional overland trade, and set the stage for the modern era of globalization and worldwide commerce. The Silk Road may have lost its dominance as the primary trade route centuries ago, but its legacy continues to shape our world in profound and often surprising ways. From the 18th century to the present day, the influences of the Silk Road have permeated global history, culture, genetics, language, cuisine, and geopolitics, leaving an indelible mark on human civilization. One of the most visible legacies of the Silk Road is cultural exchange. The centuries of contact between diverse peoples along the routes fostered the spread of religions such as Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. These beliefs traveled vast distances and adapted to new cultural contexts, influencing art, architecture, philosophy, and social structures across continents. The Silk Road also served as a conduit for languages, with traders and travelers adopting and blending dialects and vocabularies that enriched communication. Cuisine is another area where the Silk Road's influence is unmistakable. Many spices, fruits, and cooking techniques that originated in one region traveled hundreds or thousands of miles to become staples in faraway lands. For example, the chili pepper, native to the Americas, became a fundamental ingredient in Asian cooking after being introduced via later trade routes. Similarly, noodles, rice varieties, and tea spread along the Silk Road, creating culinary traditions that remain vital parts of many cultures today. The Silk Road's impact also reaches into human genetics. Genetic studies have revealed the movement and intermingling of populations along these trade routes. The exchange of peoples, whether merchants, migrants, or conquerors, helped shape the genetic diversity of Eurasia, contributing to the rich tapestry of humanity we see today. Politically and economically, the Silk Road laid foundations for globalization long before the modern era. The interconnectedness fostered by trade created early forms of international diplomacy, treaties, and economic systems that resonate with today's globalized world. The rise and fall of empires along the Silk Road also demonstrate how trade routes can influence the rise of power and the shifting dynamics of regional and global politics. In the 21st century, the legacy of the Silk Road has inspired ambitious new initiatives. Perhaps the most notable is China's Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2013. This modern infrastructure and economic project aims to revive the ancient Silk Road by connecting Asia with Africa, Europe, and beyond, through a network of railways, highways, ports, and trade agreements. The initiative reflects the continuing importance of connectivity, economic cooperation, and cultural exchange in an increasingly interconnected world. The Silk Road's legacy also reminds us of the challenges that come with global trade, including geopolitical competition, cultural tensions, and the need for sustainable development. Understanding this history helps provide context for contemporary global issues and encourages cooperation rooted in a shared human past. In conclusion, the Silk Road was much more than a trade route. It was a dynamic artery of exchange that shaped human history over centuries. Its echoes persist in our cultures, economies, and global relationships. As modern societies look toward new connections and partnerships, the spirit of the Silk Road continues to inspire visions of a world linked by commerce, culture, and cooperation. The story of the British Empire's expansion begins in the late 15th century during the reign of Henry VII. At this time, England was a modest kingdom with limited influence beyond its borders. However, the successes of Spanish and Portuguese navigators, such as Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama, ignited an ambition within England to seek new routes to wealth and power across the seas. In 1497, Henry VII sponsored the Venetian navigator John Cabot, who sailed westward across the Atlantic. Cabot landed on the coast of what is believed today to be Newfoundland. Although Cabot's discoveries did not immediately lead to colonization, his voyages marked the beginning of England's overseas aspirations. They demonstrated that England too could find opportunities beyond Europe, setting a precedent for future maritime exploration. Despite these early efforts, England's progress in building an overseas empire was slow during the 16th century. Domestic political struggles and the formidable competition from Spain and Portugal limited English ambitions. However, the seeds had been planted, and by the reign of Elizabeth I, the spirit of exploration and expansion was reignited with greater intensity. Elizabeth I understood the potential of overseas ventures not only for wealth, but also for national prestige. Under her rule, privateers and explorers such as Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Martin Frobisher embarked on daring voyages. These adventurers sought new lands, engaged in trade, and often plundered Spanish ships and settlements. Their activities blurred the lines between piracy and exploration, but significantly expanded England's maritime experience and ambitions. One of the key developments of this period was the establishment of early trading companies. The Muscovy Company, founded in 1555, aimed to develop trade routes to Russia and the East. Later, the Levant Company and the East India Company were formed, reflecting a growing English interest in tapping into the wealth of Asia. Although these companies initially focused on trade rather than colonization, they set the stage for England's later imperial expansion. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was a turning point. It established England as a formidable naval power capable of challenging Spanish dominance on the seas. The victory boosted national confidence and cleared the way for increased exploration and colonial ventures. Throughout the late 16th century, English settlers made several attempts to establish colonies in the New World. Sir Walter Raleigh's efforts to found a colony on Roanoke Island, known as the Lost Colony, ended in failure. Nonetheless, these early attempts provided valuable lessons that would inform more successful colonization efforts in the following century. The late 15th and 16th centuries thus laid the foundations for England's future empire. Through a combination of daring exploration, privateering, trading ventures, and naval conflict, England began to position itself as a player on the global stage. While immediate successes were limited and often fraught with setbacks, the ambition to look beyond its own shores would soon propel England into an era of profound expansion and transformation. This early period of exploration under Henry VII and Elizabeth I was crucial. It fostered a maritime culture, cultivated navigational skills, and developed a spirit of enterprise that would drive the establishment of the British Empire in the centuries to come. What began with John Cabot's tentative voyage across the Atlantic would eventually lead to Britain commanding the largest empire the world had ever seen. As the 16th century drew to a close, England under Queen Elizabeth I faced a monumental challenge that would ultimately redefine its place in the world and set it on a path to unparalleled global influence. The Spanish Empire, the most formidable maritime force of the age, sought to crush England's rising power and restore Catholicism to what had become a firmly Protestant nation. The confrontation that followed would not only preserve England's sovereignty, but would signal the birth of a new naval power destined to reshape the world's oceans and international relations. Tensions between England and Spain had been simmering for decades. English privateers, often operating under semi-official royal commissions known as letters of marque, targeted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the riches of the New World. Figures like Sir Francis Drake became national heroes for their daring raids, which both enriched England and infuriated Spain. Religious divisions only intensified the hostility, with Protestant England and Catholic Spain locked in an ideological struggle as much as a political one. When Queen Elizabeth openly supported the Protestant Dutch rebels in their fight against Spanish rule in the Netherlands, King Philip II of Spain could no longer tolerate English interference and plotted a full-scale invasion. In 1588, the mighty Spanish Armada set sail. Comprising around 130 ships, including some of the largest war galleons of the time, and carrying thousands of soldiers and sailors, it was one of the most ambitious military endeavors ever launched. The Spanish plan was straightforward yet grand. Sail to the Netherlands, link up with the Spanish army under the Duke of Parma, and transport this formidable force across the English Channel to invade England. However, the English, under the seasoned leadership of commanders like Sir Francis Drake, Lord Charles Howard, and Sir John Hawkins, were well prepared. The English fleet employed tactics that showcased both ingenuity and adaptability. Unlike the lumbering Spanish galleons, English ships were smaller, faster, and more agile, able to strike from a distance with superior long-range cannons. The English chose to fight a battle of attrition, using their mobility to constantly harass the Armada, avoid close-quarters combat, where the Spanish excelled, and pick off ships at the edges of the formation. At a critical moment, the English launched fire ships, setting old vessels alight and sending them adrift into the heart of the Spanish fleet. In the ensuing panic, the Spanish ships broke formation, becoming easy targets. Nature itself seemed to side with the English. After suffering heavy damage and disruption, the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat northward around Scotland and Ireland, a route fraught with danger. Powerful Atlantic storms battered the already weakened fleet, sinking many ships and wrecking others on the rocky coasts. Of the original 130 ships, less than half limped back to Spain, many of them in poor condition. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a watershed moment in European history. For England, it was a stunning, almost miraculous victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It secured the Protestant Reformation within England, safeguarded national independence, and marked the rise of English naval dominance. This triumph was not merely military, it represented a profound psychological shift. It imbued the English people with a renewed sense of destiny, ambition, and confidence that would carry them across the globe. The ramifications of this victory were profound and far-reaching. With Spanish dominance weakened, the oceans were now open for English adventurers, traders, and colonizers. English merchants began to push into new markets, establishing early trading outposts and laying the foundation for a commercial empire. The defeat encouraged the founding of colonies in North America and the Caribbean, setting the stage for future territorial expansion. The Elizabethan government and private investors alike realized that the seas were not barriers but highways to opportunity, wealth, and influence. The defeat of the Armada also triggered a gradual but significant decline in Spanish hegemony. Other European nations, inspired by England's success, felt emboldened to challenge Spanish power on land and sea. England, seizing its moment, invested heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding, and the training of sailors. Maritime knowledge and technology flourished, further enhancing English capabilities and ambitions. The Elizabethan era, particularly in the aftermath of the Armada's defeat, marked the dawning of a new English identity as a maritime nation. Exploration missions expanded to distant corners of the globe, from the Arctic in search of the Northwest Passage to the establishment of trading relations with distant lands. English culture itself began to reflect this outward-looking spirit, with literature, art, and popular imagination all celebrating the sea and the promise it held. Though it would take another century for the British Empire to reach its zenith, the critical foundations were laid during Elizabeth I's reign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a military triumph, but the catalyst that transformed England from an isolated kingdom into a rising global power. It was the spark that lit the fires of ambition, exploration, and conquest that would burn brightly for centuries, propelling Britain toward its destiny as a world-dominating empire. As the 17th century began, England's ambitions turned increasingly toward commerce and expansion beyond Europe. The spirit of exploration that had blossomed under Elizabeth I evolved into a more structured and profit-driven pursuit of overseas wealth. Central to this new phase was the founding of the East India Company in 1600, a development that would have profound and lasting consequences for Britain's role in world trade and empire building. The East India Company was established by royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I, granting a group of London merchants a monopoly on English trade with all countries east of the Cape of Good Hope. These merchants, known collectively as the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, envisioned a future in which England could compete with the powerful Portuguese and Dutch trading empires that had dominated Asian commerce. The company's founding marked a pivotal moment when private enterprise backed by the Crown became a driving force behind England's overseas expansion. The early years of the East India Company were fraught with challenges. The Portuguese and Dutch, with their well-established trading networks and fortified posts throughout the Indian Ocean, presented formidable obstacles. English ships made their first voyages to the East Indies in the early 1600s, seeking to establish footholds in a region already rich with competition. They traded primarily in spices such as pepper, cloves, and nutmeg, commodities highly prized in Europe for their value and rarity. Persistence paid off. Over time, the East India Company managed to secure strategic trading posts through a combination of negotiation, diplomacy, and military force. One of the first major successes came in 1612 when the English defeated the Portuguese at the Battle of Swali, near Surat on the west coast of India. This victory convinced the Mughal Emperor Jahangir to grant the company permission to establish a factory or trading post in Surat. It was the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the British and the Indian subcontinent. The company expanded its presence across the Indian Ocean and into Southeast Asia. It established trading posts in places like Bantam in Java and later in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta in India. These outposts served not only as centers of commerce but also as fortified enclaves that could defend English interests against rival European powers and hostile local forces. The age of mercantilism, the dominant economic philosophy of the time, strongly influenced the company's activities. Mercantilism held that national power depended on the accumulation of wealth, particularly precious metals, and that the state should closely regulate economic activity to achieve this goal. For England, overseas trade was a means to amass wealth, strengthen the nation, and reduce dependence on foreign powers. The East India Company operated under this mercantilist framework, seeking to maximize profits for its shareholders while simultaneously advancing England's strategic interests. The company's growth was not limited to commerce alone. It became a political and military entity in its own right, capable of negotiating treaties, waging war, and administering territories. It maintained its own armies and navies, and its officers often acted with the authority of sovereign rulers in the regions where they operated. Over time, the company's influence expanded from mere trade to political control, setting the stage for the eventual British domination of India. Britain's entry into Asian commerce through the East India Company was transformative. It introduced England to the vast wealth of the East, including textiles, tea, and porcelain, which would become staples of British consumption and culture. It also created enduring links between Britain and Asia, links that would grow stronger and more complex over the centuries. The success of the East India Company inspired other ventures and demonstrated the immense potential of overseas trade and colonial enterprise. By the end of the 17th century, the East India Company had firmly established itself as a major player in Asian commerce. It had survived fierce competition, built a network of trading posts, and laid the groundwork for future territorial acquisitions. More importantly, it had transformed England's approach to empire, shifting it from sporadic exploration to systematic commercial and territorial expansion. The story of the British Empire cannot be told without acknowledging the central role of the East India Company, whose early endeavors in Asia marked the beginning of a new and powerful global presence for Britain. As the 17th century progressed, England's ambitions for overseas expansion took root in the fertile lands of North America and the lucrative plantations of the Caribbean. What had begun as voyages of exploration and tentative trade evolved into full-scale colonization, with profound consequences for the future British Empire and the peoples across 3 continents who would be drawn into its orbit. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established in 1607 with the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. Sponsored by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company chartered by King James I, Jamestown was a precarious endeavor from the start. The settlers faced severe hardships, including disease, famine, and conflict with the indigenous Powhatan Confederacy. Despite these difficulties, Jamestown survived, largely due to the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the eventual cultivation of tobacco as a cash crop. Tobacco would become the economic lifeblood of Virginia and a cornerstone of English wealth in the New World. Following Jamestown, English settlement spread along the Atlantic coast. In 1620, a group of religious separatists known as the Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower and landed in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking religious freedom, they established Plymouth Colony, which, though small, became a symbol of the broader Puritan migration that would shape New England. The Puritans founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, creating tightly knit communities governed by religious principles and fostering a distinctive American culture rooted in English traditions. Meanwhile, English ambitions turned southward to the Caribbean, where the climate and soil proved ideal for sugar cultivation. Colonies such as Barbados, established in the 1620s, quickly became some of the most profitable in the English Empire. Sugar was in high demand in Europe, and the plantations generated immense wealth. However, the labor-intensive nature of sugar production led to the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. Initially, European indentured servants worked the plantations, but over time, enslaved Africans became the dominant labor force, forever altering the demographic and social fabric of the Caribbean. The English involvement in the transatlantic slave trade began in earnest during this period. English ships transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean and North America. This brutal system, known as the triangular trade, connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a network of goods, human lives, and profits. Manufactured goods from Europe were traded for slaves in Africa, who were then sold in the Americas, with the proceeds purchasing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton for return to Europe. The establishment of colonies in North America and the Caribbean marked a critical turning point. England was no longer merely a European power, but was becoming a global colonial empire. Settlements in Virginia, New England, and the Caribbean formed the nucleus of what would become a vast overseas dominion. Each region developed distinct characteristics. Virginia and the southern colonies relied on plantation agriculture and slave labor. New England fostered a society rooted in religious values, small farms, and emerging commerce. The Caribbean colonies focused almost exclusively on cash crops, with plantation economies heavily dependent on enslaved African labor. This era also witnessed the development of colonial governments and legal systems modeled on English institutions. Representative assemblies like the Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, gave settlers a voice in local governance and planted the seeds of democratic practices that would later flourish in the American colonies. By the end of the 17th century, England had firmly entrenched itself in the Americas and the Caribbean. Colonies were expanding, trade networks were growing, and the flow of wealth into England was accelerating. These early colonial ventures laid the foundation for the British Empire's expansion in the following centuries. However, the prosperity of these colonies came at an immense human cost, particularly for the millions of Africans forcibly taken from their homelands to labor in foreign lands. The colonization of North America and the Caribbean was a complex, often brutal process driven by economic ambition, religious fervor, and geopolitical competition. It set in motion patterns of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange that would shape the Atlantic world for centuries to come. As England's empire grew, so too did the interwoven histories of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, forever linked by conquest, trade, and human endeavor. The 18th century marked the zenith of Britain's power on the world stage. Having established a foothold in the Americas, the Caribbean, and India during the 17th century, Britain entered the 1700s as a rising global power, poised to challenge other European empires for dominance. Key military victories, especially in the 7 Years' War, and strategic engagements in India solidified Britain's standing as the world's preeminent imperial force. The 7 Years' War 1756-1763 was a pivotal conflict that would have far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its rivals. The war was fought across multiple continents, and its outcome reshaped the global balance of power. At its core, the 7 Years' War was a struggle between Britain and France for supremacy in North America and India, though it would soon involve other European powers and impact territories across Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. In North America, the conflict was known as the French and Indian War, where British colonists, alongside their Native American allies, fought against French forces and their own indigenous allies. The British sought to expand their territories, particularly into the Ohio River Valley, while the French sought to protect their valuable fur trading routes and Canadian colonies. The war was characterized by a series of bloody battles, but the turning point came in 1759 with the British victory at the Battle of Quebec. This decisive engagement forced the French to cede most of their North American holdings, including Canada, to Britain under the Treaty of Paris, 1763. The acquisition of Canada was a significant victory for Britain. It not only removed the French as a colonial rival in North America, but also gave Britain control over one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the Americas. In addition to the vast expanse of land, Britain inherited a significant number of French-speaking inhabitants in Canada, known as Canadians. Despite initial concerns about integrating the French population into British colonial rule, Britain opted for a policy of tolerance, allowing French Canadians to maintain their language, religion, and customs. This decision would help preserve the stability of Canada under British rule and later shape the development of modern Canadian society. While the British were expanding their empire in North America, the war also played a critical role in establishing British dominance in India. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a turning point in British fortunes in India, solidifying the East India Company's control over the Bengal region and opening the door for further territorial expansion. The battle itself was a remarkable victory, as a small British force, led by Robert Clive, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, despite being heavily outnumbered. The victory at Plassey was the result of a combination of factors, including strategic alliances, bribery, and the superior tactics of the British. Robert Clive's ability to divide and conquer, along with his manipulation of local politics, allowed him to win the support of key Indian leaders who were discontented with the Nawab's rule. The Battle of Plassey is often seen as the moment when Britain began to transition from a commercial trading power to a territorial empire in India. Following the victory at Plassey, the East India Company gained unprecedented control over Bengal, one of the richest and most populous regions in India. The company now had the power to collect taxes, administer justice, and even maintain its own army. This marked the beginning of British political and military domination over India, which would last for nearly 2 centuries. The success of the East India Company also triggered a broader expansion of British influence in India, as the company began to extend its reach into other regions through both diplomacy and military conquest. By the end of the 7 Years' War, Britain had gained substantial territorial possessions around the globe. In addition to Canada and Bengal, Britain also secured numerous Caribbean islands, Florida from Spain, and key outposts in Africa and Asia. These acquisitions greatly enhanced Britain's wealth and influence, but they also strained its resources. The costs of maintaining and defending such a vast empire began to take their toll, and Britain's finances became increasingly reliant on the taxes and trade revenue generated by its colonies. In the wake of its imperial triumphs, Britain's focus turned to consolidating its empire and maintaining control over its new territories. This period saw the rise of British colonial governance systems, which were designed to centralize power in London while allowing for local autonomy in the colonies. At the same time, Britain began to develop a more systematic approach to managing its colonial economy, with a focus on extracting wealth from both land and labor. The imposition of taxes on American colonists, such as the Stamp Act 1765 and the Townshend Act 1767, set the stage for rising tensions between Britain and its colonies, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. The 18th century was a period of tremendous expansion and consolidation for the British Empire. Victories in the 7 Years' War and the Battle of Plassey were crucial milestones that propelled Britain to the forefront of global imperial power. The empire was now spread across continents, encompassing vast territories in North America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Britain's economic strength, fueled by colonial trade and resources, was matched by its military dominance on land and at sea. However, as the empire expanded, so too did the challenges of governing such a far-flung and diverse set of colonies. The legacy of Britain's victories in the 18th century would continue to shape the world for centuries to come, laying the foundation for the British Empire's height in the 19th century and the global order that would emerge in its wake. The Industrial Revolution, a period spanning from 1760 to 1840, represents a pivotal transformation in British history. This era marked the shift from an agrarian economy to an industrialized powerhouse, fueling Britain's dominance in the global arena. Industrialization provided Britain with unprecedented military, economic, and technological advantages, allowing it to not only expand its empire, but also to control vital global trade routes and reshape the global order. The roots of the Industrial Revolution in Britain can be traced to a unique confluence of factors. A stable political environment, the availability of natural resources such as coal and iron, and a growing population all contributed to an atmosphere conducive to technological innovation. In addition, Britain's extensive colonial empire, which provided both raw materials and markets for British goods, acted as a powerful catalyst for industrialization. With an expanding empire across continents, Britain found itself increasingly dependent on technological advances to maintain and expand its reach. At the core of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. One of the most significant inventions of the era was James Watt's steam engine. Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the late 18th century revolutionized industries by providing a reliable and powerful source of energy for factories, mills, and transportation. Steam engines powered cotton mills, textile factories, and ironworks, massively increasing production rates and efficiency. This innovation was a game-changer for industries, particularly textiles, which was one of the first to undergo mass industrialization. The textile industry was key to the success of industrialization in Britain. With the invention of new machines such as the spinning jenny, the power loom and the cotton gin, the production of cloth skyrocketed. These machines allowed factories to produce goods at unprecedented speeds, meeting growing domestic and international demand. Britain's control over textile manufacturing, coupled with its ability to produce raw materials like cotton, solidified its position as the world's leading industrial power. Industrialization also significantly impacted Britain's transportation infrastructure. The advent of steam-powered locomotives and steamships revolutionized trade and military strategy alike. The development of the railway system, particularly the construction of the Stockton and Darlington Railway in 1825 and the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, connected regions across Britain and facilitated the efficient movement of raw materials and finished goods. Railroads enabled goods such as coal, cotton and iron to be transported more efficiently, fueling industrial growth and expanding trade networks within Britain and its colonies. In addition to railways, steam-powered ships began to dominate global trade routes. These vessels could travel faster, carry more cargo, and navigate more reliably than sailing ships. Britain's merchant fleet, already the largest in the world, was further bolstered by the rise of steam-powered ships. This new technology allowed Britain to expand its trade networks across the globe, making it the undisputed leader in international commerce. The creation of steamships enabled Britain to maintain its control over vital sea routes, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between colonies, ports, and markets across every continent. The industrialization of the military also played a crucial role in maintaining British imperial power. The mass production of weapons, ships, and war materials allowed Britain to project its military power across the globe. Steam-powered warships, which were faster and more maneuverable than their sail-powered predecessors, gave Britain a strategic advantage in naval warfare. The ability to produce ironclad ships, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, further solidified Britain's naval supremacy and allowed it to protect its empire and trade routes effectively. The British Empire's expansion during this period was not just about territorial conquest, it was also about controlling the global flow of goods. With its newfound industrial power, Britain was able to dictate terms in international trade. The empire's factories produced finished goods, which were then exported to colonies and foreign markets. In return, Britain's colonies supplied raw materials like cotton, sugar, and tobacco, fueling the industrial machine back home. This system of trade, often referred to as mercantilism, allowed Britain to amass incredible wealth and expand its economic and military power. One of the key regions that benefited from industrialization was India. The British established an extensive railway network in India, which helped to consolidate British control over the subcontinent. The railroads allowed for the efficient transportation of raw materials like cotton, tea, and opium, which were then shipped back to Britain's factories. This system allowed Britain to exploit India's resources and integrate its economy into the larger imperial framework. The construction of railroads and the expansion of British industry in India also had a lasting impact on the Indian economy and society, laying the foundations for modern infrastructure in the country. Industrialization in Britain also led to the rise of a new class of industrial capitalists and financiers. Wealth generated from the empire and from industrial enterprises helped to fund further imperial expansion and economic growth. British banks, including the Bank of England, played a key role in financing the construction of railroads, the expansion of colonies, and the growth of industries that supported imperialism. The financial sector was central to Britain's ability to maintain its global power, facilitating the flow of capital and investments necessary to sustain its empire. While industrialization undoubtedly strengthened Britain's position as a global superpower, it also brought significant social changes. The rise of factory work led to the growth of cities and the development of an urban working class. Factory workers, including women and children, often worked long hours in poor conditions for low wages. The wealth generated by industrialization was not evenly distributed, with the working class suffering while industrialists and landowners amassed fortunes. This led to significant social unrest and the rise of labor movements that sought to improve working conditions and wages. Despite these challenges, industrialization undeniably transformed Britain into the dominant global power of the 19th century. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution gave Britain unparalleled military strength, economic power, and control over global trade routes. By the mid-19th century, Britain's empire spanned the globe, and its industrial and imperial power seemed invincible. The combination of technological innovation, economic dominance, and military might allowed Britain to maintain its status as the leading superpower, a position it would hold for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was the engine that powered Britain's imperial ambitions. By transforming Britain into the world's leading industrial and military power, it allowed the nation to dominate global trade, expand its empire, and project its influence across the globe. The innovations of this period were not just technological, but were deeply entwined with the growth of the British Empire, making the Industrial Revolution a defining moment in world history and securing Britain's position as the preeminent global power of the 19th century. The story of British rule in India, known as the Raj, is one of the most transformative and complex chapters in the history of the British Empire. The period from 1858 to 1947 saw Britain exerting direct control over India, shaping its economy, society, and infrastructure in ways that would have lasting consequences for both India and the empire itself. This chapter explores the historical trajectory of British involvement in India, the impact of the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and how the British Crown consolidated its power in the subcontinent, fundamentally altering India's future. Before the British Raj was officially established in 1858, India had been under the control of the British East India Company, a powerful corporation granted authority by the British government to trade and govern in the subcontinent. The East India Company's rule had expanded gradually, with British forces gaining control of large portions of India through military conquest, diplomacy, and alliances with local rulers. However, the company's grip on India was not without significant resistance, particularly from various Indian rulers and communities who sought to maintain their independence. The tensions between the British and the Indian population came to a head in 1857, when what is often referred to as the Indian Mutiny or the Sepoy Rebellion erupted. The immediate cause of the rebellion was the dissatisfaction of Indian soldiers, or sepoys, in the British East India Company's army, due to the introduction of new rifle cartridges, rumored to be greased with animal fat, which offended both Hindu and Muslim religious sensibilities. However, underlying this specific grievance was a broader sense of frustration with British rule, as Indians were increasingly subjected to economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social upheaval. The rebellion began in the town of Meerut and spread quickly to other parts of northern and central India, with Indian soldiers, civilians, and even some rulers joining the fight against British authority. The British response to the rebellion was brutal and decisive, with the army crushing the uprising after months of fighting. Thousands of Indians were killed, and entire villages were destroyed. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government decided that the East India Company had failed to govern effectively and assumed direct control over India, marking the beginning of the British Raj. The British Raj was characterized by a significant shift in how India was governed. The British Crown took full responsibility for the administration of India, and the British Parliament created a new system of governance, appointing a viceroy to oversee the colony on behalf of the Crown. This transition from corporate to state control meant that India was no longer ruled by a private company, but by the British government itself, with direct representation in the form of the viceroy and the establishment of a new colonial bureaucracy. Under the British Raj, India's economy was restructured to serve the needs of the British Empire. British policies favoured the extraction of India's resources, particularly raw materials like cotton, tea and opium, which were sent to Britain for processing and manufacturing. In return, Britain provided India with finished goods, including textiles, machinery and weapons. This system of trade ensured that India became a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods, creating a colonial economic model that benefited Britain while stifling India's own industrial development. British infrastructure projects such as railways, roads and canals were implemented to facilitate the movement of goods and troops, further integrating India into the imperial economic system. While these projects did provide some benefits, such as increased mobility and communication, they were primarily designed to serve British interests. The railways, for example, allowed the British to extract resources from the interior of India and transport them to ports for export, while also enabling the rapid deployment of British troops in case of unrest. Socially, British rule had a profound impact on Indian society. British colonial administrators sought to impose Western-style education and institutions on the Indian population, creating a new elite class of educated Indians who were often loyal to the British government. This new class played a crucial role in administering British policies and maintaining order within the colony. At the same time, traditional Indian customs, religious practices, and social structures were often undermined or disregarded by the British, leading to significant cultural tensions. One of the most enduring legacies of British rule in India was the creation of a unified, centralized state. Prior to British rule, India had been a collection of diverse kingdoms, empires and regions, each with its own language, culture and political structure. The British, however, sought to bring these disparate regions under a single administration, laying the foundations for the modern Indian state. The British also introduced systems of law and governance that in many ways would shape the political structure of independent India in the 20th century. However, British rule also sowed the seeds of resistance. As India's educated class grew, so too did the demand for greater political representation and autonomy. The Indian National Congress (ENC), founded in 1885, began to call for reforms and eventually self-rule. By the early 20th century, the ENC, led by figures like Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, was at the forefront of the movement for Indian independence. The British, unable to ignore the growing calls for independence, eventually found themselves negotiating with Indian leaders for a peaceful transition to self-rule. The struggle for Indian independence reached its peak in the first half of the 20th century, culminating in 1947 with the partition of India and the creation of the independent nations of India and Pakistan. The partition was accompanied by widespread violence, mass migrations, and deep-seated communal tensions that would shape the region for decades to come. India's independence marked the end of British rule, but the legacy of the Raj continued to influence the political, economic, and social landscape of South Asia. In conclusion, the British Raj was a period of profound transformation for India. While it brought about significant changes to the country's economy, infrastructure, and political systems, it also led to social unrest, resistance, and ultimately, the quest for independence. The legacy of British rule in India is a complex one, with both positive and negative aspects that continue to shape the relationship between India and Britain today. Despite the challenges and exploitation of the colonial period, India emerged as an independent nation with a rich cultural heritage and a rapidly developing economy, ultimately reshaping the balance of power in the post-colonial world. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was the period in which the British Empire reached the peak of its power, wealth, and global influence. Under Queen Victoria's rule, Britain not only solidified its status as the world's foremost imperial power, but also oversaw the expansion of its territories, the establishment of new colonies, and the spread of its cultural, economic, and political systems across the globe. It was an era marked by technological advancement, economic dominance, and the belief in the superiority of British civilization, encapsulated in the ideology of the civilizing mission. During this time, the British Empire came to be known as the empire on which the sun never sets, a testament to its vast expanse across the globe. The phrase reflected the global nature of Britain's possessions, stretching from the Americas to Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, and Australasia. By the end of the 19th century, the British Empire covered about a quarter of the world's land surface and ruled over a quarter of the global population. One of the most significant areas of British expansion during the Victorian era was Africa, which saw the height of the scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, competed fiercely to carve up the African continent, with Britain securing vast territories, particularly in the east and southern regions. British control of Egypt, the Sudan, and the Cape Colony, along with protectorates in regions like Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, marked the height of Britain's African imperial ambitions. The annexation of these territories was not only driven by a desire for land and resources, but also by Britain's strategic and commercial interests. Control of the Suez Canal, for example, ensured Britain's dominance over key shipping routes and secured access to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. In India, the Victorian era continued the consolidation of British power following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which had been a significant turning point in British rule. After the rebellion, the British Crown assumed direct control of India, ending the East India Company's rule and establishing the British Raj. The British government aimed to reshape India's economy, infrastructure, and society in ways that benefited the empire. The construction of railways, roads, and telecommunication networks facilitated the extraction of raw materials, such as cotton, tea, and opium, and their transportation to British ports for export. The Raj also saw the imposition of British legal and political systems, along with a growing British presence in Indian cities and towns. Despite occasional unrest, Britain's control over India remained largely unchallenged throughout the 19th century. Technological innovation during the Victorian era played a pivotal role in supporting Britain's imperial expansion and strengthening its global power. The Industrial Revolution, which had already transformed Britain's economy, continued to drive technological advancements that enhanced Britain's military capabilities and infrastructure. The development of steamships, railways, and the telegraph revolutionized the way Britain could project power and communicate across its vast empire. Steam-powered warships and ironclad vessels allowed the Royal Navy to maintain dominance over the world's seas, while the construction of railways across colonies enabled the rapid movement of troops, goods, and resources. The Victorian era was also a period of intense cultural and ideological expansion. The British believed in the concept of the civilizing mission, a justification for imperialism based on the belief that British rule would bring enlightenment, order, and progress to backward societies. This ideology was often used to legitimize the expansion of the British Empire into regions that were seen as underdeveloped. British colonial officials and missionaries portrayed British civilization as superior and worked to impose British values and institutions upon colonized peoples. The civilizing mission was evident in the spread of education, Christianity, and Western legal systems across the empire, as well as in the establishment of colonial governments and infrastructure. However, beneath the surface of imperial grandeur, there were significant contradictions and tensions. The British Empire relied heavily on the exploitation of resources and labor from its colonies, often with little regard for the welfare of the local populations. In India, for example, the British imposition of taxes, land reforms, and policies that favored British industry led to widespread poverty, famine, and social unrest. The Victorian-era imperialists were confronted with the realities of empire, including resistance from colonized peoples and the challenges of governing vast, diverse territories. The late Victorian era also saw the rise of new movements that questioned the morality and sustainability of empire. The increasing influence of the British working class and the rise of socialist and anti-imperialist ideologies challenged the foundations of imperialism. However, at the time, these voices were often sidelined, as the British ruling class remained committed to the idea of empire as a force for good and civilization. Despite these challenges, the Victorian era cemented Britain's position as the dominant imperial power of the 19th century. The British Empire continued to expand throughout the era, reaching its zenith in terms of territorial control, economic wealth, and global influence. The legacy of Victorian imperialism, both in terms of its technological achievements and its ideological justifications, would continue to shape British policy and imperial ambitions throughout the 20th century. The British Empire, in the Victorian era, not only defined the character of the nation, but also left an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. The period between 1914 and 1945 was a time of immense change for the British Empire, marked by the devastating effects of the two world wars and the rise of nationalist movements that sought independence from colonial rule. The global conflicts and the ideological shifts of the 20th century significantly weakened Britain's control over its empire, while simultaneously fostering an environment in which the long-simmering desire for self-determination among colonized peoples reached a boiling point. The impact of these events would reshape the geopolitical landscape and set the stage for the eventual decolonization of much of the British Empire. World War I 1914-1918 was a cataclysmic event that took a tremendous toll on the British Empire, both in terms of human lives and financial resources. The war was fought on multiple fronts, and Britain found itself entrenched in a brutal, protracted conflict that drained its military and economic strength. The loss of soldiers, the destruction of infrastructure, and the severe economic burden placed on Britain during the war exposed cracks in the imperial system. At the same time, the war required the resources of the empire, and colonies like India, Australia, and Canada contributed vast numbers of soldiers, funds, and supplies to the British war effort. Despite the sacrifices made by colonial subjects, the aftermath of World War I saw growing discontent with British rule in many parts of the empire. The war had highlighted the contradictions between Britain's values of democracy and liberty and the reality of colonial subjugation. In India, for example, the disillusionment with British promises of greater self-governance following the war was palpable. The British government had made some promises of reforms, but these were viewed as insufficient and patronizing. In 1919, the British response to growing unrest in India, particularly in the city of Amritsar, led to the infamous massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British forces killed hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians. This event ignited widespread anger and calls for independence. World War II, 1939-1945, was even more devastating for Britain and its empire. The war further drained Britain's resources and inflicted heavy damage on the country's infrastructure. The economic strain caused by the war made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain its global imperial commitments. The British Empire's military forces, which had once seemed invincible, were stretched thin as the empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts across Europe, Africa, and Asia. After the war, Britain emerged exhausted and deeply in debt, while the global power dynamics were shifting rapidly. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and the formation of international bodies like the United Nations marked the end of Britain's unquestioned global dominance. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in India, Africa, and Ireland gained momentum, driven by the belief that colonized peoples should govern themselves. India in particular became the focal point of Britain's imperial troubles in the interwar years. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru spearheaded the Indian independence movement, using both peaceful protests and political maneuvering to demand self-rule. Gandhi's non-violent resistance, symbolized by the Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, garnered widespread support among the Indian population and put immense pressure on the British to grant independence. In Africa, the two world wars had a similar effect on the colonial order. Soldiers from British colonies had fought in both wars, and their experiences in combat, as well as their exposure to the ideas of self-determination and equality, sowed the seeds for post-war independence movements. After colonial subjects across Africa began to demand greater political rights and autonomy, and many African leaders started to call for an end to colonial rule. While Britain had long justified its colonial presence with the ideology of the civilizing mission, it became increasingly clear that colonial rule was unsustainable in a changing world. The growing influence of nationalist movements, particularly in India, made it difficult for Britain to maintain its imperial control. Ireland, too, experienced significant unrest during this period. The Irish War of Independence 1919-1921 culminated in the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which created the Irish Free State and marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. The partition of Ireland, however, left Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, setting the stage for decades of conflict between Irish nationalists and the British government. As Britain faced mounting pressure from nationalist movements and the economic strain caused by the wars, it became increasingly clear that maintaining the vast British Empire was no longer feasible. The empire's political and economic control had been severely weakened, and independence movements across the world were gaining traction. The decline of British power was further cemented by the post-war wave of decolonization that swept through Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean in the 1950s and 1960s. The period of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. The toll of two world wars, coupled with the rise of self-determination and anti-colonial sentiment, led to a seismic shift in global power. Britain's imperial hold began to unravel, and within just a few decades, many of its colonies achieved independence. The collapse of the British Empire was not simply a result of military defeat, but also of changing political, economic, and social forces that made colonial rule untenable in the modern world. The The challenges faced by Britain during this period highlighted the contradictions of empire and revealed that the world was no longer willing to accept colonial domination. The legacy of the world wars and the rise of nationalist movements in the 20th century would forever alter the political landscape, signaling the decline of imperialism and the emergence of a new, more multipolar world order. The period from 1947 to 1997 marks the end of the British Empire, a dramatic and irreversible transformation of the global political landscape. The events that unfolded during these decades, particularly the independence of India, the Suez Crisis, and the decolonization of Africa, signified the decline of Britain's imperial power and the emergence of new nations asserting their independence. The symbolic handover of Hong Kong in 1997 brought the final chapter of empire to a close. Britain's once vast and powerful empire, which had stretched across continents and dominated the global stage for centuries, was gradually dismantled as colonial subjects demanded self-determination and independence. India's independence in 1947 was the most significant event in the decolonization process. The British had ruled India for almost 2 centuries, and its independence was the culmination of decades of struggle by Indian nationalists. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose spearheaded the movement for self-rule, using both non-violent resistance and political negotiation to push for independence. The British decision to grant India's independence was influenced by several factors, including the growing resistance movements within the country, the financial strain of World War II, and the changing global atmosphere after the war. The process of decolonization in India was far from smooth. The partition of India in 1947 created 2 independent nations, India and Pakistan, which led to widespread violence, displacement, and a deepening of religious tensions. The partition left millions of people on the move, as Hindus and Sikhs migrated to India while Muslims fled to Pakistan. This mass displacement and the subsequent violence claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands and left lasting scars on both nations. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked another pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. The crisis was triggered when Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital waterway that had been under British and French control. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, who saw the British and French intervention as an example of outdated colonialism. The failure of the Suez Crisis demonstrated that Britain no longer had the political and military power to act unilaterally in global affairs. It was a humiliating defeat for Britain, and it marked a clear signal that its imperial influence was waning. In the following decades, the process of decolonization accelerated, particularly in Africa. British colonies across the continent began to demand independence, and by the 1960s, many African nations had achieved self-rule. Countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained independence from Britain, often through a combination of negotiations and armed struggle. The decolonization of Africa was not without its challenges, as newly independent nations grappled with issues of governance, ethnic tensions, and economic development. However, the wave of independence movements across Africa was undeniable, and it was a clear indication that Britain's imperial power in the region was rapidly eroding. The British government's approach to decolonization varied across regions. In some cases, Britain was able to negotiate peaceful transfers of power, while in others, the process was marked by violent resistance and conflict. The British withdrawal from Africa was particularly complicated, as the empire had been deeply entrenched in the region for over a century. The Mo uprising in Kenya and the violent suppression of independence movements in places like Cyprus and Malaya highlighted the growing tensions between the British government and its colonial subjects. The final symbolic moment of British imperial decline came in 1997 with the handover of Hong Kong to China. Hong Kong had been a British colony since the Opium Wars in the 19th century, and its return to Chinese sovereignty marked the end of British colonial rule in Asia. The handover was a carefully negotiated process, and the agreement ensured that Hong Kong would maintain a high degree of autonomy under the principle of one country, two systems. The event marked the formal end of the British Empire, a momentous occasion that symbolized the transition from imperial domination to a new era of international relations. The process of decolonization was complex and multifaceted, influenced by global political dynamics, economic factors, and the aspirations of colonized peoples. As former colonies gained independence, they were faced with the challenges of nation building, economic development, and establishing stable political systems. The British Empire's legacy was a mixture of triumphs and tragedies, with lasting impacts on the political, social, and economic landscapes of the former colonies. In conclusion, the period between 1947 and 1997 marked the final phase of British imperial rule. The independence of India, the Suez Crisis, the decolonization of Africa, and the handover of Hong Kong were key events in the dismantling of the British Empire. While Britain's imperial power had once spanned the globe, the winds of change blew across the empire, heralding the end of an era. The legacy of British colonialism remains a complex and contentious issue, but the end of empire also opened the door for new possibilities for former colonies to chart their own courses in the world.